Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Regenerative Legacy Summit. My name is Jared Sorensen. My wife and I are the co-founders of Ag Steward. And it's a privilege to see so many of you here today. Thank you for turning your cameras on. Thank you for being engaged. How many of you were here yesterday? Either raise your virtual hand or put a 1 in the chat that you were here yesterday. Awesome. See a lot of repeat customers. Yeah, very good. How many of you here that missed yesterday but are here for the first time? Put a 2 in the chat. If you missed yesterday but you're here, go ahead and put a 2 in the chat. Okay, so we've got some 1s. A lot of you are coming back for the second time. Cool. Yeah, and again, get to know each other in the chat. Type where you're from. The other thing I would love to hear, so it's a couple questions as we get started here, and people are still joining the room. Okay, so if you are just starting out, we'll keep this simple. If you're just starting out, regenerative agriculture is still kind of just a dream, or you're just in that beginning phase, type a 0 in the chat. If you're first generation, put a 1, second generation, put a 2, third generation, put a 3. So 0 just starting out, first, second, third, fourth, fifth generation, and I'm going to put a 3 in for me. My wife and I are third generations. Okay, this really helps. We've got, who up here was a 5? I saw that. Bob, fifth generation. That is so awesome. Welcome. We're glad that you're able to join us here. Man, maybe we should just turn it over to you. You've got the legacy figured out, right? If you've been in it for 5 generations. Okay, we've got some 4s, some 3s. Again, if you're just starting out, it's a 0, first generation 1, second generation 2, 3, and so forth on up. We'll see if anybody beats. Hey, Tyson. Yeah, that's right, Tyson. You guys are 5th generation. We've got some 5s. Is it even possible here in the United States to be a 6? I think we might have to go across the seas. Maybe if we have some indigenous background that maybe we could be a 6, but that would be kind of cool if we knew that back past 4 or 5 generations that we were in agriculture. Very good. So, and again, love to hear where you guys are from. So it looks like we've got a mix. We've got anywhere from just starting out, multi-generational. The next question is for those who, this applies to anybody. Okay. What are the enterprises that you either have or you plan on having on your operation? When we talk about enterprises, that means the profit centers, if that's a new term to you. So for us on our operation, it is all cattle based. We started out with sheep. Now it's all cattle. I still love sheep. And so the profit centers, yeah, we've got a house, we've got a milk cow, but we don't have a dairy. We've got a farm flock of chickens, and we've got some pigs that we raise for meat, but those aren't necessarily enterprises. So go ahead and type in the chat what the enterprises or your profit centers are, if it's cattle, if it's sheep, if it's laying hens, if it's pasture poultry, if it's pigs. So either what you're currently doing or what you're going to be doing. Very good. So we've got some direct-to-consumer cattle. Very good. Cattlemen, you guys are screaming through these. This is awesome. And we'll go back and review this. This is important to us to know and have a representative way of being able to tell, okay, who comes to these things? How best can we serve? Like, you guys want to hear more about chicken production? Do you want to hear more about beef production? We tend to lean more towards the beef because that applies to more of the people. And probably that's more where my expertise is. Frankly, I couldn't talk necessarily with authority about the production model of pastured pork or poultry or laying hens, although I could definitely read the numbers. So again, we're just putting in there, what are our profit centers? What are the things that we're currently doing? Hey, good to see you guys on. We've got Parker, we've got Craig, we've got Jex, Cheyenne, welcome. It's good to see those that are on camera here. As you noticed yesterday, if you stayed to the very end, like, we like to reward people that participate. And so my team and I, we're looking for those who are engaged. We're looking for those who keep their cameras on. Even if you're out doing chores like Gail was doing yesterday, we appreciated that she was able to take us with us on her journey and had her earbuds in, and we were able to listen in. And so We love it when people turn their cameras on. We're able to make this more of an immersive and engaging experience for us as presenters and also for you as participants. And again, at the end of that, so Gail, she's still there. Maybe doesn't have the camera on yet. Don't drop it in the water trough today, huh, Gail? We reward those who participate, and we'll randomly do that throughout the day with some different opportunities that are applicable to you and continuing your regenerative journey. Speaking of a journey, we went on quite a journey yesterday. Be thinking about what are the epiphanies that you took away? What are the key things that you took away from the day yesterday? I have pages of notes. Even though I am focused on presenting, I am also a student. One of the reasons that I do these classes is because I am committed to continual learning. We learned from some amazing people. Be thinking about that, and in just a moment, I'm going to ask you to share in the chat and maybe ask if, and I will ask if anybody would like to unmute and share what their takeaway was from yesterday. Just keep it to one key takeaway and what they're going to do as a result of what they learned yesterday. Okay, so you can see my background that we started out yesterday with some basic ground rules. So this is an engaging experience. The way that we help everybody to learn is to share in the chat. So we'll just go over here to the whiteboard. My videographer is doing chores this morning, so I get to do this solo. Remember why you're here. If you weren't here yesterday, take a moment, write down your intention for being here, for taking time and investing in this class. I realize it's a free class. I also realize that your time is very valuable. Time is a commodity that we can't get back. We can earn more money, we can't earn more time. And so treat this like it's $1,000 investment. Meaning if you paid $1,000, are you going to pay attention? Are you going to turn off your cell phone? Are you going to keep your cameras on? And then the 3 basic rules that we have to create a safe and a learning workspace are very simple. Who knows what those rules are? Somebody type them in the chat. So we've got rule number 1, a high level of, spelled R-E-S-P-E-C-T, high level of respect. Rule number 2, be 100%, participate at a high level at 100%. And number 3 is be present. So if you find that you're being distracted, that something's happening and you're not able to focus, just bring your mind back in. Everybody practice doing this. We all see a squirrel out the window. I can see the window out here. Let me show you. It's kind of dirty right now, but you can't even see. You can't tell it's dirty. But yesterday I could see the neighbor's cows out that window and that window. So to me, that was they're in our field. For me, that was a squirrel. So everybody just practice doing this. Focus on the camera. Oh, squirrel, cows in the field. Go like this. Put your head back. Focus, okay? Just a way to be able to bring us back to center. Like, okay, we get lots of squirrels. Text messages, silence your cell phones, do those things so that you can pay attention. Don't worry about the neighbor's cows unless they're in your haystack, and then text your family to go take care of them like I'm doing. Okay. What are the keys to learning? We're going to turn over here and we're going to look at my other. Okay. Remember the acronym for FAST? Somebody teach it to us in the chat. For those that might not have been here yesterday, F-A-S-T. What does F stand for? First and foremost, forget. Yeah, you guys got it. Okay. So we did the little exercise yesterday. We pretended that we were writing down everything that we knew about regenerative agriculture. We put it on a piece of paper. We stuck it in our pocket or we set it aside. Mine's still sitting on the fireplace over there. See it right there. When I need it, if I need it, if those new paradigms replace those old paradigms, I'll throw that away. If there's the paradigms are the principles that we adhere to, the lens by which we see the world. That's a paradigm. We had some paradigm that were presented to us yesterday. We can always pick up all the things that we learned if we need to. Sometimes we need to let go of certain things. A stands for, everybody in Teach it to us in the chat. Active, not a passive. This isn't high school class. If you're going to get the most out of this class, sit up straight. That ties into the next one. Abide by the rules, be present. Active and engaged could mean typing in the chat. It can mean taking notes. I shared yesterday, my preferred method of taking notes is, although writing is very important, I do kind of a hybrid. I will write in my journal and I will also have a Google Doc opened. And if there's a slide that I like, that I want to remember, I'll screenshot it, copy and paste it to the Google Doc, and I'll keep my notes there. For me, that works really well. You guys do what works for you. S is for manage our state. Our state is our physiology, our mind, our emotions. It's our atmosphere around us. I believe that we have an atmosphere. If you take your hands out and you reach out, this is our atmosphere. It's up above us, it's down below us. That we can absolutely manage this space around us. And that's what we're asking you to do here. So just to practice that, no matter where you're at, what you're doing, simple practice that we did yesterday, just sit up straight, roll your shoulders back. Okay, automatically you're going to take a deeper breath. A lot of times we're hunched over a workspace, hunched over when we're driving. So just practice sitting up straight. That simple act of doing that, breathing deep. Deep breathing is key. And the last one, what we're all doing here in the chat is teach. Put that in the chat. Teach. Okay. And we can do that. We can do it during the class. We can also do it after the class. I encourage you to take those principles that you've learned and be able to share them with someone within the next, definitely within the next day. But our cone of retention, they call it, our cone of learning. I think Robert Kiyosaki and others talk about that. But if we are doing the fast method of learning, it's going to take this from just a bunch of information and it's going to make it relevant and applicable to us. Especially that last piece, if we're preparing to teach and we try to teach it, even if it's imperfect, we'll be able to see, hey, I thought that made sense, but that didn't. I need to go back and I need to check in with my notes, or when the recordings come out, I'm going to watch that recording. So speaking of the recordings, lots of questions in the chat and in the text messages. When are the recordings going to come out? The team is already starting to edit those videos. And so we will have, the plan is we will have some of the strategic ones out that we want to share for those who might have missed or that you want to go back and rewatch as early as tomorrow. By noon tomorrow is our goal, to have at least 2 from each day. And then within the next week, we should have all of them out in a playlist on YouTube, on the Profitable Steward channel on YouTube. So look for those. Because you're here, you're going to get an email and probably text messages that say, hey, here's where you need to go to access those. Perfect. Okay. I'd love to hear from one or two of you. What was the epiphany that you had yesterday? This is your opportunity to be able to teach in front of a room. We love each other. We respect each other. We're going to abide by these rules. Nobody's going to make fun of you if you stumble over your words. This is your opportunity to be able to experience hands-on transformation. So, and we kind of know how this goes. You either volunteer or sometimes you might be voluntold. And I tend to pick on those as much as I love them, just because I know they're here. So what we would do is go ahead and raise your virtual hand. So we've got some shares in the chat. I would love to have somebody unmute and share the key takeaway that they had from our presentation yesterday, whatever speaker it might have been. Sometimes we get insights and inspiration that is not even from what was said. It's just, we know that it's from a higher source. We write it down, we receive it, we act upon it. and then we receive more. That's a true principle. So let me read a couple of these. Gail says soil structure has everything to do with how much hay I have to buy in the winter. Catherine picked up for every one pest, there are 1,700 beneficials. MJ picked up the whole term life discussion was affirming. Very good. The value of cover crops, soil classification can change. That was pretty cool. I heard that twice yesterday, right? That the soil classification can change. I honestly did not know that. That was something that was brand new to me. David Stinnett, I know you were very active yesterday, and would you be willing to share what your takeaway was, David, if you're there and able to hear us?
Yeah, I was just going to type this in, but it's Kit Pharaoh and the PCC because I've been following him for a long time, and I know a lot of things about him and his operation that he didn't even talk about. But that guy has been foundational to my values in this whole regenerative movement. Because as an example, several years ago he's been working on his program for over 30 years and got it to the point where, um, there was a packer with I won't mention the name, but it starts with T, and they were going to pay those guys, all the producers, a premium per head because of the genetics and the quality of the product they were producing. And I thought, man, this is absolutely awesome. It came together, that started working. And I just thought, this is going to be a disaster if the woke agenda that is promoting fake beef, gets wind of this because they're going to cut them out, like soft butter. And that's exactly what happened. Another thing that has impressed me about him is that he had a son, Tyson, wait a minute, I'm trying to remember if it was Tyson, but at any rate, he had one of his sons that committed suicide out of depression. And he has another thing that he does every week called a SDD, Sabbath Day Devotion. And I asked him one time, how in the world he maintains the kind of devotion to God that he does. Because I swear, if you didn't know he was a seed stock producer, you'd think that he was a preacher. But I didn't even honestly expect that I'd get an answer from him because I know he's incredibly busy. But long story short, very quickly after I sent that message, he came back with a one-word answer: faith.
Yeah.
Faith was the thing that has enabled him to hang in there. And that is what I so much enjoy about this, group, because the need that there is out there for the regenerative movement to succeed is beyond phenomenal. And that's why I'm just praying and hoping that we're going to, make this thing the activity that it really truly deserves, because this is what honors God in the process.
David, thank you so much. Let's give David a virtual round of applause, air clap. Good job, David. Appreciate you being a spokesman for this group and being able to share. Right on, absolutely, right. We talked about that, and at Ag Steward, we're not afraid to dive into some of those topics that might be a little bit taboo. We have a podcast from some rough, rugged cowboys who talk about their journey through mental health and suicidal tendencies and some of the hard times that we go through when we feel like we have to be this rugged individualist, be strong for everybody else. So yes, we love the production side. We love to make profit. We love to learn. But man, if you don't take care of home base and those things that are really important, we might be truly missing the key principles here that are going to allow us to be in business not only this year, but for generations to come. And so when we bring in speakers who are outside the industry, like Kirk Duncan, and we talk about Hey, forgiveness. How many of you did your forgiveness exercises last night? Like this is real, you guys. If you follow through and you see what he taught you yesterday, and if you missed that yesterday, I felt strongly enough about it that that's one of the recordings that's being edited first. Because a lot of the other information we can find out there already. There wasn't a lot of new information. I love to be reminded, and to be reminded is just as important to be taught. And truly, there is no new information, right? Whenever we think, hey, that's a brilliant idea, like the idea that I'm going to share in my presentation later, I've already realized that other people are sharing it with a little bit different terminology. All truth comes from one source. We get to put it in our own language. We're just the conduit, and our opportunity is to be able to share that in a way that might help other people. So Kirk Duncan's presentation was great yesterday. We had many others. Encourage you to go and to watch those. Thank you for those who signed up, who took action yesterday and took the step to be able to work with Ag Steward on a one-on-one basis through this upcoming two-day virtual class. It's a workshop style class, whereas this has hundreds of participants. This will be more, the summit has hundreds of participants and registrants. The two-day class is smaller, it's more intimate. And so I'm just going to share the details on that for those that are on here this morning that may have missed it yesterday. All right, there it is. Okay. So this, we talked about everything that you need to be successful from here on out. A lot of times we are super excited. Our momentum is high when we leave an event, and then pretty soon it goes down, and we might even drop below where we were when we started. Why? Because we feel guilty, like I learned all that, but I'm not doing it. And that guilt and that shame, if we're not doing the forgiveness exercise that we learned about yesterday, that can be an anchor that can pull us down. So our team at Ag Steward, we decided what could we do to be able to ensure that people are on a upward trajectory. And this is what we put together. The two-day class that all of you saw when you registered. We've also decided to include as bonuses the 7-day regenerative challenge. There are 7 videos in a YouTube playlist. The idea is that you watch them 7 consecutive days and you build that momentum. And I believe 7 is it's not a magical number. It's a godly number. It's a number of days it took to create the earth. So if the earth can be created in 7 days, however God measures time, probably different than ours, what can we create in 7 days? And then for the accountability side, which again is key to success, when you register during the summit, there is a 3-month access to the mastermind group. That's $100 a month. We're giving you that access so that you can report on your goals for last month, set new goals for next month, and receive the help that you need along the way. So we meet the first Monday of every month at 6:30 Pacific, and you have access to the Facebook group where you can join that community of people committed to regenerative agriculture, to committed to themselves, committed to creating a legacy. So what you need to do is, so just open up that tab. Margot, you can go ahead and share it now in the chat. Events.agsteward.co, or type it in, events.agsteward.co. It will register you for the Profitable Steward Workshop. And then we will also, within 1 or 2 days after the summit, as soon as we are able to, likely it will be tomorrow, we will send over to you the access to the other things. So the Facebook login group, Facebook page login, and the videos so that you can start watching them as soon as tomorrow. Like, I encourage you to do that. Keep the momentum from this going by investing in the time it takes to be able to become a profitable steward. And this is the way that we've decided that we felt impressed and inspired to be able to help you on that journey. So again, thank you for those who have signed up. We still have some spots left. We'd love to have you take that next step with Ag Steward. Cool. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Margot, for will you send that in an email? Yes. So, yep, everything that's included in that will come via email, probably text also, just so we catch it. So, very good. That's all the groundwork. We're going to dive right in. Are you guys excited for day 2, right? It seems like we've been together longer than that. This is day 2. Yeah, just put an emoji in the chat, something that shows that you're excited for day 2, because we're going to kick this thing off. We're going to hit the ground running. Our very first speaker is Dr. Alan Williams. Alan Williams has a tremendous understanding from the scientific and from the practical side of regenerative agriculture. He can go super deep on the science, but he also brings that down to the level that you need so that you can understand it to make the changes in your business. And that's really what I like about him is he walks the talk. He's a farmer, a rancher, direct to consumer business. He knows what it takes to run a business. He knows what it takes to build soil on the ground, not just from a textbook and from theory. He knows the needs of animals. And I can't think of anybody better to tie the pieces together of building a profitable regenerative business than Dr. Alan Williams. So, Alan, we're honored to have you here today. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you very much, Jared. I really appreciate the opportunity. Looking forward to sharing with everyone this morning, and I'm going to leave some time for Q&A and all of that as well. So I'll just dive right in. I'm going to do a share screen. And okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can. Looks great.
Outstanding. It's working. Okay. All right. So again, I'm Alan Williams. Just very briefly, I'm 6th generation. So the question that was asked earlier as we got started, how many generations? I'm 6th generation, and very much value that heritage. That has a lot to do with why I do the things that I do today, to be quite honest with you, because I want to be able to continue that heritage. And I want to see many other families be able to continue that heritage and continue to bring their kids and grandkids back to the farm. I'm very happy to say that my son operates our Mississippi farm now. He's a general manager there, and I actually have a grandson that also is working for us on the farm. So I've got 2 additional generations, that are in the mix here. So I'm also, as Jared said, I'm a former university researcher and professor, so I have that experience as well. But I am a regenerative farmer and rancher, and I'll share with you some of the things that we do as we go through the course of my presentation today. But we are rather diverse in terms of the species and the different enterprises that we implement on our farms. In addition to that, my partner Gabe Brown and I founded 3 different companies. We founded Understanding Ag, the Soil Health Academy, and then about 4 years ago, our most recent launch was a company called Regenerative, that is a regenerative verification and aggregation company. With an Understanding Ag, we are the consulting arm, and we consult throughout the U.S. and 45 plus other countries around the world, across 6 continents. We have consulting staff now, full-time consulting staff in the U.S., Canada, Mexico, the U.K., and Ireland. And we've worked in all 50 U.S. states, as well as, like I said, many other countries around the world. In the US, we're currently working across more than 35 million acres in what we're doing and more than 50 million acres globally. So we've worked across every conceivable environment that you can imagine. And the things that I'm going to share with you today work irrespective of your climate, your environment, your agricultural enterprises, your soil type. None of that matters, guys. None of it matters. The principles are the same. They are universal. The only thing we have to understand is how to apply those principles within your individual context. That's what's critical here. So you have to have a definition for regenerative agriculture. That's what we focus on and what we do. And this is our definition. We call it farming and ranching in synchrony with nature to repair, rebuild, revitalize, and restore ecosystem function. And here's the key part of the definition: starting with life within the soil and then expanding to life above. Now, over the last 8+ decades of agriculture, we have spent an enormous amount of time focusing on what is above the soil surface, what we can visually see. And to be frank with you, we have spent precious little time really thinking about the life within the soil. And in many different aspects of agriculture today, we almost act like there's no life in the soil. Soil is just this sterile medium that holds roots of a plant. And it's all dependent on the chemistry that we apply over top of that soil. And what we have learned is that is not true at all. We've acted over the last 8 decades as if chemistry drives everything. But what we have really found is that biology drives chemistry. And if I have chemistry problems in my soil that we often call fertility, we can resolve those pretty readily and pretty quickly by focusing on resolving the biology problems in the soil. And then the biology resolves the chemistry problems. I love this quote. I use it every time I speak and every time I do a one-on-one consultation with somebody on their farm or their ranch. And this quote is very true. It's by W.C. Loudermilk. And it goes like this: the land does not lie. It bears a record of what we write on it, a record that is easy to read by those who understand the simple language of the land. And that is a truer statement could not be made. Every time we go on a farm or ranch anywhere in the world, the owner of that land can never lie to us. The operator of that land can never lie to us. Just by making a handful of simple observations, we know immediately what has happened on that land, and not just for the last handful of years, but for decades. And especially when we stick a shovel in the ground. So for those of you that know us, we never go anywhere without a shovel. You know, we're always digging in the soil. And every time you stick a shovel in the ground, that speaks volumes. It's like you're digging up an entire library of books that are a history of that land. So make no mistake about it, our management is written on the tapestry of the land. And for us, this is what it's all about. It's about how do we create, foster, facilitate more and more life on our farms, on our ranches. This is what we're always going to be core focused on each and every day. And it's also about this: how do we restore a fully functioning carbon cycle? And, you know, in today's world, too many people are taught that carbon is this evil thing that we've got to suck out of the atmosphere and suck away into the soil to never be heard from again. And that's just simply not true. What we really need to be doing is returning this earth to a fully functioning carbon cycle where carbon's coming in, going back out, coming in, going back out. And make no mistake about it, relative to the definition I just gave you, what we have clearly found is that as we implement the rules and the principles that I'm going to share with you here in just a moment, we begin to see life exploding on our farms, on our ranches, again, starting with life within the soil and expanding to life above. So if we talk about a grazing operation, as we move along the continuum from continuous grazing to adaptive grazing, we see life exploding and expanding. The same thing in farming operations. As we move along that continuum from very conventional to regenerative, life explodes. And the same thing if we're talking about orchards, vineyards, gardening, whatever the case may be. It applies to, again, every type of agricultural and agronomic enterprise. So over the past 3+ decades, Gabe Brown and I have been implementing regenerative principles and practices on our own farms and operations, which, by the way, when Gabe and I started, the term regenerative was not being used. And honestly, neither of us knew what to call it. We didn't even know each other at that point in time. All we knew was we had to do something really differently because the conventional simply was not working and it was not profitable. So today we have boiled it down to what we call the 6-3-4. I'm going to briefly share these with you today, and then I'm going to give you some real life examples of what happens when you diligently and intentionally apply the principles and the rules to improve the ecosystem processes. And to learn a lot more about this, I'll invite you to go to our website at understandingag.com. And we have a lot of information and explanation about the 6-3-4 there. But it starts with this, the 6 principles of soil health. Principle number 1 is know your context. This is so important. Real life agriculture, real life ranching cannot be prescriptive. The very moment we make it prescriptive, we have started down the road of stagnation and frustration. So there's no such thing as sustainability and stasis in real life, guys. For instance, not a one of us here today stays the same age. If we continue to live, we get a year older every single year, and there's nothing we can do to stop that. So we can't sustain ourselves, and we're biology. How in the world do we think we're going to sustain something out here on our farms and our ranches or create stasis? We cannot do that. So we have to understand that in regenerative agriculture and adaptive grazing are never, ever prescriptive. And that's a litmus test. If you hear somebody talking about regenerative or adaptive, but they're handing you a prescription, a formula, or a recipe, they're not giving you something that's regenerative or adaptive because it can never be prescriptive or formulaic. We have to follow principles instead. So number 1, know your context. Without knowing your context, you cannot appropriately and profitably and successfully apply the other 5 principles. You must define your context first. So very quickly, the other 5 are minimize disturbance. And this means minimizing tillage, minimizing chemical and synthetic applications, and even manure applications. If we're applying stored manures, we can over apply stored manures. Minimize overgrazing, returning too soon with our grazing, those types of things. All of those things can be disturbances that harm our soil life and our productivity. Number 3, keep the soil armored or covered. In the work that we do all over the U.S. and globally, I can tell you this: we're failing miserably in number 3, absolutely miserably. When we look globally, and especially here in the U.S., the vast majority of our soil is adequately covered less than a third of the year. And that just doesn't work, guys. It doesn't work at all. And it's creating, unfortunately, serious degradation of our soils, our ecosystems, and even our climate. Number 4 is diversity. Mix it up. And I'm not talking about just diversity in terms of our crop rotations and our cover crop species mixes, but also on our rangeland and our perennial pastures. Diversity in our enterprises. All of that matters. Diversity in beneficial insects, diversity in bird species and wildlife. Number 5, living roots in the soil year round. And number 6, reintegrating animals back into our systems. Another thing that was mentioned this morning, I think David Stennett mentioned it, but about this deal with, the fake meats and all of this. The fact of the matter is we do not need less livestock on our landscapes globally. We need more, because managed properly, they are incredibly powerful at building soils, at building ecosystems, and building a favorable climate. So that's the 6. Now we dive into the 3, and the 3 are the 3 rules of adaptive stewardship. And these are rules that, again, we determined within Understanding Ag based on 30 plus years of observation and just doing this. The first rule is the rule of compounding. And what this means is there never are any singular effects. Everything we do on our farms or on our ranches creates a whole series of compounding, cascading effects. And these effects are never neutral. They're either positive or negative. And oh, by the way, the rule of compounding applies in our personal lives as well. For those of us that are married and have families, if we say the wrong thing to our spouse or the wrong thing to our kids, or they say the wrong thing to us, it never produces a singular effect. It produces a series of compounding, cascading effects in our relationships. So this rule applies throughout all of life. Rule number 2 is the rule of diversity. Diversity was a principle. It's also a rule, has the same meaning. Rule number 3 is a rule of disruption. And this is the rule where we prevent ourselves from becoming prescriptive or formulaic in what we do. We can implement planned, purposeful disruptions to be able to make ongoing progress and never reach a point of stagnation. The one thing that I've become absolutely convinced of, and in my study of scripture as well, I have found that this is backed up in scripture, is that there are no limitations on this earth, guys. There's no limitations with biology. There's no limitations with abundance and diversity. And it clearly states that in Genesis. And I think we have forgotten that as farmers and ranchers, and we have self-imposed thresholds and limitations and ceilings on ourselves. And I'm now completely convinced that they don't exist, and that we can continue to build as long as we're stewarding this creation like we need to. So I'll illustrate the rule of disruption like this. If you think about a human athlete, nobody becomes world class. Nobody competes for championships. Nobody competes in the Olympics by doing the same exercise routine at the same duration and intensity year after year. They have to introduce planned, purposeful disruptions in their exercise routine to be able to continue to make ongoing progress, to challenge their bodies, to challenge their minds. Well, if that works for us, and we're biology, well, why do we think it doesn't work out here on our farms and our ranches? It absolutely does. So nature has incredible resilience. And if we introduce planned, purposeful disruptions, we can just almost unfathomably continue to increase the resilience out here on our farms and ranches. So that's the rule of disruption. Again, you can go to our website to learn a lot more about very specific disruptions that you can implement that'll help you. And the 6 principles and the 3 rules we implement very specifically to optimize the 4 ecosystem processes. These are the 4 things that always have been and always will be free to us. Unless somehow, Jared, our government figures out how to tax us on this, okay? I don't know. But right now, they're still free to us. So energy flow, sunlight. We need to capture as much sunlight as we possibly can, because this is the source of energy here on this earth. So, and every plant out there has leaves that are nature's solar panel. So we need to be capturing as much sunlight as possible. That's broken right now. We have many different agricultural enterprises that are not doing a very good job of capturing sunlight. The second thing that's very broken globally is the water cycle. The third thing is the nutrient or mineral cycle. And the fourth, here we go again, diversity. So diversity is a principle, it's a rule, and it's one of the ecosystem processes. So might not diversity be just a tad bit important to us? By the way, I think that when we take a look at creation as described in Genesis chapters 1 and 2, I think we see a picture of unbelievable diversity that was put here on this earth to begin with. So that's the 634 very briefly. Now what I want to do is share with you what can happen in just a couple of regenerative trials. What can happen when we are intentional about applying the principles and the rules to what we do on our farms and our ranches. So in this first trial, what I did was we took more than 120 of the different farms and ranches that we're working with, and we're working with thousands of them, but we took more than 120 for this data set, and all of these were here in the US, and we looked at their first 4 years of progress. So year 1 was the year that they made the determination to transition into regenerative principles and practices and start implementing the 634. And year 4 was, the data from that is what happened after the 4-year time period. Now, this 4-year time period is critically important because we are finding this to be crucial in terms of what happens in this regenerative timeline. And it's also highly predictive. We can, if you're intentional about this, we can be very predictive in what's going to happen on your farm and your ranch in the first 4 years. So the pictures you're looking at right now are pictures of the shovel test from a handful of farms and ranches that were taken at the beginning of year 1, okay, when they first started these principles and practices. And none of these soil divots that you see here represent a healthy soil. So I'm hoping nobody thinks that these pictures here are of healthy soil, because they're not. These are sick soils that you're seeing in these pictures. How can I tell? Well, they have crusting on the soil surface. They don't have porous soil surfaces that can immediately begin to infiltrate a rainfall. They are heavily plated and compacted soils. They have little to no aggregation. And you'll notice even in some of them, as you go down deeper into the soil profile, the color gets lighter and lighter. So these are not healthy soils. But what happens by year 4? Well, we begin to see soils that are like this, that are deeply and heavily aggregated, no crusting on the soil surface, very uniform color from top to bottom, and deep roots. And here are some additional examples of this. We see this aggregation driving deeper and deeper into that soil profile, and the roots obviously are driving deeper into that profile as well. And so let me share with you what we found in our analysis. So by the end of year 1, many of these farms had built a soil aggregate depth a little greater than 2 inches. By year 2, we had a soil aggregate depth deeper than 4 inches. By year 3, deeper than 6. Now that's pretty good linear progress, okay? And I'll take that because we're increasing aggregate depth year over year. But look what happened on average by year 4 across all these farms and ranches. They had gone from a little more than 6 to almost 15 inches in soil aggregate depth. Now, guys, that's incredibly profound, okay, to be able to do that. And here's the deal. That's exponential. We went from linear to hockey stick on the graph. And the reason for that is in years 1, 2, and 3, you're building sufficient microbial biomass and population profile in the soil. And what we have discovered is once you get to a certain point with that microbial biomass, particularly with building mycorrhizal fungi population in the soil, then it changes from being linear to exponential. Your progress explodes once you build enough biology. So building biology is absolutely critical to achieving this. And so if we look at, again, what can happen, we find that that we have a mean increase in total fungi across all of these farms and ranches for the 4-year time period of 176%. Mycorrhizal population increased 153%. The saprophytic fungi increased 199%. And in the pastures that were in this study, in the rangeland, the plant species diversity on these perennial pastures and rangeland increased 123%. Now, it's important to note that not on a single one of these farms or ranches was any seed purchased and planted in these pastures or on the rangeland. So that 123% increase in plant species diversity came solely from the existing seed bank that was already there in the soil. So we didn't have to spend a penny on seed. Okay. So that was critically important. And what allowed it to respond was, if you remember the picture I just showed earlier, that very deep aggregation occurring, allowing that seed bank to begin to express itself. And then here's some other benefits that we found. We saw significantly enhanced water infiltration and retention. Now, I don't know how many of you are in drought right now. We are. We're in a rather significant drought here in Mississippi, where I'm at. But as I looked just a few days ago at the U.S. Drought Monitor, and it's been expanding quite significantly yet again, from west to east. And so ability to be able to infiltrate and retain water has never been more important than it is right now for us here in North America. The other thing that we saw was we had far greater forage biomass production, more plant species, insect and bird species diversity, better animal health and performance, better nutrient cycling in the soil, and greater resilience. And again, with the climate challenges that we're having, this resilience aspect is crucially important. So to further back this up in the progress that can be made, this is one of our clients, the Snowcrest Ranch out in southwestern Montana. And they're a rather large ranch, but they have, this was year 5. So I was out there in August on the ranch doing my annual consulting visit. And this was their 5th year. And by year 4, they had experienced that exponential progress that I talked about, going from years 1 to 4. But even with that, I was still shocked at what we saw in year 5. So we not only did shovel tests, but we went out and we took a backhoe and we dug soil pits on many areas on the ranch. And what we discovered was rather staggering. So they initially dug these soil pits down to about 3 feet in depth. And I went into this one pit that's pictured here, and I saw immediately soil aggregation down to that 3 feet depth and roots in high abundance down to that 3 feet depth. And I said, this continues to go further than this. So I took my shovel and started digging a little deeper and kept finding aggregation and roots. And then I said, get the backhoe, let's dig some more. And we kept digging, getting it down to 7 feet or so in depth. And we found that the aggregate depth went down to 7 feet and roots were going deeper than that. And so as we measured different parameters, water infiltration was absolutely off the charts. Plant species diversity in those fields had just exploded. And the morphology of the plants had significantly improved as well. And we also saw far better plant phytonutrient content and plant bricks content. So all of those things were noted when we were there doing that. Now, this is one of our clients' farms in upstate New York. They were not in that data set that I just analyzed, but I got their data just a few months after I analyzed that data set. And I said, wow, look at this. It follows that exact same 4-year trend. And so again, they're in upstate New York, and I just want to share some critical numbers here. Their soil pH in 4 years went from 5.7 to 6.9 with no lime or anything else purchased and applied. This is solely biologically mediated improvement in soil pH. Their organic matter was already pretty good at 7.3, but in 4 years it increased to 8.9. We saw significant improvement in total living microbial biomass, in total fungi, mycorrhizal and saprophytic fungi, and their protozoa population tripled. So again, they followed that exact same 4-year timeline that I just described. So we're seeing this globally. This 4-year timeline is very, very predictive. So then I want to share another study that we did. And this was in collaboration. We had a team of more than 25 scientists that were participating in this. Dr. Jonathan Lundgren and his team were some of the scientists that were participating in this study. Myself, Dr. Richard Teague, Dr. Jason Roundtree, I could name many, many others, that were participatory in this. And there's already been a dozen peer-reviewed articles coming out and there's many more in the pipeline that'll be coming out on this research. So here's what we did. We did paired comparisons between neighboring farms, and the vast majority of these were immediate next door neighbors in multiple southeastern states. This study is being repeated in the Midwest and the Upper Great Plains region right now. And this team of 25 plus scientists went in each year and measured a whole host of things. And I'm going to share with you just a handful of some of the most important data points this morning. So one of the things that we did was we went in and we installed these eddy covariance flux towers on both the conventional farms and the neighboring regenerative farm. And these eddy covariance flux towers measure greenhouse gas fluxes 24/7, 365, like carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane. They also are a complete weather station, and they measure soil temperature and soil moisture 24/7. So this was a critical point of being able to gather data that we needed to. And here's what we found in that regard, that the regenerative farms were a 4 times more powerful greenhouse gas sink compared to the conventional. Now that's pretty staggering. And these are immediate next door neighbors, okay? 4 times more powerful greenhouse gas sink. Secondly, we found that the regenerative farms had 3 times more grassland birds than their neighbors. And again, the only thing dividing them was a fence. And birds can go wherever they want. A fence is not going to stop a bird. So why were there 3 times more grassland birds on the regenerative farms and ranches versus the conventional? Well, the birds know where the habitat and the food is, guys. So they're where all of that was. And from this slide, you can see that the bird counts, and these were grassland bird species, okay? They did other birds as well, but this is specifically the grassland. They found an average of 442 birds in 9 species on the regenerative, compared to an average of 152 birds and 6 species on the conventional farms. We also discovered that the regenerative farms had 33% more insect species diversity. And Jared mentioned, Dr. Jonathan Lundgren's work, where he has found that for every pest, there's 1,700 beneficials. Well, if we can greatly increase the presence of those beneficials, then we no longer have to have a reliance on insecticides and things like that to control the pest. We also found that the regenerative farms had on average 25% more soil microbial species diversity. And when we look at what we call effective rainfall, the ability to be able to infiltrate water when it rains, or infiltrate snowmelt in the spring, or infiltrate irrigation, that the regenerative farms were able to infiltrate 2.3 times more rainfall per acre per hour compared to the conventional farms. Now, we've done hundreds of thousands of water infiltration tests all over North America. And what I'll report to you, and this is with sadness that I'm going to report this, is that the vast majority of our soils now, whether it's on ranches, on rangeland, or in cropland, the vast majority of our soils have less than a ½ inch an hour water infiltration rate. Now, that's pathetic, guys. We want to know why the drought keeps spreading, and we want to know why when it rains, we flood a lot more quickly now. That's exactly why. Our soils literally cannot hold the water anymore. So this is critically important to be able to infiltrate. And what this equates to is 2 more inches per acre of rainfall infiltration is another 54,000 gallons of water per acre stored in our soil. So think about how this impacts flood events and drought events. It impacts both of those equally well and very positively if we can store more water in the soil. So I am happy to report that at the end of this trial, this data was presented to all of the families involved, the neighbors, and it was presented to them together. So we sat down on their front porches, okay, and presented this data to them. And as a result of these trials, 80% of the conventional farms that were represented in this study have now transitioned to regenerative. Now, that's powerful, just simply as a result of the data that they were presented at the end of the trial. And the 2 most important data points that convinced them to make that transition may surprise you. One was birds. They had an incredibly hard time believing that their next door neighbor could have more birds than them. That some of them even shed tears over that. It was so profound to them that their neighbor had more birds. How could that be? And the second most important factor that influenced them was this: the water. The water. You mean when I get an inch of rain and my neighbor gets an inch of rain, it's not the same? We're not both getting an inch? Yeah, that's correct. You're not both getting an inch. Your regenerative neighbor is getting an inch. They're able to infiltrate that inch. You're getting 2 to 3/10 of an inch. That's all your soils can infiltrate, and the rest is ponding and pooling and running off or evaporating. That, you should have seen the looks on faces when they realized that they couldn't infiltrate water. So it wasn't the profitability, guys. Yes, that was important, and we measured that. It wasn't how much forage they grew. Yes, that was important. We measured that. It wasn't a whole host of other things that we could talk about. It was ability to infiltrate water and the amount of birds that they had that had the biggest impact on these guys. So what that tells me is that they really do care about their stewardship. And it upset them when they discovered that maybe they weren't being as good as stewards as they could be. So the third thing I want to share with you, and this all ties in, and then I'll open it up for Q&A, is this. Ultimately, guys, we're in the business of producing food, okay? We're in agriculture. We feed people. We feed people. Unfortunately, too often we forget that, and we think we're just producing a commodity, and that's it. We're producing food. It's our responsibility to keep people healthy. It's our responsibility as farmers and ranchers to produce foods that are highly nutritious, that are phytonutrient dense. It's nobody else's responsibility, guys. That falls squarely on our shoulders and ours only. So I take this incredibly seriously in terms of what am I doing in that regard for the foods coming off of my farms. You know, how well am I packing in nutrients and phytonutrients into the foods that our customers are consuming? So in today's world, if you look at the back of a package of any food product or a beverage, you see this panel that's called a nutrition facts panel, right? All of you have seen those. Well, there's a big time problem with that nutrition facts panel. I actually call it the nutrition fiction panel. Okay. That's what it really is, because you can look at any kind of junk food, and yes, even including the fake meats, and you can look at that nutrition panel and it can appear like it's a nutritious product when it's actually pure junk. That's because the only thing they're accounting for on that nutrition facts panel are the macronutrients, proteins, fats, and carbs. And guys, proteins, fats, and carbs don't even come close to defining the nutrition that we need to be healthy. And oh, by the way, neither do they for our livestock to be healthy. So, and I'm saying this as a scientist that used to be heavily engaged in, designing rations, TMR rations, and all of this. That's all we concentrated on there. And that was wrong. That was wrong. Because just like that can't tell us a healthy food for us, that cannot tell us a healthy food for our livestock, guys. Okay? You've got to include the phytonutrients. So we've got to include not just the macros, but also the micros, but also the most important aspect of nutrients, the phytonutrients. Now, these are made up of nutritional compounds that all have big words that you can get lost in, like phenolics and terpenes and alkaloids and carotenoids, tocopherols, all of that. But the bottom line is these phytonutrients. Pay attention to two words in this slide. Phytonutrients are powerful antioxidants and anti-inflammatories. Every disease, disorder, and malady known to mankind starts with inflammation. And oh, by the way, in our livestock as well, every problem they have starts with inflammation and then builds from there. So if we can consume phytonutrients, a lot larger profile of phytonutrients in our diets and provided in the diets of our livestock, they're getting a lot more antioxidants and a lot more anti-inflammatories, and so are we, and we're all going to be far healthier and perform a lot better. So we're doing this research in collaboration with Dr. Stefan Van Vliet. Dr. Fred Provenza's work of the last 40 years is hugely informative in this. But I can tell you this is the most comprehensive nutritional research ever done. The vast majority of nutritional research starts and ends with the end product, and that's it. And maybe they add in some human clinical trials, maybe. This starts literally with the soil. So Dr. Van Vliet and his team are out there on farms and ranches collecting soil and analyzing it, collecting the plants that our animals are eating. And we're observing what they're eating and then collecting the exact plants they're eating in the portions of those plants they're eating and analyzing that, then collecting their fresh manure and analyzing that, and then analyzing the end product, the beef, the eggs, the poultry, the pork, whatever, and finally doing human clinical trials. No other nutritional research has ever gone to this length and depth and breadth to fully characterize what's really going on. And so, as you see in this slide, an example is we're analyzing the TMR rations for the conventionally fed livestock and comparing it to the rations that the animals in the pastures are eating, whether it's our beef, our dairy, our pastured pigs, pastured lambs, pastured poultry, whatever. So we're observing and collecting exactly what they're eating and analyzing that. This slide's a very busy slide. I'm not going to go through it, but it just shows the level of detail of the analysis that's happening here. And this is called metabolomic analysis. So another real big word, but it just simply means that, we're parsing apart thousands of different nutritional spectra in the foods, going far deeper than we've ever gone before. So let me share with you some critical data points here that we have found. And these are incredibly profound. And what we have found is that as consumers are finding out about this is making a radical difference in their food purchase decisions. So first, if you look at total phytochemicals and antioxidants in pastures versus TMR rations, you'll see on the TMR rations, that's over on the far right-hand side, the bottom of the graph, there's basically none, guys. When we're feeding these commodity-based TMRs, there's no phytochemicals or antioxidants in them to speak of. So what do we expect to be in the end product? So that's a clue to what you're getting ready to see. They just barely show up on the graph, on the bar graph, okay? Now, are there differences on different farms that are doing pasture-raised and grass-fed and all that? Well, yes, and you can see from the green, blue, and red bars that, yes, there's differences among different farms. But yet, every single one of them, in spite of the differences, are still far, far, far better than the animals finished on the TMR rations, okay? And you look at the green bar. So what we've discovered in this research is that there are two critical factors to building phytonutrient richness in the foods that we eat, particularly the animal proteins that we're eating. One is the biological diversity and biomass population in the soil. So that earlier research I just shared with you comes back to play here. The more biology we have in the soil, the more phytonutrients we have in the end products, whether it's a grain product, a vegetable or fruit or nut product, or our animal protein products. The second most critical factor in these animal protein products is the diversity of the pastures or rangeland they're eating from. The greater the plant species diversity, the more phytonutrients we are finding in the beef, in the pork, in the eggs, in the milk, okay? So then what Dr. Van Vliet did was he said, well, let's take the TMR rations and break them down, okay? There were a tiny bit of phytonutrients in them. So he said, but I'm going to break them down and find where are the phytonutrients. So here you find that the vast majority of the phytonutrients, even in the TMRs, was in the hay that they ground to put into the TMR to add the roughage to the TMR, not in the corn, not in the soybeans, not in the wheat midds, okay? It wasn't in the grain products in the TMR. The phytonutrients were in the ground hay that they're principally using as a roughage source. Then if we look at, again, some critically important antioxidants, we find that in all cases here, out of these 4 antioxidants, that in the pasture-raised animals, they had significantly higher antioxidant content in the meat compared to the feedlot-raised animals on the TMR. If we look at the soils, we compared the soils where the grass-fed and pasture-raised animals were compared to the row crop fields where the TMR rations were produced. We find soil organic matter was far better in the pastures than the row crop fields. We found that exchange capacity, nutrient exchange capacity, was far better in the pasture versus the crops. And then we look, as we look at various elements or nutrients, again, far better in the pasture versus the row crop fields. Now, here's the irony of this, is that none of these pastures were fertilized with anything other than the manure and urine dropping straight out of the rear end of the grazing animals, okay? No fertilizer was purchased and applied in these pastured situations in this study. But what did they do in the row crop fields? They applied copious amounts of fertilizer. And yet the pastures with no fertilizer applied beat the socks off of the row crop fields that purchased and applied a lot of fertilizer. Okay. Now here, I also find this one ironic. Let's look at vitamin content. So the vitamin content in the pastured products was much higher than the TMR proteins. In spite of the fact that, what do we do with every TMR ration? We put in a vitamin mineral pre-pack, right? They're added to the ration. So where are they in the end product? Why is that not showing up? If it's added to the TMR, where in the heck is it in the final product that we're consuming as a consumer? It's not there, guys. It's not there. This study shows it. This research proves that, but yet it is there in the pasture fed. Okay. Again, here's the irony of this. None of those animals on pasture were given a vitamin mineral pre-pack. Not a one of them. They weren't supplemented with that, whereas the feedlot animals were. So again, a lot of irony here in this data. And then to finish up, some key points here. So if you look at a handful in the beef, and this is comparing the pasture raised to the feedlot fed and finished, key phytonutrients, as we look down this list of phytonutrients across all of them, significantly higher in the pasture raised versus the feedlot finished. If we look at key vitamins, again, the same thing, significantly higher in the pastured versus the feedlot. And again, in fatty acids, significantly higher fatty acid content in looking at omega-3, CLAs, all of that versus the feedlot. And in the omega-6 to 3 ratio, we want this to be lower, significantly lower. We want a lot less omega-6s compared to omega-3s, because high levels of omega-6 produces significant inflammation in our bodies and in the bodies of our livestock. So we saw a significantly lower omega-6 to 3 ratio, averaged 1.7 to 1, compared to anywhere from an 11 to 1 to over 50 to 1 in feedlot beef. So it was extremely variable in feedlot beef. And here's the key: the really high omega-6 to 3 ratios that got 40 to 1, 50 to 1, even 55 to 1 were in animals that were fed DDGs, dried distillers grains. We have found this over and over again. When we feed our livestock, no matter the species, beef, dairy, pigs, chickens, whatever, when we feed them DDGs, guys, and this is absolutely rock solid data here, and we've done this over and over, DDGs produce a very high omega-6 to omega-3 ratio. And that inflames those animals more and makes them more susceptible to disease and disorder. And it certainly inflames us and does the same thing to us. So I know DDGs have been highly touted. And when I was with the university, I encouraged people to use DDGs as a byproduct feedstuff. But guys, our data is showing something very different here. Okay, so I wanted to share that with you. And then in dairy, so I'll finish up with the dairy. We did this in dairy as well. And this was, to me, blew me out of the water. Okay, so what we did, we looked at all of these different phytonutrient categories that, like flavones and total phenols and phytonutrients that have positive impacts on heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and so on and so forth. And we looked at grazing dairies compared to TMR-based dairies, commodity dairies. And we did have one grazing dairy that just absolutely stood out above the others. It happens to be Derek Smits in Cold Spring, Minnesota, and he's also a consultant with Understanding Ag. His dairy farm just blew everybody else's out of the water, but he's got a highly diverse pastures. He's moving his dairy cows 4 to 6 times a day, every day, to new paddocks, all of this. So you'll see here the best grazer, then the average grass-fed dairy, and those percentages are deviated from the commodity dairies. This is how much higher they were in these vital phytonutrients compared to the commodity dairy. Okay. The dairies on the TMR rations. So look at this. 257% higher, 200% higher, 420, 600% higher, 172% higher. Which milk do you want to drink, guys? This becomes a no-brainer to me. And then if we look at the fatty acid profile, the same thing. The significantly higher across the board in all of these fatty acids in the milk compared to the commodity dairy. And then when we look at the omega-6 to 3 ratio, way, way, way lower compared to commodity produced milk. So the bottom line is, guys, beef is not beef, eggs are not eggs, milk is not milk, grains are not grains. They vary dramatically in terms of the phytonutrient content and their health aspect. So that was a lot thrown at you in a very short period of time. I realize that. I'm going to stop here and open it up for Q&A.
Whew. Everybody take a deep breath. That was a lot, Dr. Williams, but thank you. I am grateful that this is being recorded and we've got access to this. I know that that information is in other places as well, but I thought, before when I was thinking about this presentation today, I thought it'd be awesome if we had 2 days to spend with you, because I know we've only scratched the surface. And I think in 2 days we would never get bored of listening to you speak, because I've been to the classes that you and Gabe have taught. So we've got maybe some questions in the chat we'll go to, but yeah, just let him know what you think. If a person wants to test their own products, Alan, can they stack them up if they send them to Utah State? Can they stack them up against the baseline?
Yes, absolutely. Just do keep in mind that Dr. Van Vliet's lab is very backlogged as a result of this data that I just presented. There are many now who want to have their products tested to see where do they stack up, where do they stand. So yes, they can send samples in and have them tested, and and you can compare. And if anybody wants, if they have this done, feel free to contact me and I'll go through your results with you and help you understand them and understand how they compare to the baseline.
Yeah. Okay. Well, kind of rapid fire some questions here. I'll read them and just so it gets on the recording. Jen asks, are these resources ready to share with friends and family or potential customers?
Absolutely. Now, keep in mind that your farm and your products may test differently. Depends on what you're doing and your soil biology. And so remember, the two keys, guys, are building your soil biology and building your plant species diversity. If you want to build in a really rich phytonutrient profile there, but don't take the results I presented to you today and just automatically transfer them to your farm. They may or may not, apply to your farm, but focus on those two keys and make no mistake about it, you will be building a more positive phytonutrient profile.
Very good. Would you be willing to share these slides? Is there
Absolutely.
Send them to our team? We can, we'll do that. We'll send them out in one of the thank you emails that we're sending out for those who've attended. We'll just click them, or somehow we'll get them disseminated so you don't have to worry about that. Another question here. What's what does it work like? What does it look like to work with Understanding Ag? And maybe that leads a little bit into the offer that you have on that page, cost and so forth.
Yeah, so it's real simple. Just if you want to inquire about our services with an Understanding Ag, just send us an email. Go to info@understandingag.com, and we can send you our what we call our fee agreement, and that details our cost. Okay, it's very straightforward. And there's never any hidden costs there. And here's what we tell every client. Okay, number one is that we are real farmers and ranchers. It's important to know that we're not theorists, we're not academicians,
Yeah.
or whatever. We do this, so we never ever teach, advocate, and promote anything that we ourselves do not do. Number two, we never promote. We don't receive any commissions, brokerages, or anything. We never connect ourselves to a product or a technology and rep that. And that's so we can remain completely unbiased to give you
Yeah.
the very best information. And number three, you should never have to hire us for life. We teach and
Mhm.
equip you. And if you need us as much 5 years from now as you need us today, you need to fire our butts because we haven't done our job. Okay. So
Very
that's
good.
how we operate.
Yeah, that's me. I love it. I love the model, and that's great. We unfortunately don't have time for a lot of the questions. If you wanted to answer them in the chat, Alan, you could certainly reach out. Alan and his team are very responsive. I guess Kathy, does she still field a lot of the calls for you
Yep.
guys?
Yep.
Okay.
And,
Yep.
and happy to handle any questions if you want to email questions in, Allen@understandingag.com, okay, Allen, and I will be very, very happy to be responsive to questions. Yep.
Okay. So with that, and I don't want to open a whole can of worms, but can you cover this briefly? Just where I believe we're kind of at a transition point where we're seeing the fragility of our current system, food system, and there is an emerging alternative system. Can you just speak to very briefly what our role as an average farmer and rancher is in helping this system to grow legs and to be there to what I believe at some point replace the archaic system that never really did work?
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, it all goes back to that principle of stewardship. Yeah, we first have to realize we have not really been good stewards. And I had to realize that myself and admit it to myself. For many, many years, I thought I was being a great steward and discovered, wow, I'm really failing in this. And I was failing because the honest truth is, Jared, I didn't understand it. Okay. So that's why we developed the 634 to help people far better understand this is principles driven, not practices driven. Right.
Yeah.
And the second thing to realize is that there is far, far more abundance still here that we can tap into than we ever conceived. And that if we focus first on that soil and building soil health and soil biology and diversity, those are the two keys. If we focus first on that, then everything else, sort of results from that. So that's our foundation. And that's what we're really, really looking for. And what I would tell anybody is that, if you're getting started or you're wanting to learn about this and you've never been to a soil health academy, that's a great, great way to get a real hands-on practical introduction. Our 3-day schools that are always on a host farm or ranch that is doing this, and you can sort of immerse yourself in this for 3 days to learn how to do this contextually on your own farm or ranch.
Hey, very good. Very, very good. Alan, thank you very much. Please in the chat, send him some gratitude, appreciation, emojis, hand claps, air claps. This way to just absolutely knock it out of the park. This presentation was exactly what helps to tie a lot of these pieces together that we're trying to get together, having a business, starting with the soil, integrating livestock, all the components that a lot of us are trying to do, and not always as successfully as we would like to. And so thank you for bringing it all together, Alan.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, God bless you and yours, and thanks for the work that you do. Keep it up.
Thanks.
Very good, you guys. Well, thank you. Yeah, I would love to, again, take that in our acronym for GET, take that T and share some teaching principles, some things that you took away from Alan's presentation here today. Doug Ferguson is our next speaker. We're going to talk about a little bit about, I don't know what we're going to talk about here. Doug, are you there, Doug?
Yeah, can
What's
you
the
hear me?
title? Yes, we can. What's the title of your presentation?
Oh, you didn't get the memo?
I didn't.
I went with legacy,
Oh, there we go.
Regenerative Legacy Summit. So I thought I'd surprise everybody instead of talking about marketing.
Okay. Well, I love it.
So
Yep. And you, am I right? You are first generation. Like it's
that's a tricky question. If I was a part of the family farm, I'd be the fifth.
Oh, okay.
But I'm
Okay.
not a part of the family farm yet. I started my own deal, and then I think to the family's disappointment, in a way, it blew up. And that's my full-time occupation. So I really don't have time to work with my dad.
Yeah. Well, that's good. And I guess that's kind of what I see is you started basically with nothing and built it. And so while you're fifth generation, you're kind of first generation in that you're started from scratch and build a really good business. I've been to Doug's school, visited with him on the phone multiple times and text on occasion about marketing questions. And so, yeah, let's jump right in, Doug. Thanks for being part
Okay.
of this.
I might need some coaching here.
Oh, on share
I haven't
screen.
done this since I was with you in January. How do I do the share screen? I've got some slides.
Okay, yep. So just go down to the bottom, or it could be at the top. There should be an arrow that says share, a green arrow. And there you go.
Okay.
And
Are you
just
seeing
select.
that?
Yep. And so if you just go into presentation mode, hit present wherever it is on your PowerPoint, then we can see that right now, but we can also see the other slides to the left. Let's see.
There. You got it now?
Yes. Yep. That is great.
Technology is great if you understand it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and get with it. I decided to use that word legacy since it's the Regenerative Legacy Summit. And, for those of you that have been to my schools, I kind of really like to break things down to the ridiculous and get first things first. So that's why I decided to just pull that one word out and talk about it. So I've got to go with the definitions. And it's an amount of money or property left to someone in a will. And so when I talk about legacy, this is something that I haven't done yet. Most of us that are on here haven't done it yet, because we haven't left anything in a will. So for that reason, I can only speak about from the context of my own personal observations from people in the community and conversations that I've had with people that have gone through the marketing schools. And the second part of the definition, it's a long-lasting impact on other people's lives, particular events or activities that took place. Before I move to that one, I should talk about money first. It's really interesting, Jared. Since you went through the school, I've started asking the classes, why do we want money? And a lot of people kind of shrug their shoulders, but money really only does two things. It buys us the goods and services that we need, and it also allows us to extend our reach beyond our own presence. And I'll kind of expand on that, a little bit later. It's really odd to me that this industry will always brag about producing food for the world while doing it in red ink. And if we're running in red ink, we're not meeting our own personal needs. So therefore, we can't even get to the wants. And believe me, when you get to the wants side, it gets to be a lot more fun. The problem with that is then we tell our kids, it's a labor of love. You clock in at the age of 5, you don't clock out till the day you die. You're dirt rich, cash poor. You've heard all of those. I don't need to go through the list. But then we turn around and we ask the wrong question. How do we retain our kids? To me, the only difference between retain and restrain is the use of handcuffs. We have to attract our youth. I mean, we're not attracted to anything that's repulsive. We're attracted to things that get our attention, things that we like, things that we want to be a part of. So by telling our kids these other things, it's a labor of love, you'll never have any money, that's not attractive. So then that brings me to this next point. We have to get to this next level. I mean, ever since I was riding bulls when I was a kid, it was always about getting to the next level, even through business and my marketing schools. It's all about going to the next level. The only way we're going to get there is we have to get this idea in our heads that our operations must be a benefit to others. And I really like cattle. That's one of the reasons I got in the cattle business is I just really like cattle. The whole point of owning cattle is they have to make our lives better. And it's not just through food, leather goods, and byproducts, but we have to make money. That way we can pay for those goods and services that we need. The best definition that I've ever heard on success is that it's progressive realization of a worthy ideal. So when we break that down, progressive means that we're always chasing it. We never arrive at it. There's always that higher level. And then the worthy ideal is sometimes I think people look at it differently because we have this inferiority complex a lot of times. People like, oh, my operation's small. Do I even matter? Those kinds of things. The worthy ideal means is the idea worthy of you? Because as we all know on this chat right now, we're in this business for the long haul. I mean, there really isn't a retirement age. You're going to trade your life to do this job. So is it worth it? And so I kind of thought about success for this presentation. I broke it down into 3 bullet points. One is giving. So once our needs are met, that's where we can begin to extend our presence or our reach beyond our own presence. We can give money. Trades, I think, is pretty straightforward. In the marketing schools I talk about, when you sell an overvalued animal, you're helping the buyer because you're selling to him what he wants. We step back into the market, we buy undervalued animals, so we're helping the seller. We can do that with livestock, hay trades that I do, any of those kinds of things. And then service. And this one always kind of gets some funny looks in the marketing schools when I talk about providing service. The cow-calf guy provides a service by producing the calves that the stocker operator will purchase. The stocker operator guy, he weans them, vaccinates them, puts some weight on them, and then it is his job to sell those bulletproof cattle to the feed yards. Of course, then the feed yards finish them for the packer. The packer sells it to the purveyor, who sells it to the retailer. Everywhere in there, there's service. One thing that's odd to me right now is how all these ranchers are cheering on McDonald's for suing the packer. I don't know why you would want anybody in that chain trying to harm somebody else in that chain. And granted, yes, there's the packer collusion. I've been a part of that. But we also provide other services on our ranch. And I've kind of made a list of them. People that have come through the marketing schools have talked about, they do hunting leases. Guy from South Dakota, it was pheasants. Guy from Kansas, it was white-tailed deer. There's people around here that have fixed up their old barns and now, they're party barns. You have fundraisers, weddings there. And some of the large ranches in the U.S. and the feed yards have sent their employees to my marketing schools on the operations dime. And we could even break it down to providing jobs or internships, job shadowing, those kinds of things. Now, since I've talked about those, I felt like I should probably cover the law of compensation a little bit before I get further into this legacy deal. The law of compensation is broken down into three things: the need for what you do, and kind of like Alan was just talking about, we provide food, but it's not just that we provide food, there's all the other benefits of raising cattle that go along with it. One thing that I find odd, Jared, I got into rotational grazing and soil health because if I got into those things, I could grow more grass. If I could grow more grass, I could run more cattle. It seems really weird to me now that people are actually getting into the livestock business for the sole purpose of soil health. And then marketing the animals and making money is kind of an afterthought. The second part of the law of compensation is your ability to do it. And the third one is the difficulty there is in replacing you. I got a real good friend of mine. He owns 100,000 head feed yard, and he's told me that he has employees on his payroll that he pays six figures. He said if one of them would come in and ask for a raise, or I'm going to go take a job somewhere else, he'd give them the raise. If a different employee making six figures came in and made the same demand, he'd hold the door open for them as they left. So your ability to do it and the difficulty there is in replacing you will affect that law of compensation. So why do you do what you do? And I find it interesting. You got that flip chart behind you, and the top word is why. The best mentor that I ever had in my life, Bob Proctor, and you can see him in the movie The Secret, told me once that the two most important days in your life are the day you're born and the day you discover your purpose. And I got a little bit hung up on the whole discover your purpose because I thought, okay, so that means I have to think about these things and manifest this stuff. And he's like, no, 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 no. He says, you don't determine your purpose, you discover it. And that kind of took things to a different level. It required a lot more mental capacity, a lot more creativity, and those kinds of things. Now, I felt actually pretty fortunate going through this because I think, like a lot of us on here, I felt like I discovered my purpose at a very young age. I mean, I just fell in love with the idea of raising cattle. The only reason I got good at the marketing was if I could make money raising cattle, I could own more cattle. And then that kind of evolved into the marketing schools and things from there. But purpose really doesn't have anything to do with money. We get our satisfaction from working at our purpose. And the purpose that you're working towards should be something that others will benefit for a long time, even after we're gone. And the best example I could think of there was Mother Teresa. I mean, she's legendary. Even if you're not Catholic, you've heard of her and are aware of her work. She extended her mission all over the globe. Now, some people think, well, Mother Teresa was poor. She never had any money. I look at it a little bit differently, Jared. Mother Teresa to me was a very, very wealthy person. She got to do her mission work all over the world. She got other people to pay for all of it. So money really doesn't have anything to do with your purpose. So it goes back to that other bullet point I had on a slide here just a moment ago, being able to extend your service beyond your presence. So if we make money, you can give it to people like Mother Teresa to continue her work. So if we get good and we're profitable and we donate to a good charity, we're extending our service beyond our presence. So discovering your purpose, just break it down to that word why. Just act like a 3-year-old and ask why. Why do I choose to be in this industry or run this business? This might be a little bit raw for some people watching this, but I feel like I have to say it, Jared. If your response is this is the only thing I've ever known, I feel like you haven't experienced enough. You need to get out. There could be a calling out there for you that will probably mean a lot more to you. And what do I love to do? I think everybody would probably have the answer to that one. And what's one thing I'm supremely qualified to do, and who do I serve? And I've kind of already touched on that. It's funny in the marketing schools, I'll ask this question, how many of you think you're a beef producer? And almost every hand in the room goes up. And then I'll challenge them, well, go home, peel the hides off your animals and send them to me. You'll still have the beef. We have to take care of 100% of the critter. And if we take care of 100% of the critter, the beef that is only 40% will take care of itself. So where I go with that is who is your customer? Who is it that you're really serving? Identify that customer and find out ways to serve them better. How are we doing on time, Jared? I feel like I'm talking. Okay, we're good.
Yep, you're doing good. You're about halfway through, so doing
So
great.
I feel like I want to talk about this too. I feel like this is important. So, you mentioned, I kind of started my operation from scratch, and not everybody did. There are some people that are born with a silver spoon in their mouth. There are people that are born with a plastic spoon or no spoon. I don't care if you had a spoon or not, but if you are born with a silver spoon in your mouth, that means that there was probably a generation or two ahead of you that paid for that ranch with Herefords or sheep. And they left you that legacy. We kind of run into this problem that if I'm the fifth, sixth, seventh generation on this ranch, we seem to think we inherently know what we're doing. And I got a good friend of mine. If he sees this, he's going to realize I'm about to bust on him a little bit here. But he inherited his ranch, millions and millions of dollars. And they decided they were tired of calving cows and snowbanks. So this year he decided they were going to switch their calving date from calving in snowbanks to fall calving. And what he did was he sold his spring calving cows at a time they were really undervalued. And he replaced them with fall calving cows at the time they were really overvalued. There's actually a way to market those animals where he could have sold his spring calving cows and got paid the switch, but he went about it the other way. So he paid into the market $1,200 per head for the privilege of switching calving dates. And over 250 head, that would be $300,000. If you started from scratch and you're still having to pay for everything, your banker wouldn't let you make that move. But when you inherit millions of dollars free and clear, you can. I feel like doing things like this are a great disservice to that previous generation that made the sacrifices and all the hard work that they did. So we owe it to that previous generation to be intelligent and to be very intentional about the things that we're doing today to honor that legacy that they left behind. And I've spent a little time around Jared, and I know he's going to ask me this question, so I just went ahead. I put the slide in for you, Jared, because I know he's going to ask me, well, what do you want your legacy to be? And to me, it's not so much what I leave behind for my daughter, it's what I leave in her that counts. We have this idea that we need to build a business that's worth passing on. That's not good enough. That isn't reaching that next level. I have to instill the mental faculties in her head, and I've made her this promise that by the time she graduates high school, she will be able to step into this operation and be able to run it and do an outstanding job of it. So you see that photo on the left, she's got her calculator out. We get truancy letters from the school every semester, and it's not because she's sick or skipping to go play basketball. I pull her out of school and I take her to auctions with me. And so that she was calculating up to see what a potload of cattle had just sold for. But here's why I feel like this is so important, that we have to put the right things into our kids. I've seen this play out too many times. The old man makes all the decisions on the operation until the day he dies. And then we have these adult children that are 50, 60 years old, have never made a big decision on their own, and they're not equipped to do it. And yeah, I hate bringing this up, but too many times it's ended in suicide. So to me, leaving that legacy behind is what we leave in our kids. And then the other little bullet point down there on the bottom is be authentic. There's all these societal pressures that, oh, you got to leave this business for your kids, or you got to do this and blah, 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 and this and that. And we just copy. The only way to really truly be legendary is to do your own thing and go out and do it your own way. And if we leave that behind in our kids, then I feel like we've really truly left a legacy behind. And then that's the last slide I got, Jared. There's my marketing information. There's my contact information, phone number, email address. I'll mention the Doug's Market Intel blog that I write every Friday. You can find it on Beef Magazine or Beef Producer, any of the Farm Progress websites. And I don't, if we got time, Jared, if there are any questions, we can do that now.
Yeah, that sounds good. I appreciate this is kind of a deviation from your normal wheelhouse. But I think it's great. Yeah, I appreciate it. You diving into what legacy actually is. So if anybody has questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. We can run through this. So we've got from the students who've been to your school before, there, Doug, those that have really kind of taken off and run with it, what are the characteristics that they have? Like, are there certain things that stand out to you that were like,
Yeah.
could even be the non-measurable things, but what stands out to you when you look at them and they're like, man, they're successful while other people maybe flounder?
I'm seeing an interesting trend develop. I get all kinds of text messages, testimonials. They come in pretty regular anymore. And one trend that I've noticed is there's a difference between ranch managers and what I would call the owner operator type. The ranch managers will text me and say, "Hey, we did this trade," and it's a good solid trade. I mean, it's the solid trade that you can run a good business on. The owner operators are the ones that send me text messages that those are the monster trades. And I just did a private school for a group of ranch managers. There was out of maybe 10 of them there. And I was kind of curious about it. And I was like, what's your first goal? Like, what's your primary goal when you get up in the morning? They're like, well, I got to provide for my family. And I'm like, well, how do you do that? I'm like, go to work. I said, what happens if you get fired? And they're like, oh crap, I wouldn't be able to provide for my family. So what I think I'm seeing happen is if you're a ranch manager and you have that W-2 job, they're a little bit more conservative because they don't want to get fired, where the owner operator, they're looking at something much bigger, handing on that family business and doing things for their kids. They're a lot more aggressive.
Yeah. It's kind of, I guess it's kind of like the parable of the shepherd versus the hireling, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the ranch manager, he's going to get paid no matter what. The owner's like, this is the legacy that we're building. It's sink or swim for him. So
I did challenge those ranch managers that were in that private school. They all have their own personal operation. And I'm like, well, what if you took that mentality from your personal operation with you to work? What would happen then? And there were a lot of smiles when I kind of mentioned that. But
yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, we actually do have a little bit of extra time here. We are waiting. We're going to see if Mark Shepard is going to be able to join in. He is somewhere in Africa trying to get cell phone service, so at least he can call in. So we have a plan B. Part of that plan B might be extend this Q&A for a little bit, and then we'll do some recap. So if we don't get Mark Shepard here, we'll get him on a podcast later on, and we'll have the opportunity to listen to him. So he was one of the ones that I know I had some questions come in before about it. So we'll go through some of these questions, and then in a nutshell, Jen asks, what do you teach in your marketing school? Is it sell by marketing or direct to consumer? It is sell by marketing, but
it's sell by marketing. I don't do any direct marketing stuff. There are other people that are much more qualified to speak on that than I am. I won't talk about LRPs or hedging or anything like that. It's basically how to use sell by marketing to be self-hedged in the cash markets.
Yeah. And can you kind of expound on what those principles are since we've got a little bit of time and this, sorry if this puts you on the
Yeah,
spot.
to make it real short, Robert Kiyosaki talks about financial literacy, so I just hijacked his term. My goal in those marketing schools is to be able to give people market literacy so that you can look at market reports or watch your local, sale at your local sale barn and be able to determine what you have in your inventory that is overvalued and be able to identify an undervalued replacement animal. That's probably the shortest, most concise answer I could give you. Otherwise, we're probably going to go on and on.
Yeah. Okay. And that kind of ties into the question, maybe using the scenario that you had. Nathan asked the question, what would you have done differently to swap those spring calving cows for fall calving cows? Can you kind of
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example. We're seeing this right now. These late spring calving cows that are in the first period, nobody wants them. And there was a time where those fall calving cows were in their first period and nobody wanted them. They were terribly, terribly undervalued, but those spring pairs or heavy spring beds were overvalued at the time. So what he should have done is he should have made the swap sooner in the year and sold his spring calving cows when they were overvalued, because what he ended up doing was paying a premium for it at the time of year he did it.
yeah.
He didn't.
So
The relationships between those animals exist and they change throughout the year. And he didn't take advantage of the relationship when it was in his favor.
gotcha. So if he, because he didn't act on that, and the only thing you know is what the market is today, if he had done the math and looked at things, he would have realized that he was selling the undervalued
Yep.
and
So like
decided
on the
not.
cow trades, you got the intrinsic value and the actual value. He actually sold value into the market. Or no, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The cows he sold had a value, but the cows he bought had a higher value, but he paid more for that value than what they were worth. If he'd have done it the other way around, he could have sold some value into the market and got paid more for that value than it was worth. There's algebraic equations, step-by-step process through that.
Yeah, and
It might sound complicated when I say it, but it's just simple algebra. It's really not that hard when you say it.
yeah, yep. It's kind of a different way of looking at it. The way that I explain it to people is, basically you sell what is overvalued on the marketplace, replace your inventory with what is undervalued, but also knowing yourself, knowing your context, knowing what you can handle, knowing what you like to do. I know there's a lot of people that even trade between species, but if you don't love sheep and you're not set up to run sheep, that's probably not a good trade, right? So there's some things that just because the math says you're like, I don't need to do that. Don't need to go
Yep.
there. So
I've run into this in the marketing school. Sometimes people show up and they got an idea put in their head from somewhere else that they should get out of cows and get into stockers when they really, really love cows.
mhm,
Problem is, after they come to the marketing school, then they realize they didn't have to get out of cows.
mhm. Good. Meaning you can still apply sell by marketing with the traditional cow calf. Like
Yeah,
you don't,
there
um,
for some of them, they probably would have had to, instead of this whole idea of keep a heifer and run her till she's old enough to vote, we might have to market some of those females,
mhm,
selling bred cows or pairs and then replace them with something else, whether it's a heifer that you keep or buying some other cows. And that's a bit of a paradigm challenge for some people, but the answer isn't always just get out of cows and get into stockers. Because I'll tell you this, if all you've ever known is cows and calves, you pretty much only know the problems that you have on your ranch.
Hmm.
If you're going to step into a sale barn environment and start buying stocker cattle, you're going to get a PhD in animal health.
Yeah. Yep. So again, knowing yourself, knowing your context, knowing your team, a lot of those things. Talk a little bit about, and then we'll dive into a couple other questions here, but about the other things that we manage in inventory besides just the livestock,
Yeah,
feed, money,
so
time.
there's the original inventory triangle that I think a lot of people are familiar with of feed, money, and livestock. And based off some of the feedback that I've gotten from some of those large feed yards and ranches, they keep sending an employee and sending another employee, and they're paying for these employees. And I asked one of them, I developed a pretty good relationship with him. I was like, why does your ranch keep paying for these people to come to the school? And he said they believe in promoting from within, but there's only so many ranch manager positions available. So they feel like the way they judge part of their success is if their employees leave for a better job on another operation, if they can help them get to that point. And then that kind of led me to thinking, okay, so people are the foundation. So if you see that inventory triangle of feed, money, and cattle, I put people down at the bottom. And really, money in this auction method that we use for marketing cattle only exists for people. So people have to be a component of that. And then time changes all things. You know, over time, the size of your bank account will change, your feed inventory changes, and the cattle that you have in inventory change. So on the outside of that inventory pyramid, I draw it in like a red line, and that red line represents time because time will change everything inside that pyramid.
Mhm. Yeah. Yep. Good. And again, I know this is kind of high level, and the the way you structure your class, I think, is genius. You know, a lot of the mindset that you need on day one, and then the more into the tactics on day two. In the summit, we try to balance that as well. Like tactics without the proper mindset just leads to frustration. And so somebody asked a question, how are you teaching your daughter or setting up your daughter to be ready to tackle the running of the operation?
Yeah, so when she was born, I went to the sale barn. I bought her 5 head of calves. And, you know, I've just been doing sell by trades. We don't have the traditional, 529 or ESA savings account. And so what I've told her ever since she was little, that as long as she's living here, she will own cattle. She will be expected to work on the farm. And so by giving her ownership of these cattle, and she's got her own brand that we use for her calves, she gets, the checks all come in her name. But she's learning those skills of stockmanship, taking care of the animals, balancing, the checkbook. She does have to pay her own bills out of that account. And I feel like up to this point, it's working pretty well because she'll look at her check and, the sale barn took a commission out. Well, why do they need that? All they did was run them through the ring and the auctioneer talked funny for 30 seconds and they took this big chunk of my check. She noticed the beef checkoff takes money out of her check and boy, that upset her. So at least she's learning to kind of watch her money. But I kind of want her, what I've told her is regardless of whether she chooses to raise cattle for a living, or she goes on and does something else. Everything she's going to learn from this group of cattle that she's trading will transfer over to anything else she decides to do in life. And that's the part that I really want her to take away from it. And the other thing is, if she does decide to go to college or something, we've got the option. We can liquidate all of her cattle, pay for school, or we could just pay for school off the income of those cattle. But I'm trying to use her herd that I set her up with to start her for that next phase of life. So, she's not having to borrow a lot of money or going student loan debt for an education.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. And then that kind of ties in, but Thomas asked, what did you say about what legacy means when planting seeds in your kids?
it's what I leave in her. So I want her to have those mental faculties to be able to run a business, and go on and be successful. And, it could be anything. She plays a lot of basketball, super competitive there. We're those crazy parents that have to drive over an hour one way to practice because the local teams aren't good enough. But, I have a lot of discussions with her. I'll point stuff out. Hey, you learned this lesson today on the basketball court. And she's frustrated about it at the moment. But I'm like, look, you're learning the lesson now. The test will come later in life because these lessons that she's learning on the basketball court will also transfer over to life. So I'm just kind of trying to put those ideas in her head. And it's kind of funny. I did this morning. Kobe Bryant, legendary basketball player, has a lot of great speeches that are all over YouTube. And this morning when she woke up, I just turned on YouTube, had one of them Kobe speeches playing in the background, and the very first thing Kobe started talking about was purpose. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's what I'm going to talk about today. And one thing I've noticed is when dad says something, kind of in one ear out the other, but when somebody like Kobe's saying the same thing, she pays attention.
Yeah. Yeah. I noticed that as well. And I think that's great for our kids to have mentors
And
other than their parents at the right times, especially when they're ready for it. Your daughter's 14, 15?
13.
13.
13.
Okay. Yeah.
And you mentioned the mindset. We forked out the big bucks and we sent her to what they call a shooting college. And that shooting college spent a lot of time. I mean, it was 2 days, pretty intense. And they spent a lot of time talking to them girls about mindset, and then she's kind of like, oh yeah, maybe dad ain't really so crazy spending all this time talking about mindset. And they put another good idea in her head that she shared with me, I thought was fantastic, but they told those girls to act in a way that demands questions. Break the mold, do something different, do something that's going to get people's attention.
Yeah. So let's say that again. Act in a way that demands
Act in a way
questions.
that demands questions.
Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. Well, you've studied a lot on the mindset piece. Tony Robbins, a great motivational speaker. He teaches that success is 95% mindset, 5% skills. What do you think? Do you think that ratio is right? And where?
I I think he's pretty close. One thing that helped really propel my bull riding career was a book called Psycho Cybernetics. And, a lot of the old bull riders would say that, bull riding's 90% mental and 10% physical. And I kind of disagreed with them. I thought it was 90% mental and 10% between your ears.
Uh-huh.
I mean, mindset to me is everything. You
Yeah.
can learn the mechanics and you can have the mechanics down, but if you don't have the right mindset and the right attitude, you'll never hit that higher level. And I noticed there was a big change when I went from riding amateur to pro. And then as I was trying to move up through the pros, there was a huge difference. I mean, at 18, 19 years old, Jared, I couldn't explain it. I didn't know what it was, but you could see it. Those guys that went on to the PBR had a completely different mindset. They were different from the rest of us. There's a reason that they get to ride on TV for millions of dollars, and it's all in their head.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we try to find this balance. You can go and find the skills on YouTube. You can YouTube all of these presenters' talks pretty much. You can go and watch them. That there's something about being in an immersive experience, even though it's virtual, that if you do the rules that we ask, forget what you already know, give 100%, stay present, that there's a transformation that happens and that growth, just as what Alan Williams explained, that happens in the soil. For us, it can happen in the soul, and it can be exponential and it can be immediate. And that's my hope for all of you guys here. And kind of as we talk through, I'm going to, we've got about 20 minutes. And Christine, just can you give me a thumbs up that you are ready to go on the half hour? or go ahead and unmute. I think we have you up next. Is that right? As we're talking through here, I'm actually going to share a survey that I put together. Last time it was pretty interesting, Doug, when I shared this survey of the challenges we're faced. Well, let me just ask you, what do you think the number one challenge is amongst farmers and ranchers right now, Doug?
I just see this list in my head right now, getting longer and longer. But I'm still going to come back to the mindset because, yeah, I'm looking at the list you have up there right now. The
Yeah,
poll you
so
put up
can you
there.
guys see that? Can you guys see that okay? This I think it's pretty
I,
self-explanatory how you walk through this. Just answer the questions. Most of them are you choose one on question 1, 2, and then on 1 and 2, and then on 3 you can do multiple for ones that apply. On 4, choose the top 3, and then 5 is a write-in answer. If there's somebody that you would love to hear from, type their name in here. And we're gonna share these results a little bit later because I think it's kind of fascinating. This is a completely random cross segment worldwide, people that are enthused about regenerative agriculture. So yeah, what do you see as number one there? And it maybe it's not on this list.
think those are all good ones, but I'll share. Farm Progress had a survey that they released earlier this year, and it was talking about the drinking habits of people in agriculture, and those numbers amongst people that drink daily and binge drink and things like that to me were alarmingly high. And I think the reason people drink is that just to numb their mind, which to me still comes back to the mentality of being able to handle the stress and pressures that we face daily. That's one thing I feel like is different for us. I mean, the W-2 employee, they get to clock out and go home. The entrepreneur, I mean, we wake up with it and we take it to bed with us.
Yep. Yeah. So far, it looks like we've had 19 people answer. The same as last time. The majority are saying profitability. 52% are saying profitability is the number one concern. Finding land is number 2. Of the opportunities, this is growing. I wonder if I can share my screen and see this in real time. This might motivate. So why did I put this together? I mentioned it briefly, but it's not so much for our benefit as it is to be able to help you, not only in this presentation, but in subsequent presentations that we do, to get the help that you need. Sometimes in marketing, they say sell what people want and deliver what they need. And I think I agree with you. Like, mindset is where it is. But if you're going to go, Doug, and you're going to ask a rancher, hey, how's your mindset? How do you feel? How do you feel about the market right now? How do you feel about, and talk about mindset and emotions? How do you think that's going to go over?
I can tell you how it's going to go over. There was so I was talking about how our feelings and our emotions affect our business. I cover that in the marketing school. And I remember that school we did up in Deadwood a couple years ago. There's this cowboy sitting in the second row, man. He's got his arms folded across his chest, and he says, I'm not going to sit here and talk about my feelings. I'm like, that's great because nobody in here wants to hear it. But I think what people need to be aware of is how those feelings and that attitude does affect the results that we get.
Absolutely, right. There's a cycle, and maybe you learned it from Bob Proctor. I appreciate you ad-libbing here. But maybe you learned it from Bob Proctor, but we call it the tear cycle. Thoughts lead to emotions that lead to actions that lead to results. Thoughts, emotions, actions, results, TEAR. And so we focus on the results and we're saying, man, we're not profitable. And so we start to dive down. Well, is it a gross margin issue? Is it a overhead issue? Is it a turnover issue? What's going on there? And I take a step back and I say, well, yeah, we need to know all those things, but let's go to the roots. What are the thoughts and the emotions that got you that result? Either that debt or lack of profitability. Or on the opposite side, what are the thoughts and emotions that have gotten you to that level of success? What do you think about that cycle, Doug?
The way Bob talked to me was exactly how you explained it. It's thoughts, feelings, and actions. Your feelings come from the subconscious mind. Our thoughts are what control those feelings. Now, there was an English teacher, went through the marketing school a couple years ago, and oh man, I really better brush up on my nouns and verbs and this and that. Thought is a noun, and we cannot control the thoughts that pop into our heads. What we can control is our thinking. Just because a thought popped in our head doesn't mean we have to get involved with it. And, I fight this daily. Thought pops in my head and I'm like, nope, don't want to think about that. I need to kick that out and think about this other thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so learning to control that thinking or what we get involved with is probably a critical skill and extremely tough to master.
And yeah, any tools or techniques that you've found to manage to manage your thoughts? Because statistics say we have some 60,000 thoughts. I have no idea how they measure that. 60,000 thoughts a day, and 2/3 of them on average are negative. So that means 40,000 negative thoughts on the average person are going through their head every day. And again, as I quoted Myron Golden yesterday, we are the only ones who have heard every negative thought about ourselves. And so you
Yep.
think 40,000 negative thoughts a day compounded over a lifetime, man, the odds are kind of stacked against us, right? How are we ever hope to be successful?
And that's, we're bombarded with negative messages. I mean, look at this dumpster fire of an election we got going on. I mean, I probably shouldn't have went there, but there's so much negativity. And, I preach this mindset stuff to my daughter. And so I always kind of break it down to those like the old Bugs Bunny cartoons where you had the angel character on one shoulder and you got the little devil character on the other. And that little devil character is just talking. And we watched a movie here the other night called Ball. And for me, the whole climax of the movie was right at the end. The main character is at the free throw line and he was fouled shooting a 3-pointer. So he gets to shoot 3 shots. He makes the first one, ties the game. The second shot wins it. As he's getting ready to release the ball for that second free throw, he sees his mother. And there was a scene from earlier in the movie where his mother told him that Native Americans always have a way of screwing things up. And he missed the shot. So now it comes down to making this final and third free throw. And he sees his mother in his mind again. And she says, I just don't want to see you fail. I don't want to see how far you will fall. And then in his mind, he just looks over at it. He says, let's find out. So right there, he silenced that negative voice. And he's like, let's just find out. And he made that third final free throw. And then in the movie, they win the state championship. And so that's how I was telling my daughter, I'm like, you see that scene, you see that, pay attention to that. That's how the negative mind chatter affects. It made him miss that free throw. But if you can correct that thinking, if you can silence that negative voice, you can win a championship.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. One of the things that one of the principles I've learned, and maybe you can talk to this from a marketing standpoint, success begets success, failure begets failure. When you make, and you talked us off a cliff earlier this spring when we made a not so good marketing decision. My son and I called you up and we're like, okay, we basically bought what was overvalued. We were kind of didn't have a lot of options. And since then, we've been able to follow your counsel, and so now we have built up some pretty good equity from our trades this year. But When you make a mistake, when you make a failure, what's the quickest way to recover?
I think it depends on how bad the mistake is. Um, when you make a mistake and you lose money, I mean, that's it. The money's gone. The best thing you can do is learn from it and not make that same mistake again. That's one thing I feel like sell by marketing really shines is it does give us control in the marketplace because the only thing we can control is what we replace with. You know, we can't control what the market does up or down, but we can control what we have in inventory and we control the buy. I mean, if the price of cattle's getting too high, we just simply quit bidding.
Mm-hmm.
And so learning to exercise that control, I feel like is key. It's one thing that, over the last year or so, I've really been trying to hammer home in the marketing schools, doing more mental exercises during the schools and things like that. But years ago, Jared, and this is a bad name for it, but when something went wrong, I would do what I called an autopsy and go back and go, okay, where did I make a mistake? What did I miss? And never make that again. And I remember Clay Connery asked me this question once on his Working Cows podcast. He's like, is there ever a time you don't make money on a pen of cattle? And I said, if I screw up or I have high death loss and I don't screw up, I did that the very first pen of calves I had when I learned sell by marketing. They were gaining weight like crazy, and I thought, oh man, if they're gaining 3 pounds a day on this little backgrounding ration, they're too good to sell. And I kept them too long and made them undervalued, and never made that mistake since.
Yeah. Yep. Came back to I think the Ray quote hunt from yesterday. Somebody asked him, how did you get so much experience? He said, by making mistakes. No. How do you keep from making mistakes? He said, experience. How do you get experience? By making mistakes.
Yep.
So it's not so much that we avoid all the failures. Otherwise, we live in a cocoon and we don't really live. So, well, this has been great. So we've had so far 64, about half of the participants. I'm going to leave this up for about another 5 minutes, and then we'll queue up our next speaker here. Results so far, again, profitability, same as last time, is the number one concern. And maybe we'll just, what we'll do is we'll have one final question here for you, Doug, and we appreciate you taking the extra time to be here. I'm sure you've got cattle to feed and things to do. We'll ask that question, and then we will all take a quick break, be back at the half hour. So with profitability, this is the final question. With profitability being the number one concern, and we are in a record high commodity market, what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? What are the indicators that you see that says, hey, here's some red flags, or are there?
In profitability, you mean?
Yeah, being that in this cross section of people, and it was last time in the August summit. And sorry, I don't know how to bring the questionnaire back up.
I still have it on my screen.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is kind of new to me, so if anybody else knows, put it in the chat how you do that. But so yeah, I guess does that make sense? Restate the question. If
Yeah,
profitability is our number
no,
one concern right now, what's that going to mean if the overall cycle goes down, costs stay high? What do you see?
to me, it's a systemic thinking problem that is just handed down from one generation to the next in this business. Um, like you just mentioned, the market going down. I love market crashes. My best trades always happen during market crashes. And, like on the stalker side, we're selling pounds and we're buying pounds. So it's always making sure that the ratio of dollars to pounds on those trades is in our favor. We control that on the buy end, just identifying the relationships between an overvalued animal and undervalued. So to me, the profitability thing, when you learn the marketing, is an easy one to take care of. And sell by marketing isn't new. I've done a lot of research into it, and I found that J.C. Penney did it in his stores, way back in the late 1800s, and he taught it to Sam Walton. Sam Walton uses it. Well, he's gone, but Walmart and Sam's Club stores use it there, only they don't call it sell by marketing. They call it vendor managed inventory. VMI is what they call it. It's the same thing. Real estate does it. They call it BRR. It stands for an acronym of buy, rehab, rent, refinance, and then repeat. And that's sell by marketing on rental houses.
Yeah. So bottom line is there's always opportunity, right? We don't have to think, woe is me, the market's falling. It's like opportunity. The market's falling.
And it kind of ties in, and I guess I got 2 points and then I'll shut up, Jared. But I like to study some of these guys that run real successful businesses. And Forbes had a survey that they released on the top CEOs in the world, and they found that those guys read 60 books a year. They attend almost 24 conferences a year, and they spend all that time investing in themselves, sharpening the axe. That's why they earn 318% more than the average worker. Is just because they spend the time developing the mindset and the skills and searching for new ideas. The other thought that I had in my head was, talking about this market crash. And it seems strange to me that sometimes after marketing school, most people leave and they're fired up. I mean, they're ready to go home and start trading, but there's always just one or two that just, I don't know what happens if the market crashes. And I always hear 2008 or 2015, 2008, 2015. And it really kind of finally hit me this summer that we're dealing with trauma.
Mhm.
Those market crashes did something really bad to those operations. And the reason those operators haven't been able to move on from 2008 or 2015 is they're dealing with the trauma that those market crashes created for them. And like I said, because of sell by marketing, my memories of 2008 and 15 are much different.
Yeah.
For me, those were really good years to generate cash flow and expand.
Yep. Again, based on where you're at, being able to see the reality. What Kirk talked about yesterday, I'll share that with you, Doug. I think I'd be interested to see, but what he said, a lot of times we don't see it because we have so much negativity stacked up, it actually blocks our vision. And we get in that fight or flight mode, and so we're very reactive instead of being proactive and looking around like, hey, there's actually a lot of opportunity right now. So, well, Doug, awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, yep.
We surely appreciate you being here. I shared the QR code here. I guess that's the other way to bypass the system. If you don't see it, is you can scan that if anybody wants that. But we've got a good segment. About half the people have filled that out. I appreciate it. So Doug, yeah, give Doug a big round of applause. Send him some love in the chat, some appreciation as we've been doing. Share what your takeaways are. Hope to catch you again on another one, and absolutely attend one of Doug's schools. I mean, if you're in any part of the livestock industry, I mean, it is a great investment. Very reasonably priced for the value that you get. Probably should be charging about $5,000 for your school, I think, because it talk about the value that we walk away from. So
I've never had an objection to the price. It's always, why do you always have to have them in Beatrice, Nebraska?
that is a challenge. There is not a good way to fly into Omaha and rent a car. So
that's right.
Yeah, or
long thanks, Jared.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, well, hopefully, again, if you need to stop, take a break, go ahead and do that at any point. We're going to go ahead and close down the poll, and I'll share those results with you later. I should be able to put them in a graph of some kind. Thank you guys for Oh, maybe I can do it right now. Nope. No, did I do that? I don't know. We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Okay. Christine, are you there? Hey, there you go. Okay. You should be able to unmute now, I think.
Yeah, I was just getting myself together. Hi, Jared. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for joining the Regenerative Legacy Summit. We appreciate your contribution here.
Yeah,
So,
happy to be here. Happy to be involved.
all right. Yeah, let's roll right into your presentation. And
Okay. All right, let me share my screen here. Now, is that showing up all right for you?
it is. Yep.
Okay, well, hello everybody, and good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you're joining from. My name is Christine Charles. I am an extension educator with Michigan State University, and I focus on topics related to regenerative agriculture and field crop systems. So today's talk is going to be really focused on my field crops folks, so apologies to the cattlemen and ranchers out there, but hopefully there are some interesting concepts to take home with you as well. So as we've been talking throughout this whole series of talks in these past several days, there are some key principles that apply wherever we are in terms of how we approach our farming systems, including minimizing that soil disturbance, keeping it covered, maintaining the living root, encouraging biodiversity, integrating animals and livestock, and really considering what makes sense for our ground and our place given those principles. Because we want to encourage these outcomes, right? We want to encourage profitability, something to leave behind for our future generations, as folks have talked about, providing ecosystem services, improving social and economic well-being of our community, soil health, soil carbon sequestration, improving water quality and management. All of these are outcomes that we hope to encourage. How is that happening, right? How are we getting from these principles to the outcomes? It's because we are regenerating and we are enhancing the ecological systems that already exist in nature on a farm scale. So what are those things? We're encouraging the cycling of biomass in order to encourage nutrient availability, encouraging more favorable soil conditions through soil health. We're minimizing losses from our system, whether it be losses from solar radiation, air, water, soil, nutrients, encouraging that diversification, and then enhancing beneficial biological interactions, whether it be above ground or below ground. I really like this picture of the beneficial interaction. So cornleaf aphids was an issue out in Michigan towards the end of the summer. And what was happening was that folks who had sprayed a fungicide were still seeing issues with cornleaf aphids throughout the rest of the year. But if you didn't spray a fungicide, you benefited from a fungi that lives on the leaf of corn and that kills 98% of these cornleaf aphids. So thinking through the opportunities that is already existing in natural interactions, right? The fungi was being more effective than the fungicide itself. So these are the processes that we want to encourage. And there are a variety of different management ways that we do that. So we've learned, and we know that integrating cover crops is a way to do that. Incorporating cattle into our cropping systems, increasing the diversity of our cropping rotations, reducing tillage. Those are all management strategies in order to encourage these processes. What I'm going to be talking about today is, again, a management strategy that might not fit everyone, but might be something of interest to some. So we know, again, like I was saying, of so many ways to incorporate these processes by farming our ground differently. But what if some ground wasn't farmed? Can we encourage processes by not farming some ground? And I know that that's a scary concept, so hold on, don't log off yet. I'm not saying abandon the farm. What I'm talking about is this concept called prairie strips. And so you may or may not have heard of it. Prairie strips are a conservation practice that uses strategically placed native prairie plantings within crop fields. So this practice was originally researched and looked into in Iowa in 2008. And what their main concern was water quality and increasing habitat for different insects and to encourage biodiversity. As we probably all know, folks who are talking about water quality are often pointing the finger and in a lot of arguments with farmers and ranchers. And the same thing is happening with folks who really care about wildlife and biodiversity are pointing the fingers at farmers and ranchers without really recognizing the stewardship that goes into farming and ranching. And so is there a practice that we can really encourage this collaboration and incorporation? So that's what this was. And so their goal was implementing these prairie planted areas within strips across the field to encourage further infiltration to address the water quality issue, and then have these corridors available to encourage that biodiversity, to build refuge for different insects and birds and things like that. Why are we seeing more infiltration? Why is this working? Well, we know that having ground cover, having those deep roots, those perennial rooting systems, is getting a deeper infiltration of water. I love this graphic because what it does is summarize hundreds of papers on research around different practices with infiltration. And what they found was that more perennialized systems encourage more water infiltration across the board. So that's why we're seeing this work so well. And to put some numbers to it, what they're finding is that having 10% of the field in these prairie strip plantings reduces water runoff by 37% on average, reduces sediment loss, reduces phosphorus runoff. We reduce our nitrogen runoff. We are increasing our soil microbial diversity of both, especially of these fungal communities within the strip and then neighboring the strip, right? That benefit seeps out of those stripped areas. We're increasing pollinator and bird abundance. We're also seeing that there's more pest competition. There's predation. So in this picture, you see these ladybugs are munching on soybean aphids, right? That's what we want to see in a field crop system. We're seeing that encouraged. We're seeing dragonflies, also a predator to a lot of field crop pests. And then a lot of times installing these can be cheaper than putting in terraces. So the cost can be similar about incorporating cover crops into a system year on year. So something to think about. Now, what I often get is, what about filter strips or contour buffers? That's what this looks like, right? We learned about these things during the Dust Bowl, and this is what was encouraged. So prairie strips are a little different because contour buffers are typically required to be planted at a certain width. There's no restriction in terms of what is effective. It's just 10%, right? And really considering your landscape as you're putting it in. And then a lot of these filter strips and contour buffers include cool season exotic grasses that aren't weak stemmed, and they are prone to lay flat in these heavy rain events and with a lot of water. With these native plantings, we are getting more rigid stemmed species that are able to withstand heavy rain events in a different way. We also don't have as much support for pollinators and other wildlife in a contour buffer filter strip, because again, it's not as diverse. And then when we're putting in a contour buffer, there's a lot of earth removing that might go into that, and there might be erodibility metrics to meet the justification of putting those in. So that's where this practice can be a little bit different. So to go through a little bit of history, in 2018, after this, about a decade of research that Iowa had been doing on this, prairie strips became an accepted practice into the Conservation Reserve Program. So now there's funding available for folks who are interested in this, if you are willing to or want some financial support. And there are, specifications that they put in. And then in 2019, Michigan was really interested in researching this as well. So this went into 2 sites specifically, on a site that was looking at the ecological research of field crop systems for over 30 years, and then a new site the long-term agro-ecosystem research site. Now, this is a research site. Farmers and researchers together, along with ag professionals, are researching this together. So the strips were implemented, and we're looking at more specifically what are these benefits for Michigan. Now, in 2019, we also got a handful of farmers throughout Michigan as part putting these strips in, and a look in what this could look like in their landscape. Now, if you notice, these are not in strips across a field in the way that they were in Iowa. And I'm going to get into the weeds on why it's different in Michigan. And this is a concept that I'm really wanting to hit on in this talk. But these look a little different, don't they? And I'll hit on why. So why would I put in a prairie strip, and where would I put it in? So consider areas that you're wanting to decrease your vulnerability to erosion. Is a big factor in doing this. Biodiversity, where is the potential to add biodiversity? And then what is the history of a field? Specifically, where are places within my fields that are losing money to farm because they yield so low? And so this was the factor that really we wanted to sink our teeth into in Michigan, and exploring this as a regenerative practice opportunity, right? So as most of the folks on this call know, it's becoming more and more expensive to farm over time, right? So these numbers are from Indiana, but I'm sure that the trend is not unfamiliar, right? Are the cost of fertilizer, seed, pesticide, cash rent, all going up across the commodities. And for many folks, this has been enough if it's not been, language around soil health, language around all these other environmental things or food quality. It's the finances that has convinced a lot of people to move into, how do I farm differently? And so how we typically think about profitability is, if on average a field is able to meet the cost it was to farm that field, then it justifies continuing to do it, or I can switch things up. But we all know that a field is not homogeneous. It's not the same ground across any particular field. Some areas of the field are going to be different than others. And what we're finding in our research, that there are some areas of the field year on year that are not yielding enough to justify farming it. It is costing more to put things in the ground there than it is that what you're getting back. And so what does this look like? What does it mean to think about low yielding areas in a technical way? So this is for, my techie yield monitor folks, but if you're not one of those folks, no worries. We're going to get into another way to think about this as well. So what the folks who have been doing the research around this, the techie folks, they've been trying to identify how stable is yield in a given field over time. And that over time piece is really important, right? We're not isolating 1 year and saying, all right, I got a low spot this 1 year, I lost money on that corner, and then I'm going to take it out of production. No, it's several years, a decade or more is the preferred amount of yield data that they're working with. And what they do is they identify zones where it's a high yield, and it's pretty stable, a high yield year on year, where it's a medium yield, right? When we're thinking about our yields for this field on average, it's medium, but it's stable. It stays within this zone year on year. And then areas where it is a low yield year on year, where is it low yielding? And then areas that it's unstable. So it depends on the weather, it depends on whatever, but it varies a lot. So they have those metrics that they've identified for themselves in this lab. Now, if you have all this data and you're really into getting into the weeds on this, or if you know a young person who is, Cornell Cooperative Extension, they have a great fact sheet that goes into the weeds about how do you create yield stability zones, or do some Googling on yield stability zones. And so their categories are what's a high yield with low variability. So it's areas that stay high consistently. What are high yields, but there's high variability, so it really depends. Low yields, high variability. And again, we're looking at and really interested in these areas that are low yield, low variability. Where is this area that is consistently not yielding well? So the next part of this whole equation is thinking about what the break-even yield is. So we know that to calculate the net profit, it's what we get for the price of grain times our yields, and then we take away our input costs, right? How much it costs to grow that yield, to get to that yield. So the techie folks, or if you're wanting to do this information on your own, you're more than welcome. And I'm just describing how they did that. They took their combine yield maps and we overlaid this net profit piece, right? What areas of the farm this 1 year, right? This is just a map for 1 year. What did I make given this yield, right? We know on average, we can get a pretty good sense on average pretty quickly, but for each area, what does that mean? And then we can take it to identify, where did we gain money that year? Where did we lose money that year? And so this last piece is what gets layered later on. So what they do is they take a decade plus, ideally, maybe, you know, I think that they work with the lowest amount that they've worked with is about 7 years of yield data, layering that to identify, okay, where is yield stable and low? Those are the areas that we're thinking about. And then we're taking that with our cumulative profit map. So adding up every year and that same amount of, you know, either 10 years or 7 years or whatever, where are we consistently losing money? And then we're identifying the recommended, what the computer is then saying, this is areas of your ground where for the past 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, you've lost money consistently by farming it. And so some ideal areas to put in potentially these strips and add a different kind of benefit to our ground. Again, I'm not saying that this is a management approach or a strategy that is going to work for everybody, but I'm just introducing an idea and a concept and a way to think about our ground differently. So these were areas that we thought about converting. Now, if you're not into the whole techie yield monitor thing, or you don't have the data, you can still apply this similar process by thinking about what those low yielding areas are that you typically see, right? Where are the areas along the edges of the field or tree lines? In Michigan, we still have a lot of our tree lines that shade out right along the edge. And where are potential obstacles in the field? So power poles or, you know, dips in our field that are a significant issue, especially when it comes with equipment, right? How is this strip or this cluster, this biodiversity area going to fit with the equipment? So we design, and if you sit down and talk to somebody to put this in with either one of these programs or one of these folks who are specifically with the Prairie Strip program nationally, they'll work with you to figure out what's the width of your equipment so that you're not making awkward turns, so that you can go across a field in one pass, lift up the bar, put it back down, and things of that nature. And they're also designed so that you can turn around if needed on it. So you don't have to, you know, leave it as an untouchable area. So what does this look like in practice on a field? So this was the recommended areas. If we see in this bottom picture, these yellow blobs, where it's saying, all right, year on year, this is kind of recommended low profitability zones. Now, we didn't go ahead and just convert all of that to these strips. We then had a conversation. Okay, so does this make sense for your ground? What are you seeing out there? What does this say to you when you look at this? And we talked about and thought about this. Well, yes, along that edge, it definitely does make sense. That's right along the edge of a road and getting into a forest area. Yeah, and that makes sense. I'm typically not getting super high yields there. Now this block in the middle, that's right at the peak of a super sandy slope. And even with cover crops, I'm not getting that organic matter built up, that builds up that yield. So that makes sense. We also have a sandy corner here. And then this other line that was put in this strip across the field was right along a hill slope where we're seeing a lot of that erosion take place and be influenced. So that's why that strip was put there as well. So things are adjusted based on what makes sense for the ground and the person and their operation. So this is what strip looks like in a wheat setting. And, you know, we're still learning a lot about the benefits of this, but we are seeing quite a few, like I mentioned before, and really figuring out how to make this work for folks by focusing on increasing the overall profitability of a field has resonated a lot. And again, you don't necessarily need to have a yield monitor data to get that specific. It helps a lot to really narrow in on the zones, but we've created a bulletin. I think this is the free, the gift that you all are having access to. Both the bulletin and the Excel sheet are available to talk through with folks on what would make sense to reconsider some areas of the field. So these are Michigan numbers, and so you might need to adjust for numbers in your area. But when we're looking at areas of a field that are consistently hitting 50% of yield potential. So this is these are averages for 2020, 2022 in Michigan. And we're thinking about what is the cost of converting that area where you're making 50% or less of that yield potential with enrollment in the CRP program. If you look at the end, this last column, given the foregone crop sales, right? We've lost money because we're not farming it potentially, right? We're not getting any yield money from that. What are we saving in terms of input costs? Adding that into the equation. What is the cost of putting in this strip? Adding together these CRP payments if we're interested. Now we're actually getting money on that ground. Again, that's on ground that is 50% of a corn soy rotation yield. So I want to emphasize that, because if you are getting average, at least in our setting, and these are our numbers in Michigan, if you were to convert areas that is profitable, that's the wrong zone, you would be losing a lot of money on that ground. But it's the areas where you would be paying more to farm it than you would to get the yield off. That's where there's a huge financial potential in just converting it. Similar things can be said for corn, soy, wheat rotation as well, right? Where does it make sense in areas where we're consistently across those three crops seeing 75% or less of the potential yield? And this is with the addition of the payments. So what's another way of thinking about this, right? If you are at the full potential of your yield for your county or your area, you're going to be losing money by not farming it. But if you're closer to 60% of potential yields, you're breaking even by just stop farming, because you're not having to pay that input price anymore. With the cost of the strips, to justify this whole system, you would need to be yielding 50% or less of the potential yield. But then if you add in the payments, the federal CRP payments, you can look at areas where it's 75% of potential yields, right? So what does this look like in practice to do? So the site prep is disking and soil finishing around April is when we put them in. We disked only because we were following corn residue. If we had beans or wheat, we would have no-tilled everything in. And then it was planted in May. We had a mix of annual ryegrass, oats, and native seed. The ryegrass and oats were a nurse crop for the native seed to help establish. And then in December, so the majority of the seed was planted in May. December, we went back in with a 0.5 pound per acre of that native seed to refill in those bare areas. What does the maintenance look like? So in year one, we mowed a few times in order to keep those weed pressure down. And then the following years, so in years 2 through 15, considering mowing every year as the management strategy, or you can burn every 3 years as the management strategy for these strips. But really the expense and big management is what happens in year one. And then it's very minimal in the following years. What does the seed mix look like? So again, the prairies are a mix of native and local ecosystem ecotype seeds. So that is what's key to making this ecologically relevant, something that is enhancing our local biodiversity community. What the recommendation is 2 flowering species per season. So 2 species that are going to flower in the spring, summer, and fall. Fitting these species to your soil type and then to your light conditions for where you're going to put them in. This is an example of a seed mix. So this is 8 species of forbs and then 3 species of grasses that was put in. And the recommended seeding rate is around 4.5 to 4.6 pounds per acre. And so I'm about ready to wrap up here. But as we consider
Perfect
what
timing.
these opportunities for prairie strips are, or biodiversity zones, really considering, you know, across of our landscape, when we're taking a landscape view, where are the unprofitable areas of a field that might be relevant or helpful to be converted into something else? What challenges could benefit from biodiversity or using the entire farmscape, or really this concept of rest? I think our ranchers and cattlemen and folks who have a fallow period in their rotation out west understand this concept a lot more than maybe the Midwest field crop growers. Rest is so vital to an ecological system that this is just another way to consider putting specifically different areas of our field into times of rest that are beneficial for our whole landscape, right? And then what are the opportunities to address biodiversity across time? Hits on some of these other practices. So this is biodiversity, thinking about biodiversity in space in our field. And then other ways to think about biodiversity would be across time with the cover crops or diverse rotations, or when we're getting cattle in the system. So anyways, I hope that that was of interest to some folks, something to consider. And again, you are more than welcome to contact me to either connect with the lab who gets into the weeds of this data, if you're wanting to walk through the Excel sheet or the bulletin at all. And happy to talk more about this concept. All right.
Cool. Thank you, Christine. We really appreciate that. I know you said that you know, this is more for probably more on the farming side, but do you see an application on if you have a livestock component and not a farming component?
You know, I think that there's a big opportunity for livestock folks to utilize this if you do have crop ground or, you know, if you are haying in some areas, or if you're considering partnering with folks who, you know, I know that that's been pretty popular in our area and then across the country, is not having enough ground and then working with field crop producers to graze on their areas. There are some folks in Iowa who have been experimenting with grazing in these prairie strip areas. And so this can be a zone that is potentially available as grazing land within a field crop system if folks are more hesitant to have a full area of their ground converted. So I think that the idea of partnership and what this looks like for opportunities for grazing is still relevant
Sure.
to grazers on that front.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Well, we appreciate you joining this conversation today. And yeah, it's been good. If anybody has, well, let's see, if anybody has a quick question for Christine, we do have time for maybe one question. You can go ahead and put it in the chat. Either something that you learned, something that you're going to apply. We'd love to get a takeaway how this might apply to you. But yeah, if nothing else, please send her some gratitude, share your epiphanies, your takeaways.
Hedgerow similar advantages, just seeing that in the chat, and I'll answer quickly. I
Yeah,
think that
that's a good one.
it's the intentionality of the hedgerow, right? So it is beneficial in our system, but are we managing our hedgerows in the way that, you know, we're managing this situation? So is that biodiversity being optimized? There is a huge opportunity, again, to attract those beneficials, to encourage that pest predation that we're seeing when we have more biodiversity in our systems, but it's their intentionality in managing our hedgerows, right? And so that's where the difference comes in, is intentionality in encouraging that biodiversity and that vegetative makeup, and then encouraging management of that. So are we allowing that to go all to grasses? Do we have opportunities for pollination to happen? Do we have good nesting habitat? That's where the difference comes in, and the diversity of plants is where we get that encouraging the infiltration. So we do see benefit of just a hedgerow, but is that hedgerow being optimized and managed to its full biodiversity potential? I think would be where the difference is.
Yeah, fair enough. Cool. Well, very good. Thank you again. We appreciate you being part of the Regenerative Legacy Summit. And Margot just dropped in the chat the gift page. So just click on Christine's, right below Christine's picture, and you'll be directed to where that gift is. So awesome, everybody. As you saw, if people were watching me on video, I took a quick walk outside. If you guys need to do that, take your phone with you, whatever you need to do. But I like to kind of shake it up, break it up a little bit. Let's see if we can, how can we do this? Okay. Okay. I don't want to be the only one that looks awesome here. So everybody else, turn on your cameras. What we're going to do, I'm going to have to jump up here so I can do this so you can actually see me. I don't know if you can see me. Okay, so what this is, Alan Williams talked about this. People like to move. Microbes like to move. Our bodies like to move. We've been sitting for a while, so we're going to break this up for just a minute before we jump into the next presentation. So what this looks like, it's 3 reps of 3 different exercises. The first one is just simple. Start here, raise your hands above your head 10 times. The second one is jumping jacks. So we'll start in just a minute. David's like going for it. The second one is jumping jacks, but you're not jumping, just touch top, touch bottom. And then the next one is squats. So you can probably see me from here. Okay, so let's start the first one. First one to 10. Hey, you guys get a bonus here. Martha, we love it. We should have you lead us. Okay, so ready and go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then the jumping jacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then the squats. You can put your hands wherever. You might need to hold them out if you need to so you don't fall over. And then just bend your knees as far down as you can without falling over backwards. Ready and go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Phew, you guys made it. Good job, everybody. Remember to move. Remember to drink water. Everybody staying hydrated. Grab some water if you need to. Those on camera, yeah, you're doing it. That's good. Okay. We're about at the halfway point for today. This afternoon is going to be awesome. We're going to dive a little bit deeper on some livestock production principles this afternoon. Have some more work on the mindset piece. We're going to balance the things that are going on beneath the surface with the things that are going on above the surface, the roots and the shoots and everything. So what we're looking at here, and appreciate those that are sticking with us. This is pretty awesome. I'm going to go here and do a little doodling here on a whiteboard. Okay, so how many of you feel like you have more capacity now and more capacity, more ability to be profitable and be regenerative? Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. If you feel like, man, these 2 days have given me at least some pieces to be able to follow. There's some things that I've learned. Okay. And then I want you to put a 2 in the chat if you feel like, yeah, I get it, but there still might be a little bit more that I need. Might be just a little bit more that I need. Okay. So, yeah, good. We're kind of back and forth between the 1 and the 2. So I see some people that are wanting to doodle on the board here. I'm not sure how we block that, but we're gonna do this. I'm actually going to do a new one here. And so you can do your own doodling on your papers here. I'll be the doodler here for just a minute. Okay, we're gonna do another, where are we? Whiteboard, there we are. Okay, thanks for new whiteboard. Okay. So when you want to get somewhere, the two most important pieces of information are, number one, where you're at. And what do you think number two would be? Somebody put it in the chat. If you know where you're at, what else do you need to know? You got it. Where you want to end up, where you want to be. Okay. Where do you want to be? Take a minute and think about that. Like, do you want to leave a legacy? Is there something that you want to be remembered by? I hope so. I do. That's part of the reason why I'm here. When I started on my regenerative journey, I talked about that yesterday. I thought erroneously that there was a direct line between where I wanted and where I wanted to be. I knew when we started out, hey, we want to be ranchers. We want to continue the legacy that we've started. We want to be profitable. We want to have 8 children. We actually ended up having 9. Our last one was Jonas, so we call him Jonas Bonus. There were some things that I knew that I wanted, and it seemed to me like this path to get from where I was to where I wanted to be was somewhat linear. But I've come to realize that it's not so much that way. It's actually something. Can you guys see this okay? Okay. So let's zoom out here for just a minute. And again, I'll do the doodling. Man, we've got like a awesome class here that wants to be artistic. Okay, so when we start out, we might be going along thinking things are good. We're going to end up here at our goal over here. And this is us. This is us. Okay, got a big smile on our face. And we know where we're going, and we're going to get there, by golly. But what happens is, okay, you're good. I don't know how you stop it either. I would draw on the whiteboard, and maybe we'll default to drawing on the whiteboard if we need to. What happens is sometimes the journey goes somewhat like this. You guys can follow along with me. We think it's a direct line, when in reality it might be something more like this path right here. And then up and something like that, okay? Okay, let me just talk you through this. Everybody that I have explained this to, it's made sense to them, even though it's kind of like, at first it's kind of like, what are you talking about? There is balance in nature. Things must go down to go up. Roots must go down into the soil before they shoot up. There's as is above, so is below. So having that concept and that principle in mind, when we go on our journey, it might look something like this. We start off, things are looking really good. We say, hey, I can see over here that this is where I want to be. I want to be across that canyon. We might not even recognize how deep it actually is. And so we take off on that journey. Pretty soon we find out, holy cow, we're falling off the cliff here. This is kind of where we fall into maybe a slide. We get down in here in the bottom. In the bottom, sometimes there's some fog. We might wander around and question, like, what direction do I really go? Our tendency is we'll want to pull back to where we've come from. We finally climb up out of there. We're on this steep incline. We can see back to where we came from. Things are hard. It's a struggle. we're fighting against inertia. We're fighting against our natural tendencies to just slide back to where it's uncomfortably comfortable. But we remember that, okay, this is really where we want to be, is up here. And so we keep going. And so we call this phase 1. Phase 2 is the slide. Phase 3 is kind of that fogginess down at the bottom. And phase 4 is the climb. Okay. So phase 1 is when we're looking out across. We can see where we want to go. There's clarity of vision. Phase 2 is when we're like, holy cow, what's happening? I'm just falling into this slide. Phase 3 is when we may blunder around in the dark and thinking, where was it that I wanted to go? Phase 4 is when it gets really hard. We don't know how far it is to the summit, but we just have to rely on faith that we need to keep going. And then we reach the summit. So now put in the chat where you're at on this progression. Phase 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'll keep that up for just a minute. Phase 1, 2, 3, or 4. Where are you at on the progression? Okay, we've got a 3, we've got a 1, we've got a 1, we've got a 3 to 4 just coming out, 1. And if you don't know, just guess, because your guess is probably going to be 90% right. Phase 1, 3, 4. Okay, very good. So when, yeah, appreciate the honesty here. Okay. So with that in mind, you might even want to take a screenshot of that, or ideally draw it out on your own piece of paper. Just that little doodle that I have right there. Okay. Okay, there we go. Phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so I've labeled these phases, and we're going to talk a little bit about it because depending on where you're at right now within your personal life and your business, the mindset, the attributes, and the tools that you need to be able to get from where you're at to the next phase is going to be very different. And so when I'm coaching with other people who come to Ag Steward for consulting, they have questions, things, I have to be aware of where they're at because the counsel given and the action steps that they commit to may not be right for them at that right phase. And hopefully this will land and will make sense as we talk through this. So you've all identified where you're at on that progression cycle. And so let me just share with you the tool that I have here. Okay, there we are. Okay. Can you guys see the board if I go to the board? If I turn this a little bit and come a little bit closer, maybe this will be actually a little bit easier than trying to doodle. And can you guys see that okay? Can you give me a thumbs up? Anybody? Are we there? Okay, good. Okay, so let's do this. With every phase that we're at, we need, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that we need to know to be able to progress. Okay, so there's 5 things that we need to know at every phase or level that we're at on this journey. The first one is called story. Okay, what's the first one? Go ahead and type it in the chat. And the way that I remember story is by drawing an anchor, which I actually found an anchor here in our Airbnb. So it looks something like that. So the first one is a story. So we've got an anchor, and that represents story. Okay. Number 2 are the emotions And that's going to be represented, we'll put red as emotions. And that's represented by a circle.
Jared, can you come closer to the camera or take your camera closer to you?
Yeah, I think I can. Might need how's that?
That's better. Yeah.
That better? Okay, so number 2 was what? Somebody put it in the chat.
Does that look good? Yeah. That's a very
Emotion.
I can.
And number 3 is the attribute needed. Well, you guys get a test and see how my spelling is here. Color doesn't necessarily matter on this one. I don't know, does it have 1 or 2 T's? Attribute. Okay. You guys read that okay. Then where are we at? Number 4 is the purpose. And we'll make that by an arrow. And the last one, purpose has an E. And the last one are the skills needed. Okay, so as I walk through these different phases, have these in mind and even take notes on those 5 things that we just talked about. So number 1, story, number 2, emotion, number 3, attribute, number 4, purpose, and number 5, skills. And the symbol that represents each of those. Okay, so I'll stand on this side and you guys can see that. Okay, very good. You guys are doing awesome in the chat. I like being able to do this because I can see you guys. When I go into presentation mode, I can't see you. Okay, so number 1. If we draw a little diagram of what we had, I think we can do this. I'm going to do it in black so you can see it. Okay, so we're going to draw a mini diagram of what I had over there. We start off over here. We might have a little bit of a high rise here. It comes down, it goes up, I have a plateau, an overhang, and then up here. We want to be over here. You define what that looks like for you. For me, that was a legacy business, regenerative ranch that is profitable, that lasts for generations, that perpetuates what my grandfather and my father taught me. We're connected to our God. I am a representative of Jesus Christ. All of those things that went into my vision and mission, that's where I want to be, is over here. And so when I'm over here, a lot easier to draw with this. When I'm over here, I have a pretty clear and direct view of where I want to be over there. I get on this rise. I can see where I came from. I can see where I'm going, and things are good. Things are awesome. Okay, so what you need when you're at that, we're going to call this phase 1. When we're at phase 1, the things that well, let me tell you a story first. Anchor this in by a story, remember. When we're gathering cattle, we're on cattle on some pretty steep, rugged country. Often we will see cattle from one side of the canyon, on the other side of the canyon. But we know that if we're going to go there and get them, we have to go down through and get through a lot of the trees, sometimes the creek, the water, sometimes bogs. It can be steep, it can be rugged, it can be rough. And then the cattle might be over here, somewhere on the hill on the opposite side. We can see them really good from right here. And so we have to mark and remember, okay, they were there, there's the landmarks that I can see. I'm going after them, because the moment that you start off here, you lose sight of where the cattle are at. We'll keep the cattle up there. We lose sight of where the cattle are at. So we have to imprint it into our mind. They're there. Those are the landmarks. It was that outcropping of rock. We actually use virtual collar fencing now, so it kind of cheats the system. But you still have to rely on your senses, because they can move and they don't update. And so it's like, where did you last see them? Okay. So that's the story. If you wanted to put a name for that story, it would be gathering cows. The emotions that we have when we're in that phase 1, what would you have? Some of you that put phase 1, put your emotions in there. Mine are excitement. We're hopeful. We also can be a little bit nervous. Like last week, we were, a week ago yesterday, or was it today? A week ago yesterday, we were at Knott's Berry Farm. My kids talked me into going on some roller coasters. Boy, When you're sitting and you're climbing up this hill and you know that that drop's coming, that's nervous to me. I know I'm not going to die. At least that's what I had to keep telling myself. I saw those people walk off of there, and every seat was full when they got off of that roller coaster car. So I just got to get through these 3 minutes or whatever it is. It seemed like 3 hours on that deal. There's a little bit of nervousness. So that's the emotions might be excited, hopeful, nervous, anticipation. Yeah, good one. Good one. Definitely put that one in. Okay. What's the next one? What are the attributes that you need at this level right here? What I came up with were the 4 C's. Number 1, courage. Nope, number 1, commitment. Number 2, courage. Number 3, capability. Number 4, confidence. Courage, commitment, capability, confidence. And then maybe add in a little bit of endurance. What do you need? What are the attributes that you need at this level? Is there anything else that you might add to that list? Courage, capability, commitment, courage, capability, confidence. Those are kind of my go-to ones because you have clarity when you're right here. All right. What are this? What's the next one? What's the purpose of this phase right here? So I see that the purpose of this phase is to be able to build. The purpose of this phase is to discover your why. Somebody mentioned it. I think David mentioned it, and I use the term in there, ikigai. The term that represents why you're here on this earth. What you were created uniquely to be able to do, the impact that you were created to have. In holistic management, we call that our holistic context, and that is encompassed by our vision, values, and mission. So that is our why. Remember, we started with why. And then what are the tools and skills needed? At this level, level 1, tools and skills needed would be systems and to gain the skills. You know, that's the time when you're like, man, where do I lack? Am I lacking in the production side? Am I lacking management, leadership, stockmanship, soil health? Go to the classes, gain the skills. This is where you can really focus in on those tactical skills that you need. Okay, and then we know what's coming. We might not know just exactly how steep that is, but as we start down into what we call the slide. So step number, actually phase 1 is called sprint. Phase 2 is when we're sliding off the hill here. Guy might be like, whee! And maybe he's got the look that I had with my, I don't know if anybody well, actually we saw it, you know, those pictures that they take when you're going down that hill and they snap the pictures. It's kind of like, that's kind of my look as I was going down the whatever they called that old wooden roller coaster at Knott's Berry Farm last week. This is called the slide. Okay, we'll run through these real quick. So the roller coaster story is my story for that, particularly when you're going up the hill. All of this height that you gain is going to come out going down that other side to build up speed. Okay. So just think about that. The story to anchor that in is a roller coaster. If you've ever been on a roller coaster, it's kind of that anticipation. So it's also the feeling like things are falling apart, like you're actually falling, physically falling. Remember when you're coming off of that and going down that steep incline on the roller coaster, you were literally falling. We tend to say our terms and verbiage might be things are falling apart. When I hear that, then that's an indicator, oh, they're probably in a slide right now. When they feel like their business is falling apart, their marriage is falling apart, their whatever it is. Those are just subtle indicators. Scared, fearful, those might be the emotions that you have when you're at that phase. What is the purpose of that? So the purpose, remember the arrow, you can write that. The purpose of that is to gain momentum. When I explained that to my kids, when they looked at those roller coasters, I said, everything from that pinnacle on down, there is no propulsion. All the effort was expended getting here, and now it is all literally downhill with a lot of speed, a lot of force. And so the purpose of this is to gain momentum. And the skills needed at that point are the skills of being able to I put surrender in there as kind of the attribute, and I think that's also the skill that you need. It's like once you commit and they lock that bar and the car moves, there is no getting out of it. Like I wanted to, and especially when I was starting down the other side. And so surrender, to be able to breathe, to be able to let go and let God. Maybe a little bit of trust is important in there also. But what do you guys think? What do you think are the skills that are needed for you when you're going through that? When you're going through this, some of you might be in this slide right now. And it's important that when we're in this sprint phase, we develop those skills, because that's when we're going to need them in that next phase. The skills that we need in the next phase, we develop in the prior phase, and we refine them in the next phase. Okay. So faith might be a good one. Yeah. Yep. Okay. In the pit, phase 3, we're down here. And if the fog if you live in a valley, or you kind of know how it is, the fog settles in the bottoms of the valley. It's the coldest place. It's kind of the last place where the sun burns the fog off when you have inversion and things like that. So this, you might not be so happy down here. And we call this phase 3 and refer to it as, the name of it is the pit. I'm sure all of you have been through different pits in your life. So my story for this pit was my own experience when I experienced situational depression. I told you yesterday about, receiving the foreclosure letter in the mail. It actually happened before then, when kind of the financial pressures were building. I had also just been released from a service calling within our church. I had been called to help other people. And when that release came, it was like I kind of lost purpose. I didn't have a clear sense of direction. I was feeling like the weight of the world was pulling down upon my shoulders. And I remember that in those dark moments, that I would have to remind myself of what I could see back then, that I had a Savior who loved me, that I had a family around me who loved me, and that there really was a purpose to live. And I held on to that faith, even though at the time I couldn't feel it. I was pretty numb. I imagine some of you could probably relate to this. That numbness made me want to withdraw. It made me want to pull away from even the people that I loved me. It caused me to see those who wanted to help me as my enemy. And I started to believe those 40,000 lies that I heard every day in my mind for the 30 plus, near 40 plus years at that point of my whole life. And I started to believe the lie that my life was no longer worth living, that my self-worth was tied to my net worth, and that because my net worth was plummeting, how could I be worth it? And at the lowest point here, at the bottom of this, there's an outlet. And it's not a very good one, you guys. If you're there or you know somebody that's there, reach out to them. I am so grateful that I had somebody in my life, 3 people in particular, besides my Father in heaven, God, and Jesus Christ. Those are not the 3 people. Heavenly Father and God, I consider one, Jesus Christ the second, and certainly the Spirit was there and helping me. But again, I was numb and I couldn't feel it. I had gone from literally days earlier, months earlier, to being at a high, serving, helping other people, having vision. Like, holy cow, my identity was just pulled away. I don't know what I need to do anymore. I am called to serve people, but I don't have people to serve. I'm called to teach, but I don't have people to teach. What do? I still have a ranch. The ranch is failing. I'm in this pit. I can't see. I can't feel. The way out, take your life. Let your family collect on your life insurance policy, Jared. That's the responsible thing to do. And holy cow, talk about a lie of lies. And while I never planned the act, the simple fact that that lie got implanted in me, it just crushed my self-worth. And I didn't know how bad off I was until I went to my friend's office for a mentoring appointment. And he says, "You look like you've been chewed up and spit out." And I said, "What do you mean?" He's like, "What's going on, Jared?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" I couldn't see it. Remember? The emotions had stacked up. I couldn't feel it. Even the people around me that were closer to me, they couldn't clearly see it because it was so gradual. You know how it is when you see a calf every day. It's like, is that thing really growing? But then you step away for 6 weeks or 2 months and you come back. It's like, wow, that thing's really changed. It's like, man, it's gaining. Or the opposite. It's like, what happened? And that was the case for me. It's like, what happened? And so you got to hear from my friend yesterday, Kirk Duncan, who was the one who said, "Hey, there's some things going on. Your life is worth living." So what did I need? My story for that, number 3, is my own personal journey of depression. Some of the emotions that you might experience in that are resolve, which can be good or bad. Like, oh, this is my lot in life, or like, I'm going to get through this. It can be overwhelm, doubt, depression, despair. Those are the common ones when you're down here in the bottom. What is the attribute that you need? Remember the square. What is the attribute that you need? For me, it was faith. It was a lot of faith. A deeper, stronger faith that grew stronger because of that experience. And now I can say, having come out, gotten my head above water, and looking back, I can say it was worth it because now I can see in others what Kirk saw in me. Now I can hear their language. I can see their body language. I can recognize and have empathy and understanding and know the tools to be able to get through this and back out of it. And so absolutely, my faith in Jesus Christ was strengthened. I testified for 2 years as a missionary that he was my savior, but he didn't have to save me until that point. It was all theory. And at that point, I needed something stronger than me to pull me out of that. And that's when my conviction, my testimony, my certainty, my surety grew that Christ not only saved us from sin and death, but saved us through everything, anything that we could ever go through. So faith for me, that's when you develop faith. Faith up here is theoretical. Faith down here is when it counts. What is the purpose of this? This is when it's the refining, the testing. This is the drought when you're on your operations. You build all the resiliency up here. And when you slide into that drought, it's when you test, man, Did I provide enough cover in the good years? Is my water really infiltrating or is it running off? For us personally, do I have a resiliency bank? Do I know the tools? Okay, so refining and testing is I believe that is the purpose of that. And what do we need? What are the skills that we need? We need a compass, a guide / mentor. Okay, compass and a mentor. Your compass is that thing that always points north. It is the truth, not your truth, the truth that matters no matter what. And I believe that that truth exists inside of us because of what our DNA is and who made us. We can find that truth in summits like this. We can find it in God's word. We can find it in listening to podcasts. That's when we rely on that compass. We reach out for the guide who I can guarantee you, because I know personally, and I've seen it in the lives of others, there is always somebody there that you can reach out to. And I also know that you may be the person that you need to reach out to. You're on higher ground and you say, hey, you're in a bad spot. Again, go back and listen to the podcast with the 4 Rough Tough Cowboys that talked about mental health and depression on the Profitable Steward podcast. That gave me a second witness that there's always somebody there to help. Okay. Phase 4. You guys doing okay? Getting more clarity? Is this helpful? This was put on my heart to be able to share this. I've shared it in personal appointments before, working with people one-on-one. I've never shared it in this depth because this depth didn't come to me till just the last couple days. And so I trust that I need it. Hopefully some other people need it as well. So this one, we're climbing, and maybe we've lost our hat because we're climbing up this hill. Okay. This 4th phase, we're going to label it the climb. Okay, the 4th phase is the climb. Hopefully you guys can see that okay. And it is the right way. Okay, so the 4th phase is the climb. When I had an experience, I have to go by how old my kids are. My 18-year-old daughter was just a baby, so however many years ago that was, just over 18. Well, she would have been a baby 17 years ago. 17 years ago, Sunday afternoon, I started feeling a little bit weak in my hands. By Monday, it was kind of worse. Like, man, what's going on? I can't grip things. By Tuesday, I had a hard time walking. By Wednesday, I could kind of shuffle. By Thursday, I was like, dang, something's really wrong with me. By Friday, I'm like, okay, I got to go figure out what's wrong with me. I did some blood tests, and I went to Nate, kind of a chiropractor that we go to, because my blood test came back, says, you're squeaky clean. There's nothing wrong with you. I'm like, well, there's something wrong with me because I can't even button up my shirt, guys. And the chiropractor said, hey, you got Lyme's disease. I'm like, what the heck? How do I have Lyme's disease? I never got bit by a tick. But sure enough, his testing said that I did, and I went through treatments. And a week later, I was able to walk out of his office, kind of at somewhat of a run, and pull my boots back on and button up my shirt for myself again. What he said to me, along with the physical treatments, he taught me some tools and some things that Kirk talked about yesterday, the forgiveness. And he said, write a list, and on that list, do 3 things, 3 columns. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 columns. Things that you did do that you regret, things that you didn't do that you regret, things that were done to you. So did do, didn't do, was done to you. And he said, let's work through those things. We'll use some energetic tools. We'll use some prayer and forgiveness. You do your part. I'll do my part. God does his part. This isn't repentance. These are the things that are weighing you down, Jared. And if you want to heal faster, you go through this. You don't have to. I decided I'll do it. So I did it. So if you want to write down the story for that, you could write down my experience of Lyme's disease. The emotions that you might have during that are kind of some anticipation, like, holy cow, my goal is just right here. I just have to keep going. I don't know exactly how far, but I'm just going to keep pressing forward. You can also have a little bit of frustration. Like, why does it have to be so hard? Why isn't God helping me? It can also be a sense of especially when you get to this little plateau right here, which usually exists, you can look back and you can think, wow, at least I'm better than I was there. Or it might happen somewhere here. And so you can have like I don't know, contentment maybe, or willing to settle. Maybe that's like you want to settle, like, okay, this is far enough. This is enough. I've done enough effort. I know I wanted that goal, but it's harder than I thought. And we're going to make all kinds of excuses and justification why this is good enough. So we'll settle. And the other thing, we'll want to quit because you think, well, it wasn't so bad back there. If I could just go back there, things would be better. Because, we think, man, we had excitement over here and now it's hard. And so we want to go back. We want to quit. But to get back, we got to go back through this pit to get back over there. And you really can't go backwards because things are linear. And you're like, I don't know what to do. Let's just quit. So there's a lot of opposition. And that's when the pioneers, when they had their wagons loaded down with books and pianos, they were like, we can't climb this hill. These things that I have cherished, I can't eat them. The flower's going to stay in. The piano's going to get set out. Some of the books might get set out. So you lighten your wagon. So that's, I skipped a step. That was actually down in the bottom. We'll come to that. Okay, so the emotion were those: anticipation, frustration, quitting, wanting to go back. The attribute needed is the conviction. Like, golly, I'm just going to do it. It's just kind of like quitting is not an option. We all have seen the sports movies the people that have gotten through. That's what you need to have to get up here, is that conviction. Like, okay, I don't know how far it is, but I'm just going to keep going and I'm going to trust that I will get there. The conviction. What is the purpose of this? Well, the purpose of this is to build strength. Build strength for what? To build strength that you need when you reach the top. So there is a purpose in that climb. It's not just God watching you struggle and thinking, man, look at him. You've got to go through the hard. The chicks have to break through the shell. Whatever analogy you want to use, you need that strength for the next level that you're going to be at. And then the skills needed, that's where you need to say no. You need to leave that piano behind. You need to let go. Let me get there. Well, let me go there. Let go, not only of the physical things, sometimes most importantly, and almost always, they're the emotional and the mental things that are not in alignment with this new identity that you're creating. By the way, we call this the stewardship journey. If you want a label for it, this is called the stewardship journey. Okay. This is the time to get lean. This is the time to forgive. This is the time to say no to everything that's not serving your purpose. Lighten your load so that you can go faster. You focus on the 20% that gets you the 80% of the results. The 10x growth. And you build a team. Because likely one of your team members is going to be up here. Another one's going to be down here. They're going to throw you down a rope. They'll help you get up. Somebody down here is going to be able to be on belay and help you up. That's when you need the team. Okay? The team, the outline of the team should probably be built here, but when you really rely on them is going to be over here. Okay. That is the stewardship journey, my friends. And you've identified, does anybody have more clarity on where they're at in this journey now? Does anybody want to change what their answer is? So again, where are you at? Are you in the sprint? Are you in the slide? Are you in the pit? Are you in the climb? Let's put those numbers back in the chat just so we kind of have a see. Have a see so I can see. Sprint, slide, pit, climb. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. Where are you guys at on that journey? Okay. Got some 2.5s. Yeah, I like it. I like it. You like to be precise. Okay. You're at a 4, coming out of the pit. Okay. 1. Good, you guys. So isn't it amazing how we intuitively know where we're at? Even if we're in the depression and we can't see, think, feel. Thank you, Tia. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. I knew there was somebody, and if it was just one person, it absolutely was worth it. So it's 2 people, it's you and me, and hopefully some more that are on here too. How does this relate to regenerative agriculture? This is regenerative agriculture. This is profitable stewardship, my friends. How can we be regenerative when we are stuck down here? And this just keeps on for days, months, weeks, years. How can we be regenerative when we don't have the team to be able to help us get up there? And by the way, you guys, you probably already figured it out, but this just continues, right? This is another sprint. You take advantage of that level ground. You put on your running shoes, you put away your hiking shoes, you leave your carabiners and all your ropes behind, and you say, the next person's going to need them, and I'm going to sprint. I'm going to go as fast as I can to get to that next little crest so that I can go down the slide and so I can go through the pit. And the thing about what I want to share with you and what I shared tomorrow and why this is important is because the Profitable Steward program is all about this and shortening this time and helping you get through here. I do not think that I can drag you back up, or anybody can drag you, or that it's doing you service to drag you back up to this point, because you're just going to be frustrated. And sometimes well-meaning coaches and consultants and even loved ones, they say, hey, I'm up here. Things are good up here. And you're like, dang it, I don't want to be up there. I've got to be up there. And you don't understand me. I'm born to be up here. And you want me to be back here where it's comfortable. Well, it's comfortable for a time until something pushes you off the edge, because either you choose to jump off the edge or something will push you off the edge. We all fastened our seatbelts. Those lap bars are down on us, you guys. There's not getting out of this ride. We've got to go through it. But we get to choose how we go through it. Is it going to be joyful? Is it going to be miserable? Is it going to be hard, or is it going to be purposeful? There is balance in everything. What goes up must first go down. And when we realize these principles, it's not so much about woe is me, my life is falling apart. It's that we're able to see, yay, I get to go through this journey one more time. And I know better now how to get through. And I know what I need. And my friends, if I can help you, if we can help you on this journey, that is the purpose of what we do here at Ag Steward. That's why we exist, is to help you, your team, and your business on this journey. And to that end, I want to remind you of what we shared yesterday, that there is an opportunity for you to be able to take the next step. By the way, would it be helpful if I shared those principles of the steward's journey? I don't know if you guys want that, I will somehow get it to you. The story, emotion, attribute, purpose, tools for each of those phases. For me, it's really helpful when it was revealed to me, because now I can see where I am at. And if I can see where I'm at, I can see where other people are at. And I know what I need to be able to get to the next place. And so if anybody wants those, looks like I'm seeing some yeses here when I pop back up. Okay. It's an honor. And just know this is not from me, it's only through me. These are principles that others have shared. Other people draw them more in a circular way. I think a little more linearly. Maybe if you see them kind of spelled out, you can see and you can look for those indicators of where you're at. You can identify your own repeating stories. And that's the other thing when we start to think, man, I've been here before, especially here on this climb. Why is it so hard? I've been here before. It'll be like, okay, the reason that you're back here is, and that you're not progressing past it, is because there's lessons. Remember what we learn at that phase? We need strength. We haven't gotten those strength and the muscles that we need. So we get to face that climb again, not because it's a punishment, but because we need the skills to be up there, and we didn't get them the first time around. So we get to repeat it. Through today, there's an opportunity for you. Did that just go away? Sorry, I meant to go there. Share, share, share. That's it. Through today, we have this opportunity to join us on this journey that I've talked about here, that I've tried to illustrate. It starts with the Profitable Steward 2-day workshop. In that class, you will determine where you're at on this journey. It's making sense to me now why sometimes I try to force people back up here to get a vision, because we start with why when they're down here. And I just need to be more patient, like my mentors were with me. Stop trying to drag people back up to here and say, hey, look. No, we get through that. We get to the next plateau. So we'll identify where you're at on this journey. Phase 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll identify where your business is at on this journey, because our businesses, our stewardships, they all generally mirror. Sometimes they're a little behind, sometimes they're a little ahead of where we are, depending on some factors like team and things like that. You can get started tomorrow with the 7-day regenerative challenge. The 7 videos watched in 7 days to create the new identity of a profitable steward. Quickest way to change is to change your identity. I'm not talking about other identity changes here. I'm talking about the identity that God gave you that is ingrained within you. That identity is of a steward, and it does not matter if you don't own anything. You are a steward. If you're living, if you're breathing, if you're here today, you've made a choice to be here. That is stewardship. And as long as we have the ability to choose, and even when those freedoms are taken from us and we're in a concentration camp and we don't have freedom, we still have stewardship, because we can choose the way we paint our reality. And the third thing that we've set up to be able to ensure the most likelihood of success is the 3-month mastermind group. Access to this mastermind group. We are planning on building out by the first of the year a membership area, which will include the monthly mastermind. And you'll have January is included in that. And then you can decide if it's right for you to continue at the 97 or $100 a month to stay in that group. You can do it, but finish out this year strong, start into the next year strong with a vision. Ideally, we've gone through, we're up here, we're starting 2025 up here. We don't just say, oh, we've got to get through 2024. It's like, no, we're going to build what we need. No matter where we're at on this journey, we're going to gain the skills that we need to help us. So when 2024 comes around, we can start it off and just with a lot of momentum and movement and purpose and vision and clarity. And so that's the mastermind group. $1,200 is the value, $47 if you sign up today. I would love to fill this class, you guys. Who is it for? It's for people who are committed to making this a business. People who stewardship resonates with them. Sometimes it's when you're You keep trying to climb back up here. All the effort that should be used over here is trying to get back here where it's comfortable. And you need somebody to help you guide you through this to get over there where you were born to be. Just realizing that you're going to get over the next there where you were born to be. But you're closer. You stop being stuck. You stop going in circles. You stop trying to go backwards. You get over the good is good enough and the contentment, and you say, I was born for more. So how do you sign up? Go to events.agsteward.co. Margot, if you can drop that in the chat, events.agsteward.co, or the other landing page that she gives you. Either one of those, one of them will look like this, one of them will look a little bit different. They both lead to the same place. The bonuses are not outlined there. They will be outlined in an email that will be coming out hopefully tomorrow, if not by Friday. The team, this was not something that we planned on until yesterday. It was like the class is great, but they need maybe a little bit more help between now and then, and they need some accountability afterwards. So let's build this out. So this is kind of like flying and building the airplane while you're going, and we appreciate that you guys are willing to do us. These things are built out. They're already in existence. It's just delivering them to you. We're figuring out the delivery method. So any questions? Probably got time for a quick question. Either raise your virtual hand, type it in the chat. We will also open it up for those who are willing to stay on to the end. We plan on ending at 4 o'clock this afternoon with Colin Seiss. Ken Hamilton is up next. We don't publish the schedule because, as you can see, sometimes it doesn't always mesh. Some people have those things. Where do you find the free gifts? You just go to that page and you click on the speaker. So my gift is the things on the left for the price on the right. The other speakers, if you just click either on their name or right below their name, that's where you'll get to their gifts. Cool. Kenneth Hamilton is up next. We're going to bring him up. I've got to make him. I got to exit out of here. Thanks, everybody. That was the first time I've ever shared that. And I sure pray that it was helpful. I pray that I was able to deliver it in a way that made sense and brought hope. Because we need hope right now more than ever. If hope was a commodity, we could sell it, man. Okay, so we're gonna make Ken co-host. There you go, Ken. I see you're in the room. And we'll go ahead and have you come on up and bring your presentation up. So everybody remember, stay hydrated, run, use the bathroom real quick, come right back because Ken's gonna jump in. This presentation, I've asked Ken, I've listened to him speak multiple times.
Jared,
He's-
real fast.
Yes.
There was a question in the chat if the 2-day class is for crops as well. How would you want to answer that?
Yeah, super good question. My experience is more with integrating livestock. We do work a lot with row crop farmers. Generally, they have a livestock component, but stewardship, these principles will absolutely apply. You'll have to translate it like when we're running gross margins and things like that in the class for the enterprise that you have. You can just translate it into your crops and your context. So I would say yes. Yep. If you're involved in agriculture, any species, any crop, this class will absolutely benefit you. Thanks, Selena, for chiming in. Appreciate that. Okay. Ken Hamilton, are you there?
Jared,
I saw you and I can't see.
Jared, I'm here.
Hey, there you are. There you are. Okay, we're going to add you. There we go. Does that work? There we are. I think we're together here for a minute. Okay. Well, welcome, Ken. We're glad that you're able to join us here. What Alan Williams talked about this morning is going to tie in a lot with what Ken Hamilton is going to teach this afternoon. So we've got Ken, we've got a couple other speakers. We're going to wrap up at 4 o'clock Pacific. We'll have some bonuses for those who stay on. Remember, I tend to be a little bit biased. for those who keep their videos on and engage, and we appreciate that just because we want to make this as interactive and immersive as possible. So Ken, do you have a presentation you're going to share? You can go ahead and bring that up.
Yes, we do.
Cool. Yep, so Ken Hamilton is from Cache Valley, Utah. He's visited our ranch at least once. I've heard him speak live several times. He's been on our presentations before. And we talked earlier with Alan Williams about how can we build this, what I'm calling a parallel system, so that if and when the conventional system completely falls apart, we have another system that can replace it without a bunch of collateral damage. I heard in church once, somebody made the comment in church of all places, if we switch to grass-fed, everybody will starve. And I bowed up and I'm like, no, we wouldn't. And then I thought, yeah, actually we would, because we don't have the systems to be able to produce grass-fed beef on the scale that it needs to be produced to feed the people the way that the current system. And I'm not bashing on feedlots. I'm not bashing on conventional agriculture. It was a system that was built, but that we've seen some flaws in it. And we believe, and I believe in my heart, there's other ways that not only build soil health, but end up with a good product on the back end of it, which we saw from Alan Williams' slides. And Ken will talk about this too. I think you probably work with Stefan Van at Utah State, right, Ken, when you're testing?
We have done a lot of testing up at the Utah State laboratory. And so we have a lot of data on this. Been doing it for 5 years now.
Yeah. So that's what we're starting to see is that Ken is going to talk to us about a product that has benefits on the back end, right? We're not just about producing pounds and bushels for cheap and having garbage on the back end. We're about having a quality product that actually regenerates us as human beings. And so let's jump right into it, Ken.
Hey, very good. Thank you, Jared. So our presentation today, Jared and I talked, it's about raising an incredibly healthy and premium quality beef. But the criteria of this has to be that it's not only healthy for the animal, but it's extremely healthy for the consumer. And so those are the principles we're going to talk about. And so as you guys have been demonstrating in your program, is we're stewards over livestock. And all of these intelligences that we're blessed to work with have a natural law and a divine order to them. And so when we manage those, they have to have the correct feed to match their genetic and their metabolic intelligence. And that optimizes their health and their well-being and also the quality of their life. And so as we look at this, is why would we concern ourselves with how beef is currently being produced? And, as Jared talked about, he said, there's different models. We have the grass-fed model, grazing. We have grain-fed and a feedlot model. A lot of people or producers are turning to sprout and fodder models, okay? And the problem is cattle and cattle producers are in a steady decline. We're at the lowest inventory in the last 70 years. And America has lost over 107,000 beef cattle farms and ranches in the past 5 years. And the reason isn't they're making so much money that they retire early. The reason is they're not making enough money to stay in business. That's what we're going to talk about. Okay, the lack of profitability is we are at about the end of our rope currently with our input costs and our interest rates and our overhead margins. These are very difficult to maintain a profit in these scenarios. And so what our program is going to talk about is sustainable regenerative cattle production. And you have to have higher revenues in a shorter period of time. You have to reduce your feed costs. It means you're going to improve feed conversion. You're going to have to produce healthier cattle and you will produce a healthier, superior meat for your consumers. What it is the Omega Balance Natural Beef program. And this is something that we've worked on now for 18 years. And we've done an extensive amount of testing and research on that. And what we're going to share today is only a fraction of what we have as far as information and resources. But we're going to take and blend and get the very best of the grain-fed qualities, which is the fat, the tenderness, and the marbling, and we're going to blend it and get the very best of grass-fed qualities. And this is a different type of animal. It's better than grass-fed, and it is vastly superior in every possible conceivable way to grain-fed. Now, Jared said, I won't bash grain-fed. I will. It is emphatically not fit for human consumption, period. So, Jared, you're much more of a gentleman than I am. So,
Trying to be too politically correct here.
Jared, that's you. That's not me.
Gotcha. Yep.
But,
I'm with.
But like I say, you're a better man than I am. So, as we move into the components of this program, it's growing and harvesting optimal forages. Okay. There's a saying, junk in, junk out. We don't go there. We go through a very critical, extensive fermentation process, and we are raising optimal meat. So this is a picture of our prime rib roast. This is grass-fed. Prime rib roast in about 15 to 16 months from birth to finish. Now that's way faster than feedlot, and it's way faster than grass-fed. And we have every bit the quality of feedlot on prime, but we have the healthiest omega-6 to omega-3 balance ratio. And that's critically important, because that's the difference between grass-fed and feedlot. These oxidative linolenic acids that are highly inflammatory and disease promoting. We eliminate that altogether. So this is how we do this. Okay, the Omega Balanced Natural Beef is balanced in its essential fatty acid ratios. That means 1 omega-6 to 1 omega-3. That's the ratio our bodies are designed to run on. We have incredible flavor. It is very tender because it's young. Our beef will grade prime or choice if we kill it early. We have incredible feed efficiency. It has higher nutrition, higher energy, and will produce our meats, depending on where we are in location, anywhere from 15 to 18 months. And our forages and our products all qualify as organic. And so here's an example of just the difference in fermented forage, our Omega Balanced Natural Beef versus grass-fed. And as we look at this, what I want to emphasize here is, because we have such a greater feed conversion on the same forage that you would feed a grass-fed animal, we can grow 2 animals in the same time that you can grow 1 on less feed. And so this produces, instead of waiting 2.5 to 3 years for a revenue stream, we're in that 15 to 18 month range, depending on how heavy you want to do this. And so you pick up not only a premium, an extra premium on another animal, but you have a feed savings. And so there's about a difference of $3,700 that you can pick up, which is a huge additive to your profit margins. Again, we have to raise the ranch revenues and we have to decrease costs. That's how producers stay in business. When you look at the grain-fed model, right, they finish faster than grass-fed. But the problem is their cost to finish is much higher. So when you compare a grain-fed to Omega Balanced beef, is we have a much lower cost to finish, and ours will qualify as a grass-fed. So you're still picking up an additional premium of over $3,000 on just improving your feed conversion and your time. We did a study here in Utah, when we first came out and relocated all of our research from South Carolina, where we took starting animals at 550 pounds. We went to 1,250. Hanging carcass weight was 740. The range was about 15 to 17 months. And we had just under a 6-to-1 feed conversion for our animals. And that is way less than half of just normal grass-fed. But again, we'll explain why this is happening with the fermented forages and those very specific but priority blend of microorganisms that we use. So this is through fermentation. This is the biological breakdown of forages. And in our program, we use absolutely no grains of any kind. And the animals that we want in the program couldn't or shouldn't have ever had grain. Here's the problem with the seed oils from all of these grains is once it's in the tissue, it has a very, very extensive life. And so it would take approximately 6 to 7 years to get all of the seed oils out of the tissues. And that goes for humans and animals. So we don't want to start with grain because it will show up in the meat at harvest time. So we want grass-fed animals that have been raised on milk and grass. Those come into the program, and that's how we can maintain that incredibly healthy 1-to-1 omega-6 to omega-3 balance ratio. And so it takes a little bit of a paradigm shift because most of livestock is based on dry matter intake. So I've got to get so much dry matter into these animals every day to get X results out the back door. The problem is what we're putting into those animals is so indigestible, is so insoluble that very little of it is actually transferred into feed conversion. And that's where the delay comes. And so we want to look at forage that are fermented. We want to look at them broken down. We want those microbial metabolites. And we want those higher amounts of nutrition available because that provides the energy for faster growth and for fat accumulation. So why do we ferment? Right? It is critical that we pre-digest by using high moisture forages, because that microorganism is the intelligence that breaks the feed down and puts it into smaller components. Those components hold all these energies, and these microbial metabolites, there'll be new compounds that come from the microbial processes that aren't in the plants. These are nutrition. And so we want to make those available because the plants are loaded with this stuff. So we need to take grasses and forages from 15-to-1 down to 6-to-7-to-1. There is not enough time in a 24 or 36 or 48-hour period to digest very much of the nutrients we feed these cattle or any ruminant. And so let's look at what we're dealing with. And the carbohydrate structure of plants, where we go from the very simplest to the most complex. So we have our simple sugars, our monosaccharides, disaccharides, oligosaccharides into our polysaccharides. Now, the wonderful thing about the plant world is it is all monosaccharides. Okay, there are 5 groups and 28 sugars, and in the world of the plant kingdom, there are no more sugars that build everything. 5 groups, 28 sugars. Everything else is just a combination of those 28 sugars. So a disaccharide is just 2 monosaccharides. Oligosaccharides are 3 to 10, and polysaccharides are just lots of monosaccharides. So you look at the primary plant metabolites, everything is built off of carbohydrates. Your proteins, carbohydrate base, nitrogen and sulfur. Your fats, lipids, oils, carbohydrate base with a phosphate. So as you look at this, all of these carbohydrates have an atomic weight. And the more carbons and hydrogens and oxygens we add, the bigger the molecules get. And so when you look at these and we start combining them, now what's happening is our atomic masses in our disaccharides, oligosaccharides, and polysaccharides go through the roof. And this causes these massive collections of carbohydrate chains to be indigestible. And so this is the process of putting plants together and making them indigestible, insoluble. So our job is to deconstruct all of this plant construction. We don't get the energy out of it until we break this thing down. So when you start looking at the glucose units, which is what our cells burn, okay, you begin to accumulate in these more complex carbohydrates. The more glucose units that we put in, we start increasing the atomic mass up to where they're completely indigestible. So you look at starches and pectins, more digestible. Hemicellulose, not so much. Cellulose is very difficult. Lignans, we get none of those. So when you start looking at your carbohydrate structure of plants in the digestibility table, all of your simple sugars are highly digestible. But when we start getting into the pectins, now we start reducing that digestibility. And when we get into hemicellulose, cellulose, and lignin, we've got upwards of 80% of the plant that's either partially digestible or non-digestible altogether. And so that 24-hour period just doesn't allow us that time to pass through and get the nutrition out of this that we actually need. And so when you look at manure, we have 24 to not more than 48 hours in the rumen. Yet that same material can take up to 3 to 5 years to decompose in the soil. So you can just imagine how much we lost by having such a short period of time in the rumen. And anaerobic decomposition is way slower than aerobic decomposition in the soil. And so we begin to understand that these are very, very complex plant components that we have to pre-digest. We have to have the microbes take these things apart and reduce them and make these insoluble, unavailable components into small, soluble, available compounds that changes our feed efficiency. And this is what the right biology does. It not only does it in the soil, it does it in us, it does it in livestock. And so the first component is growing incredibly good forages. We don't want poor, low quality forages because they don't contain the minerals and nutrition and the plant components. We want these high quality grasses and legumes. And so our process involves we're going to cut and we're going to windrow. And then we're going to come through and we're going to chop, bag, or pit this material. And so here's a picture of one of our fields where we've taken and we've cut the material. And the next day, so it's still a high moisture, we're chopping and we're putting this into a truck and we're going to bring this in to our bagging operation and start putting up this high moisture forage. The yellow tank on the chopper is filled with our biological fermentation product. So we're applying microorganisms, our fermentive microbes, at the chopper and bringing this into the truck. And we have our choppers so that they have a very precise, clean, fine cut. We want more surface area in our forages to be able to be digested by the microbes, because this changes feed conversion. Long stem fibers are very, very difficult to digest, so we want them chopped up. And so this surface area, the greater surface area is better for fermentation. The greatest potential for nutrient release, and it works incredibly well in bags, open pits, or silos. And it also has the lowest spoilage potential. And we like to have our fermentation sites near our fields because it's much better to transport. Once we get this done, we bring the truck into the bagging operation, and we're simply putting this through a bagger into silage bags. And right here, we're actually applying a little bit more fermentation, biological culture into this material as it's going into the bag. And so we want a very, very aggressive fermentation on this forage that we're putting up, because your microbes are responsible for your feed conversion. When you look at a rumen, everything in front of the stomach is a fermentation chamber. It's to break down. The problem is it's not there long enough. So now what we're doing is we're putting those digestive fermentation microbes in with the feed, high moisture, and we're bagging it up. And this allows us to pre-digest and ferment these forages, increasing the feed conversion. So we end up with a pit, which works wonderful. We do the bags, and we want it in there at 55 to 65% moisture. The rates for the bioferment vary anywhere from half a gallon to a gallon. And you can also add a Dynamine mineral at about 1 pound per ton. And these minerals are actually there to encourage the microbial enzymatic production in fermentation. And so we can explain more about that when we get into the program. But again, our optimal ranges for our forages are between 55 and 65%, and we test these religiously as we put up our forages. We did forages on June 27th. We cut, chopped, and bagged it. It was a grass, alfalfa, clover, and other forage mix. In just 2 months, we opened the bag and tested it. It had a wonderful pH of 4.34, and we want it to be below 4.5. And the moisture content was still 59.7. And so this fermentation was ready in just over 2 months. It's great to feed, makes excellent, excellent feed. And so the many benefits of fermentation is it changes what normally occurs in grass-fed into what typically you see in grain-fed type meat. Okay, we pick up that marbling, we pick up that massive extra energy because we're converting that feed way better. And so our proprietary microbial blend is all natural. They're beneficial anaerobes, and they're all non-GMO. They're food grade, organically certified, and they're fermentation oriented, but we have a blend of excellent fiber decomposers. And these microbes are able to degrade glyphosate and eliminate mycotoxins and aflatoxins. And this is really important because there's a lot of areas in the country that get a lot of rain and they have trouble putting up feeds without mycotoxins and molds and those type of things. And so we have done this over and over. We did in 2014, we had some material in Idaho, some alfalfa that got rained on. for 3 weeks, 3 different occasions. And it was in windrows, dry on the top, but moldy, black gray mold underneath. And we were able to take that forage and actually clean it up and bale it and sale it. And so here's the results of some of these tests. The first one is, this is their first crop of alfalfa that was cut. It was dried down to 12%, and it was baled with no rain. It's textbook perfect for green hay. However, look at the aflatoxin G1. It has 54 parts per billion. The limit is 20. Now, this is hay that's got no rain and dried down to 12%. This is something that you do not want in any feed because it will reduce weight gain, it will affect milk production, fertility, and cause liver lesions. So this is not a mycotoxin that you want it showing up in your forages. This is the second crop of alfalfa that was severely molded. With 1 gallon of our bioferment culture on here, this is what the tests look like. There were no aflatoxins G1, no G2s, no B1s, no B2s. I mean, we were so far below the limits, and this feed would have been completely toxic to even feed any animals before it was fermented and baled up. So quality forages are absolute necessity to have as we go into these programs. And again, you want to have it cut young and short stemmed, and we want this all cut just before it goes into the reproductive stages. So here's an example of some of the testing that we have done. We test our forages so that we know exactly what's the omega-6 to the omega-3 ratio is in the forages that we will feed. And so pasture grasses, they actually have a positive ratio of high omega-3s to low omega-6s. This is wonderful. Even Scottish thistle is about 2 omega-3s to 1,6. Alfalfa, the same. And sorghum is 2 to 1. And a lot of people are familiar with flaxseed. It has 4 omega-3s to 1 omega-6. Well, our BMT forage is 2.09 omega-3s to 1,6. So this is an excellent forage to be putting into our livestock. Sorghum that we tested in South Dakota, 2.09 to 1. Now, this is corn. So corn is a major component of feedlots. So as we look at this, we wanted to understand what was happening in the plant in relation to corn. So we took a particular plant and the ear. And what we did is we sectioned off the plant separate and tested it, and then we tested the kernels off of the ear. And what we found is the plant itself has 2 omega-3s to 1 omega-6. The ear, the kernel, had 33.88 omega-6s to 1 omega-3. Now, this is where your toxicity comes from. It's from the grain. And so the problem with corn and feedlots is virtually almost all the corn we raise in this country is genetically modified. And so that corn is loaded with not only altered proteins because of the genetic engineering, but it's accompanied with glyphosate. And we cannot have that in our program. We can use conventional or organic corn without the ear. But the only problem that I see with corn is it's indigestible. It's very difficult to get good feed conversion off of corn. It's a very high cellulose and lignin plant. And so it matters extensively what cattle are fed. Okay, and this is, we're going to get into a little bit more science about health here. is cattle are what they eat. So, and this comes back to grains that are filled with seed oils. Okay, these are polyunsaturated fats, high in omega-6s, which are linoleic acid. They're oxidative and they're highly inflammatory. Now, natural grasses have saturated fats. They're high in omega-3s, they're antioxidative, and they're anti-inflammatory. And so this is why we lived on grass-fed cattle, grass-fed bison, grazed livestock for centuries and millenniums without disease. Grass does not cause disease. I promise you, corn will cause every known degenerative disease that we have. And you can't escape that reality when you feed this. So when you go back and you look at the natural shift from grazing to feedlots, it occurred over a period of time. Pre-1900, we grazed everything. We only had 5% of beef in feedlots in 1935. With the introduction of antibiotics, we had 66% of the beef coming out of feedlots in 63. And 10 years ago, 97% of the beef in grocery stores comes out of feedlots. Well, what are they feeding? Basically corn-fed diets. So when you look at this, so we've taken the grains, the omega-6 to omega-3 ratio of oxidizing inflammatory grains. GMO corn came in at almost 35-1. Now, that corn we just showed you recently came in at 33.88-1. Oats come in at around 27-1. Non-GMO corn came in at around 26. Wheat and barley stay right around that 15-1 range. And field peas, green peas, yellow peas run in at about 8-9 omega-6s to 1 omega-3. So these grains, when they're fed as grains, become highly oxidative and inflammatory. Yet on the other side, our pasture grasses, our different forages have a very antioxidative, anti-inflammatory property because the 3s are actually higher than the 6s. So this is really critical. And so this is what happens as a result when animals are fed these grains. You look at these omega-6 to omega-3 balances in these different meats. Is we took a pork chop, which is grain, and pork are mostly fed grains and corn. And so they're going to be very, very high in omega-6s versus omega-3s. So a prime pork chop out of a national grocery store chain, 27-1. Now remember, our bodies work on 1-1. And this massive, excessive amount of omega-6s causes this cellular disruptive process, and it's metabolically dysfunctional. Internet beef is we have very expensive meat at 26.5-1. This prime rib steak from this internet beef site costs $154 a pound. They sell it as the best beef in the world, and it is incredibly toxic. The other one, and you've all heard of these companies, theirs came in at 20.5-1. There's the RBR beef is grass-fed and corn finished. So for the last several months, it's fed corn. And what's happening is you can see that instead of coming in at a very low, even omega-6 to omega-3 ratio, the corn moves it up to 7.4-1. Store-bought lamb. This is New Zealand lamb. New Zealand has grass all year round. This came in at 7.14-1 because it's grain finished. To get the marbling in the lamb, get the fat in it, they grain finish it. Organic chicken. almost 12 to 1. And people think, well, if I'm eating organic, I'm eating healthy. And what I'm telling you is if it's fed corn, even organic corn, you still have this oxidation inflammation property with it. Generic chicken is, we tested it at 16 to 1. Generic eggs, 14 and a half to 1. Bison, grain-fed bison is no different than grain-fed beef. It's 21 to 1. This study came out of the University of North Dakota and University of Nebraska with bison in Canada. We took a local grain-fed, hay-fed bison that came in at 3.6 to 1. And again, the grain elevated the omega-6s higher than the 3s. We've tested grass-fed beef, which is 1.4 to 2.2. And we've tested grass-fed bison, at 2.2. And so these grass-fed meats are going to be low in those omega-6 to omega-3 ratios. The Omega Balance program, our omega-6s and omega-3s are very, very close in that 1-to-1 ratio, as is our bison, as are our lamb. And so again, it's what the animals are fed. It's not the type of animal that makes the difference here. And so again, when we look at these programs, we have to have the right essential fatty acids. They have to have incredible flavor because of the proper fats that are there, which we need to be healthy. And ours will grade choice and prime. We get a premium for that. We have improved feed efficiency, which means we're using less feed and we're producing a lot higher revenue stream because we can produce these animals in a much shorter period of time. And so this is another analysis of what we did. This is one of our T-bone steaks. This is grass-fed, and its balance was 0.836 to 1 omega-3. We had honest to goodness grass-fed, and because it was 1.34 to 1. And then we had the Wagyu that was 6.63 to 1. And here's the picture of the steaks. And you pay a premium for the grass-fed because it has a healthy ratio, but it's going to be tough. It's going to lack flavor. Now, the Wagyu was nicely marbled, but way more toxic. And so here's a kind of a little running history that we've done. A lot of this was tested at Utah State University and Microbac Laboratories over the years. And so you can see we have a pretty consistent omega-6 to omega-3 ratio on all kinds of meat, our beef, our bison, our lamb. And then in 2023, we ran a different test. We allowed the forages that we were fermenting to go past reproductive stage. And what it did is, as cereals begin to accumulate the seed material, they start increasing in omega-6s within the plant. And so what it did is you go back and you look at that last year in 23, is we had 1.68 to 1. And so we got some slightly elevated omega-6s because we harvested these grasses late. And so that's another test that we learned from, that we don't want to go into the reproductive stage too far because it will affect our meat ratio. Now, this ratio at 1.68 to 1 is still fine. Anything under 2.5 isn't going to cause a problem. And so this is what we want to get into here on our beef, is feedlot beef is unhealthy. And most of everything that we buy in the store is going to be feedlot beef, and they're fed grains. Now, there's a process that goes on with omega-6 linoleic acid that peroxidizes and breaks down. Okay, and this peroxidation process goes into a lot of different toxic components. Now, I'm going to try to make this really brief. And so there's two major problems here that occur with omega-6s. First is our bodies are made up of approximately 100 trillion cells. Every one of our cells has a bilayer inside the cell and outside the cell. And then we have a protein carbohydrate structure in the center, kind of like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay. Bread on top, bread on bottom, peanut butter and jelly in the middle. Now, the problem is our cells were designed to be built with very stable, healthy fats. Omega-6 linoleic acid is a very oxidizing, unstable fat. And so when we have a high omega-6 component in our diet, our body doesn't sort it out and get rid of it. It builds our cells with these oxidizing fats. So that dysfunctions our cellular membrane, not just the membrane of our cell, but also the membrane of our mitochondria within our cell. So the cell membranes are not functioning properly, letting things in, letting things out. They're oxidizing. And the moment you oxidize something, you create inflammation. Inflammation comes in to heal things. But as we load up our diet with these dangerous omega-6s that oxidize, our body is in a constant state of repair, which is a constant state of inflammation. That's the first problem, okay, is we're cellular and metabolically dysfunctional. The second major problem is these omega-6 linoleic acids break down into cellular toxins. And these aren't minor cellular toxins. These are major cellular poisons. So you have a group of hydroxynonenols, malondialdehyde. Okay, it's a very close cousin to formaldehyde. And so what do we use formaldehyde for? It's very, very good at keeping people dead. Okay, that's not a component. It's not a breakdown component you want in your cells. You have over 100 oxidized linoleic acid metabolites. You have acrolein and you have carboxyethyl pyrrole. All of these create a host of cellular poisons. Now, these are affecting the cell, and we're going to look at this. So you're mutagenic. They induce mutations in your cell. Your genotoxicity. Okay, this is damage to your genetic information. Carcinogenic is cancer. Your tetrogenicity is your damage to your fetus. Your cytotoxicity is your toxicity within the cell. Atherogenic is your formation of your plaque in your arteries. That's all of your cardiovascular diseases. Thrombogenic is your blood disorders and your clotting, and your obesogenic is causing obesity. Okay. Dr. Chris Kenobi did excellent research on this. And these are the cellular toxins that come from this. And so what happens is when we partake of these components that are within our animal, this process continues in us. And so as a result of this, we have shifted from pre-1900s from infectious diseases now to degenerative diseases. Okay, this is what's killing us today, is all of these metabolic degenerative diseases. And so when did we start all this nonsense? Well, it has several basic components, but we started going into introducing cotton seed oil into our diets in 1866. We started working with taking whole grains and we started refining the flour. We started mixing margarine in with animal fats in 1871. And the vegetable and the seed oil business really got underway in 1880, Crisco 1911. And then you go on with the margarine, the seed oils, and then our government, in its infinite wisdom and full stupidity, then said, we've got to get everybody off of natural animal fats, no butter, no lard, no tallow, all of these animal fats are bad and we're all going to healthy seed oils. And that was then pushed through government mandates through our schools, and then all of the food companies jumped on. And as a result of that, we now have over 75 metabolic diseases we didn't have 100 years ago. And so when you look at the catastrophic health effects of these decisions, is we didn't have these. The first documented heart attack in the United States was 1918. And we just didn't have them. And you go back into the early 1800s, 1 in 200 people died of cancer. Now 1 in 2 are going to get it. Those are massive increases. And we have Americans with huge metabolic disorders. And so when you look at this, over 90% of our population, actually it's really close to 95% of our population is metabolically unhealthy. 73% are overweight. At least 60% have one serious metabolic disorder. Over 50% have high blood pressure. Almost 50% have cardiovascular disease. When you look at diabetes, pre-diabetes, we're at 50%. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, okay, that's pushing 45%. We're now at a 43% obesity rate, and we have 40% of our population has multiple metabolic diseases. And so you can go down and down and down the list. We've created all of this nonsense in the last less than 100 years. And so our seed oil consumption has gone from virtually nothing to almost 80% or higher of our fat intake today. And so we have a massive increase of these seed oils. And you look back to 1865, less than 1% of our calories came from seed oil. Now we're in excess of 25%, it's closer to 30%. So it's been a massive success in switching people off of natural animal fats and demonizing those stable, saturated, monosaturated fats that we've lived on for thousands and thousands of years, and we switched to the seed oils. And so this is the fallout. When you go back to 1850, omega-6s composed 1 to 2% of the human fat tissue, and they currently compose almost 30%. And so you go back and you just look at the charts and you can see our accumulation of this in our adipose tissue. And now you come back and you look at what these effects have been through the ages as things have climbed. And here's the struggle, is what we've been doing to produce cattle in the past is a road to failure. And now is the time that we have to change things, because we're losing cattle producers at the rate of almost 20,000 producers per year. We're producing an incredibly, incredibly unhealthy, toxic meat product. And this isn't just in beef. It's in pork, it's in poultry, it's in eggs. Okay, these are our major protein and meat sources. So we're working extensively right now to produce chicken and eggs, and we have them at 1-to-1. We're working on pork to take it down from the 20s and 30s of omega-6s to 1 omega-3 to 1-to-1. And so we have those tests and those progresses in place, those programs in place to change that meat as well, because it all needs to be changed. And so what it gives the producer, the cattle producer, a chance to do is use the right forages, go through a fermentation process, but come out the other end with an incredibly healthy animal that you've stewarded from the beginning of its life until it's processed and slaughtered for human consumption. But you're also giving the benefit of that incredible nutrition and meat to the consumer. so that it isn't affecting their life negatively. And so that's the program that we wanted to present to you today, because we have done this extensively. If you follow the program, it is 100% on spot every time. There are no failures in this. And so that is our presentation for today. There's a lot of information. We've hurried through this so that we didn't go too long, but here's our contact information. And Jared, we're more than happy to provide the PowerPoint material for you for people to go back and look at and review, because there's more detail in a lot of these slides than I spoke about. And so, Jared, do you have some questions? Do you want to?
I do. Yeah, I do. Thank you, Ken. That was a lot to consume in a short amount of time, but we've gotten some good comments. We'll jump through a couple of these. One of the questions was, what's the difference between the fermented product and traditional silage?
Okay, is we haven't tested everybody else's biology. We don't know what other microorganism groups can and can't do. I do know specifically that we have an incredibly effective group at decomposing glyphosate. Now, I don't know of any other group's fermentation product that will do that. We also have a very great group select microorganisms that decompose these fibers. And so we're able to obtain excellent feed conversion because of the breakdown of these fibers. The other thing is corn silage. If it's silaged with the grain in, it's going to elevate the omega-6 ratio in the meat. It'll come out at 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1. And that, again, it's an inflammatory property that you're going to pass on to the animal as being unhealthy and pass on to the consumer as being unhealthy.
Okay, good. There's another one about feeding seed oil grains to poultry. And I also had the question about that, to a monogastric, to a pig. Do you see the same effects of the imbalance of the omega-3 ratios in poultry and in monogastrics?
Jared, it's actually amplified. You have some digestive processes in the rumen in your beef and your lamb and your bison that actually hydrolyze or break down some of the omega-6s. Monogastrics don't do that. So you get much more direct reflection of high omega-6s in monogastrics than you do in beef.
So what do you suggest there where they don't, what do you feed them, I guess was
Okay.
the follow-up question.
So what we're doing with our chicken program is we actually can put some different type of grain blends together that are actually will test in at 1-to-1. And when you feed that, you get the chicken, the meat at 1-to-1. You also get the eggs at 1-to-1. Now, and then the next thing that we're doing is we're also going through this fodder program where we take the seed oils or the seed oil grains, the wheat, the barley, the peas, and different grains, and we sprout them and we grow them. And as they grow, the omega-6s deplete. The problem with everybody's fodder programs, the barley that they're sprouting and they feed after 6 or 7 days, the seed starts at 15-to-1. Well, by 7 days, when the seed runs out of gas, you still have 7 or 8 omega-6s to 1 omega-3. So when you feed that to your livestock, it's perfectly reflected in their meat, Jared. And so you have, I know the grass-fed industry says, yes, sprouts are grass-fed, but you have a grain-fed property to the meat. Those omega-6s aren't gone. And so you have to, we're developing the program to put in the biological and organic nutrition to grow the wheat and the barley long enough to get the sixes out. Nobody's done that. We're going to do it. And we have other seeds that will actually grow themselves right out. So we've taken all of these seeds at the beginning, we've taken them at 3 days, we've taken them at 7 days, 12 days, 14 days, 18 days, and we've tested where all of the omega-6 to omega-3 ratios are. And we've done lots and lots and lots of these tests. And so we know how long we have to grow things to get that balanced omega-6, omega-3. And then when we feed those to pigs and to chickens, it completely changes the meat profile. Oh, and by the way, pigs do incredibly well on fermented forages. They grow like crazy. We have 2 groups of pigs that are on fermented forages. We have Berkshire and Durocs, and they are doing amazing. No grains, no vaccines, no antibiotics. They're all on fermented alfalfa, fermented grasses, fermented legumes, and they do amazing. And they'll grow probably in half the time as pasture-raised pork. And so we'll put on the fat, we'll put on the marbling, and we'll have that incredible flavor and that health. So we'll fix the pork and we'll fix the chicken. They're next.
Cool. Cool. Very good. And probably time for one more question, which is not a short question, but what are you doing on the soil health side? You know, if you're removing those crops and you're taking them off the field.
Okay.
Real briefly on the soil health side, how you're working on the fields was a question that somebody had.
Okay, that's an incredibly good question, because the better your forages, the better your fermentation, the better your feed conversion, the better your meat. So our main business is regenerative agriculture. So we use our own microorganisms, our own minerals that we treat the seeds with when we put them in the soil. We're soil testing our soils, and we're putting in natural minerals. Okay, now we're not using NP and K commercial salt and acid-based products. We're using biological microorganisms and naturally occurring minerals. Okay, so our whole fertility is we treat the seed that we want to plant. We use a lot of organic humates. We use soft rock phosphate, elemental sulfur, gypsum, whatever we need to get our calcium, our mineral bases where they need to be, our base saturation. And then we use a lot of compost microbial mineral tea. That means that we're growing our microbes in our tanks, we're putting them out through our watering systems, and we're letting microbes grow our plants so that we have incredibly high bricks, high nutrient dense forages. We want high chlorophyll, we want high bricks. Then we harvest it, those plants have wonderful nutrition. That gives the biology something in fermentation to work with. And then we get that, all of that plant accumulation broken back down into feed conversion. And so, yeah, it starts in the soil, and we're using all of our own biological and natural mineral products to raise all of our own forages.
That's wonderful. Yeah, and that maybe in the next event that we do, we can take that approach. There are some videos on your YouTube channel, which is, what is your YouTube channel?
Oh my goodness, that's a really good one. You can go to biomineralstechnologies.com, and you can go into our whole educational system. And there's a lot of videos on that, because our main business is crops, nutrition, and agriculture. I mean, what money we make off of that, we support this very bad habit of growing really good meat, Jared.
Yeah.
And so
that's, and that his products work. I've got on our YouTube channel was quite a while ago, one of the very first ones on that YouTube channel. You've got a really good video on there, and I think you're on at least one other one in there. So Ken, our time is up. I wish we could spend the whole afternoon delivering and answering everybody's questions. If you want to take a minute or have your helper take a minute and respond to any of the ones in the chat, you're sure welcome to do that, Ken. We're going to roll into our next speaker, but everybody please give Ken a big virtual round of applause. Some emojis, some happy signs, some thumbs up, and we appreciate you being here today, Ken. It's been an honor to have you with us.
Sure. Great opportunity and good to see you again, Jared. You're
You
doing
bet.
great.
All right. Okay. Jarrett, are you there?
I sure hope
think
so.
I sure hope so too, because here we are. All right. Do you want to go ahead and do you have a presentation you're going to share?
I don't. I
Okay.
hardly
all
even
right.
have notes we're going to operate from. So
Hey, it's going to be good though. Okay, we're going to do this.
see if I can get this
And I
rolling.
need to remove Ken's pin. There we are. All right. And we
I'm
can't
looking
see
at
your
so
video
much
if you
tech
do
right
have it
now.
on.
Uh,
Okay, so Jared is from Farm Rebel. Farm Rebel has been a great supporter of what we're doing at Ag Steward. We strive to support and help them as well. Direct to consumer marketing consulting, teaching out the systems, the principles, the mindset, the tools, the tactics, everything you need to be able to create a direct to consumer business. That is what Farm Rebel is about. They're an education company as well. They do educational summits similar to what we're doing here. And I've known Cam King, the founder, for over 2 years and watched how he's grown. He's applauded me. He's encouraged me to take off and start Ag Steward. So it's been probably 4 years ago. Yeah, because he encouraged and prodded and poked me for a couple years before we actually launched Ag Steward. So, and it's been neat to see. It's been neat to see the growth of Farm Rebel and the influence that they've had in helping families become more profitable, doing something that's meaningful. You know, we can raise the best beef in the world, Jared, but doggone it, if we can't sell it and we're just forced to sell in the commodity market, why do all that extra work, right? So there's got to be, that bridge, and we're just not the best people. We are reclusive for a reason, and so that's why I love Farm Rebel. Is he creates some systems that the team has created some wonderful systems there to bridge the gap, to know the things that we don't even know enough to ask when we start into direct to consumer marketing. So we're glad to see you. Good to see you on video. Glad you could join us.
I'm having some fun tech stuff happening right now, but
hey, don't we love technology? But yeah, we can see you. We're good. So let's roll with it.
Yeah, so let's don't let technology be the hurdle for why you can't learn marketing and do sales. I absolutely hate technology with a passion, as I'm sure a lot of us here do, but it can serve us well. And so it's at its best when it can serve us. And we are living in an age now where the tech side of what is required to sell our products online has become more intuitive. It's become cheaper. In many cases, it's free. And so, listen, if I can do this, anybody can do this. So let's jump in. I'd like to encourage us, in this summit, we're learning how to raise a world-class product, the healthiest for the human body, the healthiest for the environment. But this also needs to be the healthiest for your family's finances. And that's learning how to market what you do. And what we teach at Farm Rebel is one of the most profitable ways to be a meat producer is to sell your product direct to consumer. There's stats that say the average producer only earns 14 cents on every dollar of their product. And we just wholeheartedly reject that model at Farm Rebel, we are not fans of bureaucracy. And there's a reason we're called rebels. It's because we want you to take the power into your own hands and control the destiny of the future of your business. And so, really, the most profitable way we found to do that and why we preach it from the rooftops is we need you to sell direct to consumer. And if you've tried it before and it hasn't worked, if you can't figure out advertising and you just feel like you're throwing money into a money pit or lighting it on fire, listen out. That's what we're going to talk about today. I want to help you sell your product direct to consumer at a premium price and at the scale and volume and margin that you've only ever dreamed of. And now that we've gotten the fun and the hyperbole around the way, out of the way, I want us to think about this. We're producing a world-class product. By the way, if you're here, you probably already have the best product in your area, and you're learning tips and tricks to get even better, to be more profitable. And so there is a second side to this that Jared was alluding to. You know, you can raise the best product, but until you can market it, you're really not in business, right? It's a hobby. And by the way, it's an expensive hobby. There's cheaper hobbies to dig into. If you want to try golf or watching football on Sundays, and there are cheaper hobbies to get into. So if you're not going to do this to be profitable, I would ask, why do it at all? So moving into kind of the idea, I want you to start thinking of yourself. And this is probably a stretch for a lot of us, but I want us to start thinking of ourselves as we're not just in the business of livestock. We're not just in the business of raising a food product. You are primarily in the business of marketing your product. Okay. So that is a paradigm shift. That's a mindset shift you got to make to understand that while you're the best at something, you have to primarily be the best at selling it. And playing the direct to consumer game is where you do that. And so I want to talk about what's the power of marketing here. By the way, my talk today is called Push Button Beef Sales. And that's a term I invented 4-ish years ago, writing an ad script for our founder, Cam. I kind of did it as a joke, and it took off. And so we're going to talk about push button beef sales. But before we do, I want us to talk about, like, what is this marketing thing at all? And what's the power of it? Marketing, direct to consumer marketing, if you're trying to sell your product direct to consumer, getting your name out there is not your biggest problem for your business. It is also not the answer or the next step in how to sell more direct to consumer. Getting your name out there is not a strategy. It is an expense. It's not an investment. It's an expense. Getting your name out there is the most expensive way to get a sale. And so when I talk about marketing, I'm talking about what's called direct response marketing, where we're turning strangers into customers. We're taking a stranger from the internet and we're confronting them with either a heck yes or a heck no. We don't want the idea that our name is out there just floating in the universe. No, we want to confront our best ideal customer with a heck yes or a heck no opportunity to do business with us. That is the most trackable. That is the most profitable. That is the easiest way to get a sale. Not the idea of getting your name out there. We all say it. I accidentally say it sometimes, but eliminate that phrase from your vocabulary. Here's why. Getting your name out there costs you an enormous amount of time that you don't have, an enormous amount of ad budget that we don't have as local producers. And so what I'm going to teach you is not just a fun little thing to slap at, but it's an entire way to think about how to get strangers on the internet and convert them into lifelong customers. And so here's the power of that. Here's the power of marketing. This is not the fun thing everybody in here likes talking about, but this is the one that's going to make you the money. And so here's what we'll do. Imagine for a moment, we're living in the 1920s and we're getting up in the morning and we're about to have breakfast. Do you know what the typical American breakfast was in the 1920s? It was black coffee and a roll, a hard roll. That was breakfast for most families in the 1920s. Today, the most common breakfast even as we're thinking of what breakfast in America looks like, our thoughts are going bacon and eggs, right? Why? How did we go from a hard roll and black coffee in the 1920s to bacon and eggs for breakfast? The answer is marketing. Marketers are the architects of the reality around us. You can become an architect of the reality of what it means to be a meat producer in the US. And so in the 1920s, the Beech Nut Packaging Company needed to sell more bacon. It was not a hot selling item. It wasn't the culinary delicacy it is today, and it wasn't the standard breakfast of today. It was simply extra meat that they needed to get rid of. And we're trying to make this byproduct something that was profitable for them, right? And so they hired a marketer by the name of Edward Bernays, and they tasked him with figuring out how can we market more of our bacon product. And so he put together a marketing campaign. He worked with a doctor to get some reasons on why we should all be eating a big, heavy breakfast in the morning that includes bacon instead of just a hard roll and a coffee on the go, right? And so this doctor kind of gave him some talking points on, hey, listen, a bigger breakfast in the morning will fuel you longer. It's healthier for you. You should be eating bacon and eggs for breakfast, right? And they rolled that marketing campaign out. And today, 70% of Americans have bacon for breakfast. So that's what's possible for us if we can figure out the marketing thing. Now, we're not big marketing agencies here. This isn't even our primary way of existing. We're just trying to sell our product direct to consumer. But that's just a little example of the power of marketing when you hit it right. And so I want to share that story with you as a little bit of an inspiration, but inspiration's not enough. Now we need to talk a little bit about how this works out, where the rubber meets the road when it comes to actually marketing our product direct to consumer. And so when I'm talking about marketing, I'm talking about 3 M's, okay, to make it easier on us. I call this the triangle of marketing. Marketing, and really what we're talking about, not to get academic here, but really what we're talking about is promotion, right? The promotion. This is not the 5 P's of marketing that you learn in college. This is actual like how to sell stuff to people. And so this is the promotion side of things. And so I like to think of these 3 M's as marketing, the marketing triangle, as we first need to have our market. The second M is we need to have the right message. And the third thing we need to have is the right media. So again, that's the market. That's who you're selling to. So not all customers are created equally, right? Like we're not going to put our grass-fed, grass-finished beef in front of a vegan and try to convince them that, hey, we're raising it better. It's good for the environment. Not bad, I promise, right? So that's a no. So an extreme example of we need to get the market right in the first place. Make sure we know who our ideal customer is. And the second part is we need to have the right message for them, right? So listen, you may have seen your wife love at first sight and knew you were going to marry her in that instant, but you better come in with the right opening line, right? Or the opportunity's gone forever. So we need to have the right message for the right market. And the third is we need to use the right media to reach them. So today, what is that? That's social media, that's email, that's internet marketing in a nutshell. It's where are we putting our message where the right market is going to see our message. And so I like to think of it this way, because that was all just like a fancy way of saying, we're going to go fishing. We need to use the right bait to attract the fish we're after. And we need to make sure we're fishing in the right pond. Otherwise, we're just, what are we doing here? We're just, we're just sitting around and watching the end of our pole, right? So it's having the right market, knowing who your ideal customer is. It's presenting them with the right message for them, the right thing they need to hear. And then the third is putting that message up in the place they're going to be in the right spots. And so when I'm talking about marketing, at minimum, that's what I mean, is the marketing triangle, the 3 M's of market, message, and media. And again, we want to make sure that, hey, if we're going after fish, we want to make sure We know what fish we're going after. We need to know what bait they need to get them on the line. And then we need to make sure we're in the pond. We're in the right pond. And so the 3 M's of marketing. But anytime you choose to do marketing, invest money, create something, I want us thinking in those 3 terms before we do anything else. At bare minimum, do I know who my customers that I'm trying to reach now? And am I saying the right thing to them that they need to hear? And am I going to post this up somewhere, online, anywhere, even at the farmer's market? You need to make sure, if you're going to do the farmer's market thing, not everybody that goes to the farmer's market is your customer. And that is a different type of customer. So are you in the right pond? Do you have the right media? And so the 3 M's of marketing. Now, here's how this ties into push button beef sales. This is where, what we teach at Farm Rebel, this is what works. And now, again, I know when I say push button beef sales, that's kind of funny. I know it's ridiculous. I even told Cam in the copy that he's reading in this ad, you've probably seen it. We over 2 million producers have, or 2 million times a producer has watched this ad. So Cam comes on and he says, hey, we're going to teach you how to get these results using push button beef sales. And I want you to imagine a little contraption. I want you to imagine a machine where you put beef in on one side, you push a button and out comes money on the other side, right? Like a toaster, right? You put the beef in, you hit the button, pull the lever, money pops out the top, right? Now that is so ridiculous, but it's an image of, that's the level of certainty you should have with your marketing. And here's how we want you to do it. Like, here's the proven way in the day and time that we're living in to do that. There are so many shiny objects that people are trying to sell you, whether it's paid ads on Instagram or Facebook, whether it's starting a podcast. And then there's the traditional dinosaur media where they're selling you a newspaper ad and they're trying to convince you to do TV or radio. Listen, there's tons of ways to reach people today. We have no problem with reaching people, but what is it that takes that stranger from the internet and converts them into a paying customer for life? And the push button beef sales method really breaks down to 3 things you got to have and do. The first is you need to have a list, in-house list of past and prospective customers, meaning these are people at one point who've raised their hands and they've either made a purchase or said, hey, I'm interested in more information on maybe purchasing from you in the future. You need to have that list. Now, when I say list, there are list brokers out there who will sell you their email list or rent to you their email list. Don't do this. Anytime people start learning marketing, they're like, I need a list. The first thing they do is, who has a list I can get my hands on? Now, that is not the way to do it, because you have no idea who those people are. They have no idea who you are. And if you start bombing them with messages, especially on email, you'll be thrown in a promo tab. You'll be thrown into a spam folder. It will be the biggest waste of money you've ever spent in your marketing. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't start there. If you're listening to me now and you decide to be a rebel too and try it anyway, make sure you segment that list separately and use a different email address. Okay. Don't do it, but if you do it, right? That's how my parents had to raise me. Don't do this, but if you do it, make sure you do it this way. I'm just hard-headed and that's how I learned. But we're not called Farm Rebel for no reason. So if you're going to rent the list, segment it, use a different email so it does not mess with what we're building for our push button meat sales contraption here. So you start with a list of your past customers or prospective customers. People have raised their hand and they said, hey, I need you to sell me your stuff at some point in the future. The second part of push button beef sales is we want to take that specific customer type and we want to give them an offer they can't refuse. Now, this is different things to different customer types, but the number one promo, the number one offer that we have found that works is beef shares, right? Quarter, halves, wholes with a free freezer. So there's kind of like this high value item that they're getting for free, which we all know costs $180 at Home Depot that we could drop ship to a customer's house. The offer we're putting in front of them, they're going to send me a free freezer because, a lot of your best customers, they don't know anything about what we do. They don't know how much 300 pounds of beef looks like and where they're going to put it all. So we just solve that for them, right? We say, hey, we're going to send you a freezer. You're going to put the beef in it. You're going to be fine. Okay. You don't need to even worry about where you're going to put it all. So we found that promo is the best promo for a lot of customer types, especially the ones that will pay a premium price and will come back for more when that freezer gets low. And so there are other offer types, different bundles, different subscriptions that we teach that have been proven over thousands of customers that frankly pay a pretty penny for what it is that we produce. And so a free freezer with the beef share promo, that's an offer that the right customer can't refuse. But here's what I want to warn people. So when people come in our program, they think that's the end all be all. We're just going to sell this promotion until we run the wheels off of it. But really, that's having a product. That's not having a business. You really don't have a business until you have a recurring revenue model. And that's why we are so bullish on selling subscriptions to the right customers. Now, these aren't necessarily people that have the extra freezer space. In a lot of cases, you're selling to metro people who are in cities, in tight apartments, who want to eat better, who are learning about this, who want to eat better, who don't have room for a freezer. And so you want to sell them a package bundle every month on subscription, auto subscribed. So you're dinging that card every month until they cancel. That is the business model, that predictable cash flow. And oftentimes it's just a matter of putting that in the right language in front of the right customer, right? And so again, whatever you choose and whatever you decide to test, put in an offer that they can't refuse. Now, third, so we have our own in-house list of customers' contact info. We've designed an offer that we know they can't refuse, or that we're going to test to see if they can't refuse it. And then the third thing is we want to write copy. And I just lost so many of you when I said we had to write something. And so that's going to tie into my free gift. So before you leave and you're mad at me, grab my free gift. I have a little copy and paste thing that I want you to try. So if you're leaving because I said we got to write something, please grab that free gift, copy and paste it, and try it. Now, our push button beef sales machine here is the list. It's the offer. And then copy is simply the written word. I don't know why we call it copy. It comes from a Latin word for copia, which means an abundance of something. And so journalists, writers through the years have taken this word copywriting because we're writing on an abundance of words, right? So that's copy is the message part of the 3 M's we were talking about. And this is what you're going to write to this list of people. And so we at Farm Rebel teach that email marketing is the surest way of delivering this copy, is delivering this message. And listen, I know there's all sorts of ways to sell products these days. You can run cold ads on Facebook or Instagram. Even X produces really well. You can run cold ads, meaning to an audience who's never heard of you. They're not looking for you. And suddenly you pop out of nowhere and you can convert a sale out of them based off a cold ad. But it actually takes 5 to 12 messages before they actually make a purchase. And so if all you're doing is trying to convert somebody online through an ad, you're missing the majority of those sales. About 80% of the opportunity is just evaporating. And now you have no way to follow up with them for that 5th to 12th offer that you're sending them. And so we encourage you to send an email. And here's the other thing. Social media is great. It's free to post organically these days. And you should, if that's something you can do. If you like being on camera, you're good with your iPhone, if you're into all that. But if you're not, and by the way, that takes tons of time, effort, energy, whereas an email, you can rattle one off in 10, 20 minutes a day. And so the ROI on email, here's why I'm so excited to try to convince a bunch of cowboys to become copywriters today, is that 36 to 1 is the return on that investment. 36 to 1. That's the ROI on email. So for every buck you put into to invest in email marketing, $36 to $40 is on average what you can expect to come back if we've got our 3Ms in balance: the message, the market, and the media, right? So if we're doing that, that is the highest possibility for you to be profitable playing marketing, playing in the marketing sandbox. And so I don't want to overwhelm you with all these cool ideas and things you can write every day and to sell that way. What I want you to do is check out the free gift I sent you, or that you have access to. And that is a 7-word email that will instantly get sales, that will instantly get you meet sales. And it's based off the psychology of not some big fancy marketing agency who put together an email for you. It's about the psychology of like a friend were to email you, or somebody you know emails you. And so I want you to go in there, check that out. There's no opt-in or anything for it. I literally just pushed a URL to my Google Doc that I have inside of our program. Now at the bottom, here's what I want you to do. Put this idea to work. If you have an email list, send them the 7-word email. I want you to try it for yourself to see if you're getting responses. See if you can start a sales conversation, see if you can sell something. Do it exactly as I've described it in there. And if you get a result, and only if you get a result, scroll to the bottom of that to the buy line that I've sent. Click on the link, and we'll walk you through a consultation of how we might be able to help you at Farm Rebel. But what we don't want to do is get you on a call if you've never heard of us, get you on a call if you don't try this for yourself. We want you to get results first. And so that's my challenge to you today. If you're watching this, copy and paste the email in the 7-word email gift that I've provided, and start putting some of these ideas to test. We can talk theory all day when it comes to marketing, and trust me, there's plenty of blowhards out there with with some theory, but let's just try the thing. Let's put it to work. And then if it works, we can start walking you through a strategy to sell more of your farm products direct to consumer. I did see a couple questions pop up. Jared, is it cool if I just take a couple of these really quick? I know I have just a few minutes left.
Yep. That'd be great. Yeah, if you can read them, that'd be good. If not, I can. So I think okay, one of them was about emails going to junk. What can be done about that?
A lot of things. So that's a whole other 30-minute session plus. But here's a couple things to do. You can segment your email service provider. So in your email service provider, you can segment your list over people who segment your list to people who have opened your emails in the last 6 months. Don't mail to everybody that's on the list, because you will get flagged for that, especially Google. And that's primarily who people are using for emails these days. So if we're ticking Google off, they're going to punish us. So first thing is, don't send to everybody on your list all at once. Segment your list out into people who have opened, let's say in the last 12 months, more really in the last 6 months. Those are your most engaged. And so take that segment and only promote to them. Every now and then send one to that whole list just to see if you can get somebody else. But after a while, they're gone. They're just gone to spam folders, the promo tab.
Yeah.
Another thing is, don't use the word free. Don't use the word click. Be very careful on these spammy marketing words that guys like me love to use all the time. And those words can get filtered out. And you can, by the way, easily Google words that are getting filtered out by email spam filters and promo tabs. You can actually find lists of that online and just reword how you're saying things. Multiple. Now, this is something I violate all the time, but I have a massive list and a high ticket product. So don't use multiple pointing clicks and links to other things. Try to keep your email focused to just one click or just one link. And now you can use that link 3 to 5 times in your copy, but don't try to push people to different things and different calls to action. Try to keep that a focused email at a time. Another hack that, again, because the majority of people are using some version of a Google email these days, whether it's through corporate or through a free Google account, In Gmail, okay, this is fun. Two things you can do. Not in the 7-word email, by the way. Don't do what I'm about to say in the 7-word email. Follow that strategy exactly how I have it laid out in the free gift. But if you're sending emails, try linking to Google products. Here's what I mean. Maybe have a Google Doc explaining how your farm story. Maybe you're explaining how you regeneratively raise your product. Maybe you have maybe you can create a doc in Google Docs on how much freezer space you need based on the size of order you place. Whatever you can do, get into Google Docs, create a free doc, and then link that in your email. So that's one example of a Google product within the email. Link Google products in your email. If you're comfortable with people knowing where your farm is, use the link to your Google directions, right? Google Maps. Take that link and put it in your email. And so the more of those things you do, and as frequently as you do it, Google will start saying, oh, and by the way, YouTube is owned by Google. If you got a video, use that. So
Gotcha. Cool.
link Google products, because they want you on their products using their stuff. So go ahead and try that. The third thing is have a long bio that you can keep in your regular emails, like about your mission, who you serve, your passion. Try having a long about us section in the footnotes of your email. So if you're using an ESP or an email service provider, there's usually a section on this, and they usually want you to have information in there. Try stacking all that information in there, because I don't know the thought process behind why they tend to give preference to those emails, but I know a guy who was selling, I don't want to blow up his company. Well, we'll just say he sells prepper stuff to people like us. And he copy and pasted the United States Constitution and put it in his footer. And his email rates, his deliverability went through the roof. And so obviously that's a message market media match for people like us anyway. And so figure out what that might be, your about us, your farming practices and principles, copy and paste that into the footer of your emails. It'll just stay there. And that's another thing. There was like one more quick one. There was one more quick one, Jared. Can we hit it real quick?
Yeah, and then let's go ahead and get you queued up, and Andrea, if you want to bring your slides up, and we'll roll right into your presentation. It was about like lead magnets, that's what I would have said. It's about how to start from nothing when you have not a list.
How to develop a list when starting out at ground zero. So if you have, a couple ways. The first one is the easiest one. If you have customers who have ordered from you, grab their email, especially if they've used credit, debit, and you have a payment system for that. Snatch those, put them on a list. The second thing to do is get into Facebook groups of your ideal customer type and just start sharing about your farm. Don't make an offer, just share about the farm and give a link. So if it's homeschool moms, if it's carnivore dieters, if it's athletes, if it's CrossFitters, any of those, start thinking of who your ideal customer is, get in Facebook groups, give value in those groups. That's one way. Push them to your website, have a place to capture their email. Make sure that's all over your website, how to capture email. Doing giveaways with partners who have the attention of your ideal audience. Again, if it's a gym, if it's a mom group, who has the attention of your ideal customer, offer to do a partnership with them. Say, hey, I want to help you create some content. We have a shared audience. I want to do a giveaway of some product. Will you promote it to your people? And so get on Instagram, follow those people, DM them that opportunity. That is one of the quickest ways to build the list of your ideal customer. All right. I said that as fast as I could, Jared.
That was awesome. Jared, thank you so very much. Let's,
pleasure.
Again, I'd love to get the takeaways. I know not everybody is in direct marketing, but the regenerative, it seems like they go together really well, Jared. So thank you for covering that piece. In our survey, there was a lot of people who said they wanted more about direct marketing. And so that was awesome. Yeah, put your key takeaways in there, Jared. If you want to stay for a few minutes and respond to any messages in the chat, you can certainly do that. Lead people to the next step. So very good. Andrea, are you there? Hey, there you are. Good to see you, Andrea.
Here.
Awesome. Awesome. Glad you're here. Andrea is zooming in from
Union, Oregon.
Union, Oregon, which is, we're almost neighbors. High Desert. Her and her husband, Tony. Tony was on yesterday. They ranch there. They're also certified educators in the Savory Institute. They're part of the AV Hub, which I have not adequately thanked our sponsors, the AV Hub. So we're grateful that Andrea is here to be able to represent them, and also Farm Rebel, whom you just spoke. They both were gracious enough to be able to share this information with their lists, an example of how to build your list. And when when you're starting out, this is how we got started, was a summit. We started with 0 and we got to 300 on our list with the first summit, just by doing something that met the needs of our customers. And so that's a good way to do it. Okay, looks like you're queued up. Let's roll with it, Andrea.
All right, you can see my presentation, I think.
Yes. Yep.
All right, thank you so much for having me join you. I have really looked at regeneration from many different angles. And so I love how Jared talks about you can't be regenerative if you're not profitable. I also think that we can't be regenerative if we aren't flourishing. And so I'm honored to be among such a community. I have a deep appreciation of being able to interact with you. I just feel like you're passionate, highly knowledgeable, self-reliant, yet independent group of people. And so there, for me, very few things in life that are so awe-inspiring as grasslands to me. Maybe except for the people in grasslands, restoring them and appreciating them. And so I want to give you a little background of how we can enhance our well-being, because I truly believe that the people here who care for a vast majority of the land need to flourish. And the sad state of affairs is that in every culture throughout the world, people in agriculture, the #1 cause of death is suicide. And so that's not getting us where we need to get to. And what I really was thinking about a lot when I started to explore, so I practice holistic management, and we have our holistic context, and it talks about quality of life, and it talks about your future resource base. And we've got really good monitoring protocols and planning protocols to make sure that you do grazing planning and you're getting your animals at the right place, at the right time, for the right reasons. We have financial planning where we plan profit first and really we're keyed in on cash flow. And we monitor that, but nobody's monitoring quality of life. So I see that we don't know for sure. Is it because we have a sense of solitude? Is it the emptiness of the vast places that we have? Is it the economics that are stressing us out? What is happening, and why are we not flourishing like we need to? So way back when I was so Tony and I were ranching in Wyoming. That's really high desert. This isn't so much here. This is like really easy living. And so Tony gave me, my husband gave me this book, Authentic Happiness by Martin Seligman. And he talked about this new positive psychology in realizing the potential for lasting fulfillment. I'm like, that is super interesting. And so I asked him in an email. So I found this was, it was before we had webinars and things like this. So I asked him in an email, is there anybody that is going through, this is at University of Pennsylvania, the Master of Applied Positive Psychology. I said, a longer email, do you know anybody that is studying the well-being of agriculturalists? And he wrote back, nope. So he is the guy in the picture here. He is one of the founders of positive psychology. So I went and I thought, how do we look at the holistic management framework and look at how do we monitor quality of life and well-being so we can flourish and thrive? So I went to Philadelphia. I was, when I graduated, I was the only one definitely with a cowboy hat, and also the only one that they said, this is the first rancher we've ever had graduate from the arts and sciences. Anyway, I don't know if that's true, but I was kind of an odd one out. But what was interesting about my work there is that so much of the work in psychology and sociology and even positive psychology doesn't even, when you go through a survey, they don't even have farmer, rancher, fisherman. They have sous chef, they have head chef, they have they have baker, they have all these other names and for occupations, and they do not include agriculture. Yet the studies show that we, as a group of global people, have some of the worst well-being. So I was I still am super lucky to be part of the Savory Network. And so the Savory, this is a gathering in Montana of our first hub gathering. So we have an Argentinian, a South African, a Zimbabwean, an Australian. I'm trying to remember everybody there. There's Mexican. And so I was able to take some of this positive psychology that's really geared to what we call weird societies, Western, educated, industrial, rich, and democratic, and see if we could figure out a way for people to capture their own well-being. Because even if you didn't want to go, even if you had one in your village or whatever, a psychologist, what can we do to actually help our own well-being? And so from these folks, and now 14 years later, LifeEnergy.guide was created, and it is a way to learn about how to enhance your quality of life, your well-being. It is a way to inquire about tracking your well-being over time. And I'm going to just show you a little bit about all of these different points, how you can actually create plans to flourish. So just like you can have a grazing plan, you can have a financial plan, but if you don't implement it, then it doesn't really matter, right? And so creating focused action plans to empower people to enhance your well-being, and then engage. And so that is what's super important, is being able to engage with others. And at UVI, for example, we actually monitor our individual well-being, and then every month we join together as a group and talk about how things are going and ask support. All right, so I was just looking at the chat. I saw that there's a whole bunch, but nothing is up yet. So we'll just keep on going. All right, so you log in, so everybody has a year subscription to this. So email me at andrea@uvehub.com, uvehub.com. You sign in and you can first, I always encourage people to learn a little bit. So what we're trying to do here is we're looking at the difference between positive psychology and I don't think you really call it negative psychology, but a disease side of psychology is we're actually trying to see what can we do to enhance what's within ourselves to have a better quality of life. So we talk about, you can learn about what is well-being, how to gauge optimal functioning, what is the importance of well-being, and we divide these up in different domains. So I'm not going to go into each of these, but they're basically lumped up into 7 different domains, and it's the goal is not to like be completely fulfilled in everyone, but to be able to say, oh, right now, I really need more trust and belonging. The elections, the kind of the fighting that we are seeing around the world, how can I build my trust and belonging? Because I don't really feel it very much right now. So that's where we go with that. And then I might choose to, because I am high, say, in meaning and purpose, my self-actualization, how can I use that asset that I have for more trust and belonging? So then we do the inquiries. And so at UVE, we do them every month and we share. Jared has been on our well-being check-ins every month. And sometimes we talk about the actual inquiries. Sometimes we don't. But what is really important is that it is so far, it's been really a multicultural relevant assessment. And it keeps up with the science that is behind positive psychology and some of the actions that that we can provide to our folks. So looks something like this, and there's 64 questions, and it takes 10 to 15 minutes. And it's always interesting to me. For example, one of the questions which relates to vitality, the domain of vitality, is, do you have access to and the choice to eat healthy food? So I have a hunch that all of you kind of have access to healthy food. You are making it, you're growing it yourself. I also know for myself personally, if I don't really create ways to prepare for food for myself and for my family, I will resort to bad food choices. And so just trying to keep kind of monitoring that. And then you're like, oh, my sleeping's off. Oh, does that relate to the bad food choices I made when Tony was out of town and I was just supposed to cook for myself? So you get a report. I've been doing it for quite a while. As you can see, this is 2015. And you can see, this is from my most recent one, early October. So you can see the trends. And like for satisfying life, I'm just pretty satisfied with my life. I don't know. Sometimes I think some of my, I like will go through and teach somebody how to do it. And so I just kind of randomly, so I think some of my reporting's bad. So there's some things here. I know for Tony, for example, prevalent emotions, he has done so much work on really trying to look at things in a more positive way. So the idea is that for prevalent emotions, you should have like 3 positive to and 1 negative. Like, so if a banker calls you, this actually happened. A banker called Tony. I was doing a Zoom call and I heard that it was the banker, and I do not remember anything more about the Zoom call. I was supposed to be facilitating it. I was supposed to be present. And what was happening is that, why is the banker calling us? Did we bounce a check? Or, oh my gosh, he was calling to see if we knew anybody that could manage a ranch for the Nature Conservancy. So, so it's like training yourself to like, what's your immediate reaction and how can you have more positive emotions? And all right. And so, then when we go into the flourishing part, so we've learned a little bit about what we can do. We've taken an inquiry, then we go to flourish and we create action plans. So it looks something like this. And then you can save a new plan. You can add other items. There's some tips and tricks based on what psychology calls interventions. I don't really like that much. But for example, what we find is that like research shows that writing gratitude journals, or I would say maybe even saying a prayer over a meal, or saying prayers like I was brought up to do when you go to bed. Gratitude journals have a higher success rate in dealing with depression than antidepressant medication. So just having that kind of space. And then this is what I find really important, is the engage part, is that we have these reports. You can see them over time. You kind of saw this a little bit, what I was showing before. But then as a family or as a group, then you're able to look at your personal well-being and your group well-being. So this is Avi's, and people can decide to share it or not, but you do get to see everybody. I mean, you don't have to share your results if you don't want to, but you can see the ultimate results of everything. And so we tend to be very high in the self-actualization and prevalent emotions. They almost always kind of match up. We're pretty much low on vitality a lot, because I think we're passionate, want to work hard, try to make changes in the world. And how do we make sure as an organization to address time off and just respecting the people that make up Avi. The other one that we start last year on satisfying life. We just really advocate for people to do holistic financial planning and see where are they in creating true wealth for themselves. And so what can they do beyond the paycheck that they get for the important work that they do? All right. So that's the summary of it. And you can email me at andrea@avihub.com to receive your annual subscription. And I can open up the floor and take any questions that you like.
Cool. Thank you, Andrea. So basically they just email you, you send them back the login, they set up their username, they're able to go in and do
Yep.
the assessment from there. How does that work when you're looking at a group? Like, are you collaborating with the team members when you're answering, or?
Yeah, so I will have, so everybody's just going to be signed up individually. I'm happy if you find it really interesting to, you're like, okay, we want the ranch or the farm to be part of the whole group. And I'm happy to set you up with that for a whole group, and then and walk you through how, really guide you through how you can assess and engage with each other.
Nice. So what have you found, Andrea, like when you get the information and you find out that you're not in balance? I kind of use the analogy of like trying to drive with the not round tire, right? If it's flat, it's not going to work, but it's round, just the if things are not in balance. What do you suggest that you do to remedy that? And how does diagnosing is one thing, what's the prescription?
Oh, I'll share an example of one organization that we worked with several years ago. And it was incredibly clear that one person was not doing well in the organization. And the organization was kind of ruled by all guys who weren't used to communicating and didn't really know what to do with the information and didn't know how to talk about what's going on. So I think that in UVI, we've just gotten really a lot better at walking people. So the organization imploded is what happened. Okay.
Yeah.
I think everybody's, just fine now, but it was really hard. It was a really mission-driven organization, and they were impacting a whole bunch of land. So UVI has really taken this upon ourselves to really facilitate a regenerative organizational design, and we use lifeenergy.guide as a component in helping people create good communication structures, good workflows, really being able to define what abundance for the whole organization looks like. So I'm using organization. It can be a family, it can be a company, sometimes they're one and the same.
Yep.
So being able to use that information, and that's also why, like, the well-being check-ins that we do, that you've joined us with, Jared, is just being able to be there for the people that we work with.
Cool. Yeah, it's very valuable. It's something, a tool that I've looked for our clients to use as well, to be able to objectively look at like how things are really going, right? Because people, you ask them, how you doing? Good. Unless you get a little deeper, you don't really know. And sometimes, like the things that I talked about, going through the pit, man, maybe you can head some of those things off before, if you are monitoring the right things. So just as important as it is to monitor ecologically, it's, I would say, even more important to monitor our well-being, monitor the well-being of the steward. And so thank you, Andrea. I think that's an inspired concept that will help to monitor the steward, and then the steward can monitor his stewardships, and it helps to have objective eyes. Andrea's been on our ranch. She actually did our first land to market EOV, ecological outcome verification monitoring, that we did on the ranch here. It will be 6 years ago this summer. So Pretty cool to have you part of this group. We appreciate it, Andrea.
Thank you so much.
All right. Very, very good. Yeah. Be sure and put in your insights for Andrea in the chat, what you took away. What are the things that you learned? Send her some love and appreciation, gratitude for the work and effort that she's put into a tool that can help all of us to better ourselves, to better our stewardships. Our next presenter is Steve Groff. Steve, I see you're in the room. Glad you're able to join us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, where are you calling in from?
Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. That's southeastern Pennsylvania, just 65 miles west of Philly and 100 miles northeast of Washington, D.C.
Very, very good. Yeah. Yep. Well, great. Grateful that you're here with us. Your message definitely ties right in with our theme, building a legacy business, being regenerative. You have been doing this for quite some time, right? You're not a novice to this.
Well, what we call regenerative agriculture now, I could trace back 40 years. When
Yeah.
I journey, it's been called different things. I remember when the word sustainable was kind of the current buzzword, and now it's regenerative. So I've been in that track, for quite a bit of time now.
Cool. Well, we're grateful to have you here with us. Do you have a presentation you want to bring up?
I guess just push the share button and see if I can figure it out.
Yep. That's the thing to do.
I'm always not sure if this gets the right screen.
There it is. Yeah. Yep.
good?
You're there. We can see it. It looks good.
Can we just work with that?
Yep.
All right. You guys ready to go?
I think we're ready. Everybody, you ready?
All right. Well, welcome everybody in. I've followed along just a little bit, and I certainly feel really right at home here with these topics. And I'm just going to focus a little bit on my specialty right now, which is hemp. So I know that's very new for some of you, not everyone, but I am a third generation farmer from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. I farm 200 acres, mainly vegetables, and now quite a bit of hemp and some small grains. So I've been no-till, started that in 1982, full no-till since 1996, and I'm a very big user of cover crops, and I was instrumental in helping get the tillage radish cover crop up and going. And so it's been a journey. We all have our journeys, right? And my journey has kind of led from no-till. I added cover crops, then I added diversity, and to our last speaker, now human health and well-being. I always put them together. Human health and well-being is really, I think, the end goal all of us farmers and ranchers should be considering. Whether you're growing food or I'm going to focus on fiber. So I do grow both, but I'm going to focus on fiber today. And hemp fits right in the regenerative, I guess you'd say, regenerative movement in the type of plant it is. So, we all hear about the Dust Bowl in the 1930s, and it just really saddens me that today, this year, there's been a couple of high wind events on dry areas of the country. This is Kansas. April the 8th of this year, taken from an airplane. You can see it there. There's been other reports. 3 years ago, there was 8 people killed in Illinois from blowing soil. It's just not right. And I like to say, we have a soil emergency here. We have a climate emergency here. And this is where I feel that hemp can be a part of that. When we try, as us regenerative people do, we try to mimic nature. When non-farmers ask me, so Steve, I saw you're tied in with this regenerative agriculture. What is regenerative? And my first comment is usually we try to mimic nature as much as possible. And I know that this is a regenerative crowd here, so I'm not going to go into all the specifics of it, but it really does come down. That helps guide me. And how can I mimic nature and grow food and fiber? And I don't blame my grandpa for plowing up all my fields I can see out here because I'm living where my grandpa used to live. I don't blame him for doing that. He did what he thought was best for the 1940s. But now that would never fly. It would never work. And I would like to challenge us all, what are we doing today that in 20 or 30 years from now, we're going to say, I can't believe we did that in 24. But that being said, it just behooves us to mimic nature. And that's kind of been my guiding light. And it's all about the plants, because plants do regulate the climate. They love CO2, actually. And I would say that well-managed soils and plants will do more to offset fossil fuel emissions than any other strategy ever promoted, because it's going to be a lot cheaper as well. You don't have no plants, you have no climate. And I think that synergy and understanding that as we share with those who don't fully understand agriculture, I think they can relate to some of those analogies, how important plants are, cover crops, minimal disturbance of soil, and all our regenerative principles that we have. Understanding how our soil is designed to function. Where in nature do you see bare soil? Very rarely do you see that. Where do you see a single species in nature? Very rarely. Nature thrives on diversity. We need to work with the design instead of against it. So that has led me to my mission statement. I will grow food and fiber to regenerate human health and well-being by stewarding the systems of the soil, water, and air, and nurturing. I love that word, nurturing them in a way they were designed to function. So that's a little bit where I'm coming from, a little bit my story, my journey. I'm with Regenerative, which is a certifying agency for regenerative agriculture. I'm sure some of you heard of it. We scored a tier 5, the highest level, and this includes our hemp and so forth. So I believe I might be the first hemp farmer that has a regenerative certification. So let's talk about how we do it. Well, people sometimes say, you can't no-till hemp. You can't no-till hemp into a cover crop. No way. Well, we do it. And I'm going to say it's not easy if you don't have the experience or the equipment. And I wish I could show you my videos today, because that's really cool. You can see the equipment in action, but because of slower internet speeds and stuff, I can't show that. But, here's a close-up, beautiful picture of hemp coming out of a cover crop, no-tilled into a cover crop. Soil covered with living roots all year. That's kind of my motto. That's what I try to do. I don't achieve it 100% of the time, 100% of my acres, but that's my goal. And with hemp, it can be done. So we're growing our cover crops, for weed control, fertility, and CO2 capture may be considered a bonus. But that's important in my system. And how you control those cover crops is where a lot of people struggle. So this was the first roller crimper in North America. 1996 is when I built this, and I still use this machine today. So even though it's only 10 foot, we do as much rolling for our neighbors as we do for ourselves. So I wish I knew how many thousand acres that little 10-foot machine has, but it's quite a bit. So the next thing is to have a planter that is capable of planting into heavy cover crops. This is one of my planters. I also have a drill as well, but this is a precision planter set up to plant precision hemp, to actually singulate the seeds, which is pretty cutting edge for hemp. And I like to say too, I have this little statement I love to say is, you can't buy soil health. You can't buy a jug of soil health. Now you can buy products, that help and aid in soil health and jumpstart your soil. I'm okay with that. But soil health has to be made. You, the farmer, the rancher, you're the manager. You're the one that's going to make it happen, unless you totally leave your property and just let it grow wild. That would be a way, but probably not a good idea if you're trying to pay it off. So then we get our plants planted, and then you can kind of see it growing up. One of the things that my favorite things is pictures like this, when you can literally see the new crop coming through the cover crop. And this is, again, hemp that we have grown on our farm. And then as the time goes through the summer, once hemp gets out of the ground, it can be a little tricky because it's a little finicky, I'll say, in growing. But once it gets 6 inches tall, 90% of growing it's done. It just grows to the sky. And here you can see a beautiful field of regenerative hemp there on my farm, where you can see how it has just, almost like a tabletop stand in there. And then, let's look up close. This is a little bit further on. Again, looking down in there, you can see where the cover crops still are down there in my no-till planted hemp. A lot of people say, well, you can use no herbicides. And I'm going to say the answer is maybe some of the times, but in large commercial scale, again, this is where, regenerative agriculture come in. It doesn't prohibit herbicides, but you want to really limit them. We're finding out that we can plant hemp much earlier than we thought. Again, this is a strategy to try to beat the weeds. The first weed that germinates in my area typically is lamb's quarter. Usually that's the third week or so in April. So we planted hemp as early as March last year, and I just did it on a small scale. And in talking to some other people from northern latitudes, like, 50 degrees and 55 degrees north, they say they're planting hemp as soon as the soil temperature hits 45 degrees. So take that for whatever it's worth from your locale if you're interested in growing hemp. But we have grown hemp without herbicides, large acres. There's a picture of it here, in the fall. So it certainly is possible. Now, I do quite a bit of research. I've been really, to varying degrees over the years, doing research for the last 25 years. And this was 2 years ago, a nice aerial shot of some of our hemp research. We're testing seed depth. We're testing row spacing. I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a second coming up. We're talking fertility, because we haven't grown this crop for 80 years. And I've found it very intriguing to go back and dig up some old kind of like how-to books. One of the most fascinating one was the USDA in 1913 published a USDA yearbook, which included how to grow like almost everything. And the book was literally like, it's either 600 or 800 pages long. It's very, very long. 69 pages were dedicated to growing industrial hemp. 1913 in the USDA. And then they banned it in 1937. So it's interesting to read some of that old material and what we can now apply, that there's no real living person, no farmer person that grew hemp in the US that's still here. So I glean from that. And I also then apply my regenerative principles as I understand them to be working here in my farm right now. I also am really trying to learn all I can from the Europeans who never banned a crop, and also the Chinese who never banned a crop. So, again, trying to learn all I can about how to grow this crop is a clear strategy. Well, one of the things we found out was, how to cut it. And it's ironic that we're kind of using old but yet updated technology with sickle bar cutters. Any of you are familiar with haymaking equipment or familiar with kind of the standard ones have like knife or like guards and points up there. This is actually an ESM cutter bar from Germany that is found a good niche for cutting grass hay if you want to use a sickle bar. And what is interesting is the Amish in my area, I'm from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, they love this bar because most of them are not allowed to use modern disc millers, but they're allowed to use a modern sickle bar. It's just that the Amish really love this. And what's also kind of ironic, this is like the best thing we've found to cut hemp, the heavy hemp stalks and so forth. So it's kind of interesting using old technology yet with updated nuances to it that work with crops today. Another thing is just trying to figure out how to handle this crop. You just don't go to the local dealer and say, I want a hemp rake. Now, if you cut the hemp in various shorter pieces, you can use haymaking equipment. And we've used hay mergers and we tested all kinds of things. But I'm starting to build some of my own equipment now to be able to handle hemp that's built for hemp. So again, I'm going to reference other countries around the world. They have machines that are built to handle hemp. We don't have that here in the US, but we're seeing to it here that we can get some of that done and be able to handle the crop better. One of them is here a round baler. This is McHale. Some of you probably heard of this. It's sold in the US, made in Ireland, but they never banned a crop in Ireland. And so, or they made it legal quicker than here. So there's just some pieces and parts that you can actually buy a hemp kit for the baler. So aside from the fundamental ecological practices to grow regenerative hemp, you're going to have to get equipment that will be able to handle the crop. And hemp is notorious for, as you can imagine, wrapping around parts on equipment and just clogging it up. And there have been fires. So we recommend everybody have a water fire extinguisher, or at least a fire extinguisher on your equipment, because I just heard of another baler similar to this burn up this year because something got twisted in there and it heated up. So it's, again, some of the challenges of growing the crop. One of the things that we found out, and this ties right into regenerative principles, is the plant density. Hemp is planted about 800,000 to 1 million seeds per acre. If you're going for fiber, half that if it's for seed production. A lot of seeds per acre, similar to wheat. So we can use grain drills. But since hemp doesn't tiller out like grain, grain drill, even in a 7.5-inch row, it'll drop some seeds, 5 or 6 seeds in an inch, then it'll be 2 inches of nothing. That's okay when you're planting wheat, but you're really losing opportunity when you're planting hemp. And also, to try to have even distribution in the row and have narrower rows helps in weed control because it canopies quicker. So one of the things that we're going to be doing this winter is to build a 4-inch drill, 4-inch row spacing. So it's much closer. I was told by a friend of mine, a hemp farmer friend of mine from Poland, they said they would laugh at you. They would laugh at me if I would use a 7.5-inch drill, which is like a standard thing here in the US. And I said, I guess that'd be like us planting 40-inch corn, and nobody plants that anymore hardly. So he said, yeah, that's probably about right. So again, there's no 4-inch drills you can buy here in the US unless they're really tiny vegetable ones, but not big ones, at least that I'm aware of. So I'm going to build one, working with some local manufacturers here. And again, some of the things we need to solve in order to make this regenerative hemp work. So just to summarize here, again, this is another section of our farm doing a lot of research, and I love to try to fine tune, to tweak, to make better. And in the context of a new crop for most of us, hemp, and then fit that into the regenerative principles. It very much can be done. And I'm excited to be able to follow these regenerative practices that I'm sure you're all familiar with. And again, I think that last one down there is one of the things that's getting a little bit more, I guess you would say, attention these days. You need to center around your principles to your context and your experience. And might I add, ability to manage. See, I used to say that cover crops make good farmers better and bad farmers worse. You can apply that to regenerative agriculture as well, because it comes down to the management part. Now, that doesn't mean I don't make mistakes, because I do, because I'm pushing the limit sometimes. And sometimes I fundamentally, get a little too excited sometimes about something I think will work, and then it falls flat. But you got to make your mistakes small enough that you can afford to lose it. But again, the context is important. Growing no-till hemp and cover crops, growing it regenerative absolutely is possible, but it takes quite a bit of experience and knowledge to be able to make it work and make it work profitably and so forth. So for me, I love this picture here because it kind of exemplifies my feeling, a couple feelings here. You can kind of get lost. And honestly, a little backstory of this picture, obviously taken from a drone. I was in our field, and I'm pretty good with directions, but I literally got turned around. I'm walking through the plants, and I didn't know where I got to. I thought I was going to walk out on the driveway. And so I got on my phone to the drone operator and said, I'm lost. Can you find me? And he did. And he told me I got to turn left. I was going the wrong way. But that's an analogy for the way the hemp industry is going. And I will say the regenerative agriculture, because it's a journey and you have to be able to embrace that. You can listen to me, you can listen to all these other speakers here today and yesterday, and everything that everybody said is probably true and accurate, but it may not work for you. And you have to be wise enough to sift that out and see what works in your context. And it comes back to what I said before. Your experience and your ability to manage And it doesn't downplay anybody that, makes a mistake once in a while. No, there's something about, that's what a good farmer is. They have their ability to manage. And here we got some of these new principles that we want to deploy on our farm, and being able to transition from, you might say, tried and true practices that were environmentally degrading to regenerative is like going from being a nurse to a surgeon. It takes time and it takes effort and it takes, self education, learning all you can. My biggest advice to people in any aspect of regenerative agriculture, that if you have questions and so forth, try to find a mentor, another farmer, and ideally you want to look for someone who is doing what you want to try to accomplish. So that inherently means you got to kind of back up. What do you want to accomplish in this specific situation? What's your context and all that? And then is there a mentor out there? Sometimes that could be someone in the local area. It's ideal. I have mentors all around the world, Australia, France, different places, because I've been in these countries, I've been on these farms. And so we check in once in a while, and when we have questions. So that to me is some of the best advice you can get. If you can reach out to someone, go to someone's farm, go to field days, all these things here that can really help you be successful. So building a legacy on hemp, using regenerative agriculture principles. I just kind of narrowed it down here to hemp today. A lot of what I said applies to other crops as well. But if you're interested in hemp, or if you're like, well, I heard what happened to CBD and that was a bust, I'm telling you, you're correct. You are. I'm one of those. But the whole fiber hemp, the industrial hemp side now is slowly, but surely gathering momentum. I was just in a conference last week. There's 150 people invited from all over the U.S. To Montana, and just to get a sense for what's going on within the industry, what's coming down the pike. Nissan now is involved with putting hemp products in their cars. BMW has been doing it for a couple of years in Europe. So when you start hearing those things, it starts to make you understand that hemp is going to slowly rise to be it's not going to be a lucrative crop, but it's going to be an alternative crop that does so many good things. I believe hemp is the best plant God made for both the planet and for humanity, if I could put it in those terms. So many, medicinal values and all kinds of things, when you're looking at the whole plant. So I think it's really, really neat to study this plant and figure out how it can benefit us. And I say, us that are here, figuratively us, our society, in so much things that it can do. So I guess with that, Jared, that's all my slides. I don't know if you want to entertain any questions now, but I just wanted to, put it out there. This is where I'm coming from.
Yeah, we love it. So tell us a little bit about where the uses of hemp.
So pretty much everybody's familiar with some of the fiber uses in rope. In the old times, they use it in canvas and so forth. Now, textiles, clothing. Yeah, you're starting to see it. You're starting to see it blended with cotton. And so that's kind of a use that there isn't very many textiles in the U.S. So you grow it here, ship it to China, and it comes back here in clothing. That sounds a little, some people would maybe not like that, but that's the reality. We don't want to pay $200 for a shirt, because that's what you'd probably pay for a good shirt if it's all made in the U.S. Okay, so just putting that out there. So then in the hurd, the HURD, hurd, is the center woody part of the plant. That is capable of replacing, I shouldn't say that, but of adding to anything almost that can be made of plastic. When you take that, when you feel it, like in chips of 1 inch long, it has this smooth feel, and you can kind of feel the plasticity, if that's a word, you can feel it. So what they do is they micronize it, grind it up fine, and they can somehow inject it into plastic situation, because it's the cellular strength that it has is phenomenal. It can be used as insulation in houses. It's mold resistant. There's a lot of health benefits that are better than current insulation that is synthetic that's on the market. So some of the crazier things that they're working on is making hemp batteries. Hemp batteries, like to replace lithium. How does that sound? Well, it's coming. It's going to be a couple years to probably, big commercialization of it. But hemp batteries is something that it'll just be phenomenal once it gets all dialed in for a commercial scale. So there are lots of things made of hemp. A lot of people don't realize that Henry Ford made a bio-based fiber car in the 1930s, right when it was banned. He made all the parts in that car that he could. Even see, hemp is almost as strong as carbon fiber. And they have actually used some hemp components in F1 Formula One racing. So, I have a local dirt track racer here. He made hemp hubcaps for his sprint car so the mud wouldn't build up. And it's like, wow. Well, then you start thinking, well, then it could be made into a lot of things. Well, you're correct. So hemp straws, I should have brought some here to show you. Straws that they're better than paper straws, let me tell you. But they're going to decompose in a landfill in a couple years, not 500 years or whatever it takes for a plastic straw to decompose. So lots and lots of opportunities for hemp. People say there's thousands of uses, and I don't dispute that. There probably is, but at least you can say there's lots and lots of uses. If you're interested in this, just start getting on the online, and you'll go down in a rabbit hole that you may not come out of, Jared.
That's kind of cool. What are the margins on it right now? And
so those margins are still being determined because the market really hasn't been developed. I like to say that the cars are built, but the roads are still dirt. You know what I mean? And so but what we're and I'm involved with some other farmers in an organization, I have Catalyst, that is working on marketing. I'll just say this right now, we have orders for more hemp products than we can grow for what we have the ability of us to grow right now. So that's really cool. But I've been in this space for a couple of years now. You don't just march in and start. It's not like growing corn where you grow corn, you can sell it to the local grain elevator. As far as the margins, I have told all my people up and down the supply chain, it has to be more than the commodity crops. It has to be more than what a farmer's getting for corn and soybeans.
Yeah.
Because why would they change? So my answer is it has to be more than corn and soybeans. That's my answer today.
Yeah, I like it. Would it be viable? I mean, there's so much biomass there. Would it be viable just to grow as a crop to compost, or just soil remediation, just to build soil?
Okay, I'm gonna say yes, but with a caveat. The just to grow it like a cover crop, not a good idea because of the fibers that are in it. You come back next year and try to plant corn or something, your road cleaners will get all clogged up, and you will be, let me say, unhappy. But hemp makes great biochar, and actually, we're going to get some tomorrow. We're looking for an experiment here where we're going to chop it with a 4-H chopper. We cut it down, raked it up in rows, and we're going to chop it with a 4-H, like a corn silage or a hay chopper. Put it in an ag bag, and then we're working with a fellow who's getting the biochar set up. So putting it back on the field as biochar is a great idea. We just have to make sure it works on all aspects, just from a technical standpoint, and then how does that pencil out? And then it kind of brings a new thing here is there is actually pretty attractive tax credits to get when you do this kind of stuff. A little tangent right there. I mean, because you're sequestering carbon, and biochar is like it's kind of considered a life cycle assessment is like 100 years. And that pays you a lot more because you're going to be able to absorb and keep carbon in the soil profile rather than going into the air, in the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's cool. Donna is asking the same question I had. Can ruminants eat it?
They don't like it typically. It's a bitter. The answer is, I'm going to say don't grow it for that. That's not its place. It's too much fiber. The answer is pretty much no.
Maybe we can ferment it with Ken's probiotic.
Well, there you go.
he's
That's what-
fermented some pretty crazy stuff, I understand, and I probably shouldn't say this on the recording, but I think he's got ruminants to eat wood chips and some pretty carbonaceous material. So,
contact, you may be right.
yeah, yeah. So, not a recommendation, folks, not a recommendation, but
I love people trying stuff.
yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. All right. Well, very good, Steve. We appreciate you joining the summit here today. You've definitely been a great contributor, and
Yeah, thanks for hosting all this, and I wish you all the best out there, and thanks for the opportunity, Jared.
you're very welcome. Yep. Thank you. Very good, you guys. Well, we're winding down on day 2. We appreciate those of you who've stuck around. I put a quick ask in the chat, and that is testimonials go a long ways in helping us to be able to share the message and promote it to other people. So the things that would be great to have: what you gained from being here, what you're going to do because of what you gained. Number 3, your name and geographic location. If you're willing to share that, it can be just first name, it can be just initials if you want. And then if you'd be willing to share a picture, that'd be great. You don't have to include your kids, just a headshot of you and your spouse. That'd be wonderful. And if you'd like to, after our concluding speaker, we will stick around for a few minutes and we'll just open up the Zoom. And if you're willing to, just say, hey, I'll do a quick testimonial. We'll just keep the Zoom running, and you can just say, hey, this is so-and-so from where. Glad I was at the summit. Encourage you to attend. It can be super brief. So that's our ask, and we would love if you would help us with that. Colin, good to see you here. Welcome to the summit, Colin.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, we're grateful for the work that you're doing. It's wonderful to be able to participate in this with you. Do you have a presentation you'd like to share?
Yeah.
All right, we can pull that up. So Colin Seiss is calling from down under, where it is Thursday morning, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here. It's a privilege. I'm always looking for speakers who are pushing the envelope, speakers who are successfully doing what I'm trying to do and can share that. I've been hearing about Colin Seiss for a long time, and I look forward to this presentation to be able to learn what he has to share about integrating cover crops, pasture cropping, the things that he considers to be probably second nature to him, the things that I struggle with and he probably can do in his sleep. So let's take it away, Colin.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move through this talk quite quickly, and hopefully I'll have time for some questions at the end. I do have a lot of slides here, so just a small amount on where obviously where I am. That's eastern or southeastern Australia, about 200 miles northwest of Sydney. Myself and my son Nicholas on the farm here, and it's 2,000 acres, just granite soils. And now it's a restored native grassland, and no irrigation on this farm here, which will give you an idea of the type of enterprises we have. Our main enterprise, and it has been since my great-grandparents settled here 150 years ago, is merino sheep and wool production. We run about 4,000 merino sheep. We do have cattle from time to time, only cattle finishing on grass and multi-species crops. We do grow crops, small grain crops, wheat, oats, barley, cereal, rye, those types of crops. A few other enterprises we have as we sell Kelpie working dogs around the world to many countries, including the US. We do sell merino rams as well. And an interesting enterprise that's happened because of the way I changed things here and restored our native grassland is the sale of native grass seeds. And that's certainly possible almost anywhere in the world with your native species that you have in your country. Now, can we farm forever? Which is a question that is starting to be asked because people are starting to be worried about what's happening in the world with regard to damage to our planet, really. So, but yes, we can farm forever, but only if we change what we're doing now. And that's primarily what I'm going to talk about. And I'm going to mention some of the things that I've been doing and other people have been doing, but mostly what I've been doing to try to address this. To get an idea of why we need to change, we need to have a bit of an idea of what's gone wrong. And up until the early 1950s, agriculture was practiced without pesticides and small amounts of fertilizer. And I'm saying that because that's how certainly how my father was farming on, managing the farm here, and my grandfather as well. So, and many of you may know this story, but it's always well worth telling. After the Second World War, there was concerns about growing enough food for the increasing world populations. And this was a genuine concern. And a new agricultural method or revolution was developed to solve those problems of producing enough food for the growing population. It was labelled the Green Revolution, and it developed new high-yielding crops and fertiliser and pesticides to help crops yield to their maximum. And it was actually very, very successful. It achieved what it was set out to do. It produced huge amounts of food, reduced hunger and poverty, and created wealth for farmers and ranchers. Now, my father was involved in the early side of this, the early development of the Green Revolution, and adopted some of these methods that were recommended. Now, with all those positive results, it sounds like a great idea, and what could possibly go wrong? But it actually has created many problems. And it has been an ecological disaster for our farms and the planet. It has destroyed farm and soil ecosystems and created a dependency on fertiliser, dependency on pesticides, and some of the even more serious problems than that, certainly a reduction in food quality and human health problems. Now, if we look at this graph, which is actually Canadian, there's some Canadian researchers put this together. So for everyone there in the US, it's this data has only come from over the fence, basically, in Canada. And it goes from 1926 to 2016 of what farmers were doing, or hang on, what profit farmers were making compared to agribusiness. Now, agribusiness was always making a good profit. But if you look at this graph, farmers did well from 1926 to about 1980. And then the wheels totally fell off, and farmers doing it quite difficult. It became quite difficult to be profitable farmers. And while that was happening, agribusiness was making billions of dollars. And this is quite shocking when you look at that. But it does answer a lot of the problems we have in agriculture all over the world. And the question we get asked, why can't I make as good or better, as good a profit as my father and grandfather did? And that's the answer. Our costs of production are so much higher now than they were, 80 or 90 or 70 years ago. So many of the things we do in agriculture make someone else wealthy, not farmers and ranchers. And agriculture is crashing all over the world because it doesn't function in an ecologically sound way. In other words, most of the problems we have in agriculture are not actually agricultural problems, they're ecological problems. And some of the things that to illustrate that, reduced carbon levels means that inefficient use of rainfall or needing more irrigation water. Reduced soil fertility means more chemical fertiliser. Increasing insect attack, more insecticide. Increasing crop disease, more fungicide. So this is what's happened with agriculture worldwide. More and more chemicals and fertiliser to solve the problems of that the Green Revolution actually started in the first place. So most agricultural problems are ecological problems, and many of these problems have been caused by the Green Revolution. So instead of applying more fertilizer and pesticides and modifying plants, maybe we should fix our soil ecosystems and farm ecosystems. Now, to help me answer that question and give some information on this, my family has certainly been part of the problem. My father, Harry Size, adopted Green Revolution agriculture in the 1950s. And what he was doing from 1950 to 1978, ploughing and cultivating soils to sow crops, that was normal, high use of fertilizer and pesticides, and no grazing rotation, just said stop grazing with the animals. I came home from school in the 1970s and I continued the destruction of the farm, mainly back with ploughing, and I was like all sons, put on a tractor, all farming sons. It was fortunate that my father didn't give me a bigger tractor and plough, because I'd have done more damage than I did. So, but I was growing plants that want to die and killing plants that want to live. So that's part of the problem. So over time, industrialised agriculture was doing serious ecological damage to the property. Fertiliser and pesticides were costing us over $100,000 annually. That's on today's figures. Industrial agriculture, or the agricultural methods that my father was adopting or using, started during the 1970s. Fertiliser costs became too high. Pesticide and fertiliser were damaging farm ecosystem. Soil lost structure. Rainfall no longer infiltrated. Soil became acidic. Salinity problems. Trees dying, and we were going broke in the 1970s. That was still really my father's era. And that's the reason why he adopted that form of agriculture. How did I fix those problems? And those problems are still worldwide. Many people are still trying to fix those problems. But how did I fix them? I was lucky, I guess, in one way, if you can call this what I'm going to talk about lucky. I had my decisions made for me. A major wildfire destroyed the property in 1979. We lost almost all of our sheep, 3,000 sheep killed, all the buildings destroyed, most of the fencing burnt, and it was like an atomic bomb went off on the farm. So that changed everything. We went from going sort of okay to instant broke overnight. And the fire forced me to change everything. I changed the way I grazed animals, and I changed the way I grew crops. I reduced the amount of fertiliser and pesticide, and I restored the farm's grassland and soil. But, okay, how did I do that? The way I was grazing animals was not working. And the animals were doing serious damage to the farm, soil, pasture, everything on the farm. What we've done now, and this is obviously very condensed, and I might add now, if you want to improve your grazing management, do an holistic grazing management course. You will never regret that. So what I'm going to tell you now is probably going to make you dangerous to yourself, but so get the information on how to graze well. What we're doing here now is we've basically got 2 mobs of sheep, 2,500 adult sheep, plus cattle. The cattle are running with that mob of sheep when we have them. And another lot of under 1-year-olds. We have 75 paddocks, 3 to 4 month plant recovery time. And sheep are used to graze paddocks to prepare paddocks to plant crops. with the pasture cropping methods that I developed. Now, I might just talk a little bit about this photo here. People worry about putting mobs together. There's actually 5,000 sheep in that mob. There's 2,500 ewes with their lambs, and they're quite densely packed there. But the photo was taken when I was moving them through a gateway. But listing grazing management done well encourages the growth of perennial grassland species, discourages the growth of annual weeds, improves soil structure and soil health. It improves soil nutrient cycling. It enables drought planning, and we can make more profit. There's probably been other people talk about grazing management during the series of talks. So I'll just move on very quickly to how I changed the cropping methods from ploughing and herbicides, or excessive use of herbicides that I was using. I developed a perennial cover cropping technique called pasture cropping. And what it is, very, very quickly, is growing a crop into dormant perennial grasslands. So with zero tilling or no tilling into a grassland when those species are dormant, which happens to be our winter here in Australia. I developed that and invented that with a very good friend of mine and neighbour called Darryl Clough in 1993. It was the first big change to how crops were growing, probably ever. I'm not too sure about that, but certainly it was up there. I certainly didn't invent no tillage. That was part of what I adopted within the pasture cropping. So pasture cropping is perennial cover cropping technique where annual crops are zero tilled in a dormant perennial grass or grassland. Now, grazing and cropping on the farm are interconnected and complement each other. They're not separate to each other. They are interconnected. So after grazing with sheep or cattle, this is just a photo of planting a crop here. We're grazing with sheep or cattle. Before we plant, the crop is zero till planted in the cover of the dormant warm season, C4 warm season grassland. Just a photo here of emerging crop through that really dense, thick litter. And now you can see that it's acting as a cover crop. What is a perennial cover crop, but it looks more like a cover crop at that stage. There's a crop a part of the way through there, and harvesting the crop. The green in there in that crop are the warm season grasses, which are starting to emerge from underneath the crop as the season warms up. After grain harvest, perennial summer grass provides excellent stock feed, and that's one of the many benefits of it. Native grass can be harvested after a cereal crop is harvested and before a crop is grown. Now, this is one of our very important enterprises here, and it can be done almost anywhere in the world where you either have grassland or there was a grassland there originally. We're harvesting seed, and it's a very profitable. There's no cost in it. Now, there's work happening here in Australia now, and which I'm involved in, looking at the human uses, our uses of native seeds, native grassland species seeds, and finding a lot of information from our indigenous indigenous people, our Aboriginal people here in Australia who have lived in this country for 60,000 years. So, and they primarily lived off the grasslands in Australia. So pasture cropping can produce crops for grain or grazing. It can restore grassland. It does restore grassland by stimulating perennial grass species and species diversity. It will improve soil health and increase organic carbon levels as well, and improve the farm ecosystem. Now, I always wanted to take this a bit further, and in 2010, I planted a multi-species crop into grassland, and that's being adopted, especially all over Australia here. It's one of the fastest adoptions I've ever seen of multi-species crops, called multi-species pasture cropping. And those species are, I've got in this slide here, are really the same species really we're using in annual cover crops. And there's not much difference in that, except it's done differently. In my case, the multi-species crop is the crop. It is not the cover, if that doesn't confuse everyone too much. Now, one of the really good things I've noticed here is with this is extremely high quality grazing, improved grazing, better diet, which means healthy animals, faster fattening, faster growth rates, more food, and really very rapid improvements in soils and soil health. Now, the species that are used with cover crops, normal cover crops, can do the same things. Our covers should be grazed. We're losing not only a great financial opportunity, but a great opportunity as far as healthier animals, or many things, and still improve our soils. Now, the farm here is one of the most researched farms in Australia. A lot of research work being done here, and I won't go into this very much at all, except we've had a lot of research work done here. And we have done, there has been some research work done at the Land Institute in Kansas in the US as well. And there's been numerous other studies as well. Now, what they've really been studying here, because I started with this before regenerative agriculture was even a name, and these studies really are studying regenerative agriculture. So if people ask you about or comment, there's no say there's no data or research work done on regenerative agriculture. Yes, there is, and there's lots of it being done on my farm here. Anyway, all that information's available. So what did I do on Winona? I changed the grazing management to holistic plain grazing in 1993. I changed the way I grew crops from ploughing and tillage and herbicides to pasture cropping in 1993, and developed multi-species pasture cropping in 2010. So the results of those changes. Now we need to look at if we change, we need to have a better result. So I've restored the perennial grassland. Now it increased the species from 10% to over 80% since 1999. Annual weeds have decreased to less than 5% now, and increase and improve the farm and soil ecosystems. Another very interesting thing that's happened, basically, if we build it, they will come. And what happened here when I restored the grassland, the native animals and birds returned to the farm. And I've an incredible increase in bird life. There's 115 there's all Australian native species, obviously. 115 bird species. There's now 4 kangaroo species. There's which was thought to be extinct, marsupials here, called anticlinus. There's squirrel gliders. All sorts of interesting things have happened simply because we've restored the grassland. So what I'm getting at here, we can fix everything all at once if we get it right. So on the property, there's been no insecticide used for 25 years. I'm just winding this down now. So we have no insect attack in crops or pastures. How is that possible? Well, I'm going to, hopefully you might ask that question. There's no fungicide used on the property here for over 25 years. There's no crop or pasture disease. How is that possible? No fertilizer on pastures for over 45 years. And no no crop fertilizer. Oh, sorry, the crop fertilizer has been reduced by 70%. How is that possible? Because we keep being told, you know, if we reduce the fertilizer or stop putting fertilizer on, the wheels will fall off, or we will degrade our property. The opposite actually has happened. The property is being restored. This is just a bit of information here. Those soil samples there, and just winding up. Soil samples here are they're 2 feet deep, 500 mils deep. The soil now, the carbon levels have increased by over 200%. It's sequestered 13.4 tonne per acre of carbon, which means that it's drawn almost 50 tonne per acre of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. It holds more water, and all the soil nutrients, including trace elements, have increased by an average of 162%. Not decreased, but increased. You might ask how that's possible. So, is it profitable? Is all that I've done, is it profitable? Changing the grazing and cropping methods have restored the farm and soil ecosystems, saved $100,000 annually by using less fertilizer and pesticides, and made the property financially profitable. Now, to add this up and to really put this in perspective, our farms should function as ecosystems. That's vitally important. If our farms function as ecosystems, we're working with Mother Nature, and our problems will go away, and they do go away. So grow more plants, and it is really quite simple, all of this. If we grow more plants, because plants are the drivers of everything. Plants are the drivers of improving soil health. Obviously, plants are the drivers of what we need to feed our animals. But plants make soil, plants will restore soil, plants will cycle nutrients. So grow more plants. So plants will restore our farm soils and profit. Yes, we can farm forever. We definitely can. But only if we stop fighting against Mother Nature and farm with natural systems. Thank you. If anyone wants more information, that's on the screen there now. Do we have any questions?
This has been great, Colin. We appreciate that. So yeah, if there's any questions, we'll go to Nathan here. Nathan has a question. Do you have problems with crop establishment, seeding small grains into pastures? I had kind of the same question when you're going into perennial pastures. It seems like when I've tried it that the perennial grasses will outcompete the cover crop or the grains.
Yep, that's a great question. And if you have anything growing in any cropping system, which is going to compete with an emerging plant like we've sown, they will outcompete them. So it is critical, absolutely critical, to plant things when the majority of plants are in their dormant phase. Now, some people are doing this organically. I don't. I could, and sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't use herbicide at all, but I do use a very selective herbicide to just do some weed control with any cool season grasses that are in there. You don't need to do anything with the warm season once they're going into winter dormancy. Obviously, you need a frost. You need a climate where the frost will shut those warm seasons down or put them into dormancy. So it's very important. That is very important. But yeah, if you're planting into actively growing plants, whatever they are, it will struggle.
Okay, and so you will do a chemical burn down that,
if necessary. Yeah.
That it doesn't.
Also, the grazing with very large mobs helps that a lot. Like grazing really intensely just before we plant is also very, very important, because that's pruning the roots and reducing competition a lot from anything there. Certainly to do it organically, definitely recommend that. And I do that every time we plant.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, we've experimented with that as well on a small scale, and so it's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Pretty neat to see. What do you feel like the potential is to be able to use this pasture cropping system on a larger scale? Like, could it ever replace the traditional row crop system? And maybe with no-till, it's not necessary, but what are your thoughts there?
As far as row crops, like things like corn, I don't know. I've only grown small grain here.
Mhm.
Corn, yeah, and it would be great to try. I think it'd be really, really good. To grow something like a corn or a summer crop, you would need a dominance of cool season and grasses and plants in the pasture. So they'll go into some form of a summer dormancy as the season gets hot. I've found that it's more difficult doing it the other way with planting warm seasons. I have done it here, not with corn or summer crops. I do grow at times grow some multi-species, but mostly for grazing.
Gotcha. Yeah. Do you have any experience using or experimenting with the perennial grains?
No, I haven't. It has got potential. Although I think the work that they did at the Land Institute there with what is it, Kernza, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's probably still got a way to go yet. It probably needs a fair bit more work done on it. It has got potential, and I guess it has got potential even to pasture crop into it while it's in its dormant stage. So you've got two crops in the 1 year, two grains as well. But no, I haven't done anything here with it. I don't know whether that seed's even available here in Australia.
Gotcha. Yeah. And then Nathaniel asked another question, and we'll probably wrap up. When you had 60% weeds, did you burn them off with herbicides, or did the sheep take care of them, or both?
Can you just repeat that? I missed that bit.
Okay. When you had 60% weeds, did you burn them off with herbicide, or did the sheep take care of them, or was it a combination?
Yeah, no, mostly. I didn't worry too much about them. The sheep ate some of them, but really what fixed that problem was ground cover, was restoring plants generally all over the farm, creating more really thick ground cover and restoring the soil health. Fix those weeds more than anything else.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
It's about creating a healthy soil ecosystem, really, and very, very good ground cover.
Very good. Well, Colin, thank you. We appreciate you joining this summit, and glad that this is recorded. Again, this recording will go out and can be shared. It'll be shared on our YouTube channel for you to go back and be able to review. Is there any other source of information where people could glean if they want to dive a little bit deeper online? Is there a place that you would point them?
Certainly online, my web page there, which is I put up there, which is winona.net.au. My web page is somewhere to start. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yep. And then so it looks like there's a copy. You're gifting a copy of your book, limited number, or maybe it's just one copy of your book. Margot just posted that in the chat, so go in there, first one to claim it. So create a little scarcity, so we do some moving over there in the right direction. And certainly, I'm sure that book is available probably is it on Amazon?
I'm not sure. It might be, but I'll post the book from here with that that gift. Yeah.
Okay.
Whoever gets that. Yeah.
Perfect.
So it'll
Okay.
be posted directly. Yep.
Very good. Thank you, Colin. We appreciate you joining the summit today.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Okay, we are wrapping up the Regenerative Legacy Summit, October 2024. We're grateful for those who've stuck through to the end. As promised, we're going to offer a couple free gifts to people. We've seen some people that have been playing full out. They've been participating in the chat, some of them. Okay, Karen, Karyn, are you there and able to unmute? Go ahead and raise your virtual hand or come on camera and we'll see if we can find you here. Let me change my view so I can see everybody. There we are. There we are. There we are. I know she was one of the ones that was on. Again. Karen, now I lost you. We appreciate, so we've got David's been participating with the camera on. We appreciate that. Annette and Terry. Okay, let me do, okay, you should be able to maybe you can unmute now, Karen. There you are. Okay. Tell us where you're from and
Hey,
seen
from North Idaho.
okay.
This is so behind this is sunrise on our piece of heaven.
Perfect. And what do you do there in North Idaho?
Dream.
Yeah?
Just dreaming.
What are you dreaming about? What do you want to be doing?
My husband and I hope to do raise some baby cows. So we're gonna do calf production. But the more we're learning, we're gonna kind of put these preconceived ideas a little bit on the back burner and maybe take a step back and as we're learning from these presenters, maybe look anew at whether that's the best route we should take.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. And so what kind of acreage are you dealing with? Do you own it? Do you lease it?
We own it, and we have 20 acres to play with, but that will include barn and house once those get put up. So we are pretty much raw land at this point.
Okay, cool. So you get to kind of start with a clean slate. Very good.
Yes, we're looking at learning how to be dirt farmers right now so we can get the soil where it needs to be, so we get good grass production. Learning how to be in more harmony with the so-called noxious weeds.
Don't we love them, right? Love them to death sometimes, but I hear you.
Yeah. Well, the only ones we're real concerned with now is the tansy.
Okay.
So right now we're just mainly mowing. And yesterday it was my question about the voles. So
okay.
hate the voles, but we'll learn to love them as we encourage predator birds.
Yeah, that's the right. Remember, it's not what you need to remove, it's what you need to add to bring things into balance. And so, well, cool. Well, I would like to give to you an opportunity to do a free 45-minute consultation with our colleague, William DeMille. He focuses on the small scale production. Definitely he fed the cows for me here this morning. He definitely understands the livestock component, but as far as like building soil on a small scale, he's awesome at what he does. He grows our food here on the ranch, built a year-round greenhouse for us where we grow greens year-round. And so would you be interested? Would you be willing to accept that gift?
Absolutely wonderful. So much appreciated. Thank you for the blessing.
Okay. Could you please message Margot in the chat with your full name, whatever you registered under, and then also just a good phone number to reach you, and she'll make note of that.
Will do.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, that's William spoke on a summit before and one of our podcasts. He's a great resource. So thank you, Karen. Appreciate your participation here.
I appreciate you hosting this summit.
You bet. Okay, we're going to share my screen here again. So we appreciate those who have signed up for the 2-day profitable regeneration. No, what are we calling this? The profitable steward class. And this is actually more of a workshop style class. We're going to, let's see, go ahead, and if you want to share that in the chat, you guys can walk through this. This is basically where you go to register. Oh, there we are. I can pull it up myself here too. Okay, there we go. And a more direct link, I'll just copy and paste it right here. This will take you right to this page. So again, purpose of this is to be able to empower you to build a business that lasts for generations. So in order to do that, it must be profitable, and we believe that it must be regenerative. Like, those two are inseparably enmeshed. It also has to be a place that's fun to work, a place that brings joy, a place that is fulfilling within our mission. And so whether you are Karen just starting out, or you're one of the 5+ generational farms or ranches here, like, this class will help you to be able to progress towards that goal that you have of making it a lasting business. So when I started out, I kind of have reiterated my own journey. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have a class or a summit to go to. I made a lot of costly mistakes. There were days when I felt like this gift that had been given me was more of a millstone around my neck rather than a birthright blessing, because it was hard and that learning curve was steep. And sometimes those valleys, that stage phase 2 was, man, those pits, you thought there is no bottom to this. And particularly starting out, the climb was arduous. And I was tired, and I was worn out, and I lost my, what they call in Spanish, ánimo. My excitement for, yes, I'm going to go and do this, and be like, yeah, I got to go do this again. Because I didn't have a framework to work within. I didn't have the tools that we've learned over this summit these last 2 days. There really wasn't a community, or I didn't know how to tap into a community where I could get the support that I needed. So that's largely why we created this. Again, no matter where you're at on your regenerative journey, let us help you. And if you believe in your heart that we can help you to get there faster and with less effort, then this is a good fit for you, right? Because no doubt you'll figure it out on your own. You guys, us in the agriculture industry, we're hard workers. We got that attribute down. Sometimes we're a little slow to ask for help. We're a little reluctant, and we think we've got to be the rugged individualist, but man, I don't know if the rugged individualist ever really had a time in history where they thrived, but it's certainly, if they did, it's not today. The pioneers are great. They've got lots of arrows in their back, but we don't have to necessarily be the pioneer anymore. We have people that have gone before us. Let us learn from them. We have people that are following us. Let us help them. So this is the framework that we talk about: the stewardship mindset, the profitability framework, on working on and in your business, adopting the mindset and the skills of a business owner. Even if you're starting out, it's like, man, why not start out on the right foot? Building the right team. Where's the balance between cash flow and net worth? Production and profitability. Identifying and making a plan to be able to strengthen those weak links, and really focusing on this model of growth through stewardship, because no matter what, we are always a steward. So basically, just click on the link, takes you to the registration page. The bonuses are included through the end of the summit. So we encourage you to jump on and take action on these bonuses. Yeah, just basically enter your information, email address, and it will plug you right in. All of you have registered, so you're already within our system. And we'd love to see you on the other side. Look forward to helping many of you progress on your journey, take the next step towards being regenerative, profitable, having a legacy business. And are there any questions about what this next step looks like? So who had something that was just like a paradigm shifting moment for them, and what was it? What is it that you're going to do because of what you've learned here? And then we do want to give away another gift. I'd love to get some feedback on what your takeaways are from the summit overall. Was there a speaker that stood out? And type that in the chat. Like, looking back on the last 2 days, you might be like, man, yesterday seems like a week ago. But was there a specific speaker that's like, I can't wait to listen to that recording? I'm just, get that recording out to me right away. Yeah, Alan Williams, he was awesome. Yeah, like I mentioned, I could listen to that guy all day. Alan. Who else stood out to you? What other speakers stood out to you from the last 2 days? Alan and Kirk. Yeah, Kirk he was an outlier for sure, but I'm glad his message resonated. It's so important for this group, for any group, and we need it. Yeah, that's kind of interesting how what Ken Hamilton said about how we can speed up grass finishing and still have the benefits of grass finished. Love it. Yeah, the marketing was good too. Appreciate that. Okay, Doug, yeah, thank you. Let's go ahead. Annette and Terry, are you there? Pam, 80 years old and you're here. You can still learn. No matter how old you are. I love it. Lifelong learners. That's what I hope to be teaching and learning when I'm 80 years old. There we are. Oops, I just muted you. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one. Go ahead and unmute. I want to hear from you guys. I think you guys have been here every second of this. Just about every second, huh? Okay. Yeah. Give us a little background about what you guys are about. And I mean, I could tell you were engaged and you guys were together. We love that.
Yes, we live in north central Kansas, Belleville, which is north of Salina, south of York, Nebraska. So it's very dry here. We raise purebred Galloway cattle, have bees, and Annette does poultry. And we both grew up in agriculture, but she's a retired veterinarian.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And
Yeah.
I spent 20 some odd years with a major ag corporation until they went bankrupt. So kind of new coming back to ranching and what have you. Combined, what we have here at home is, and my family farm out in Western Kansas, about 500 acres.
Okay.
We just started cover cropping last 2 years. So
okay,
we're just beginning with that. It's it's interesting. A lot of people say, why are you doing that? It takes up too moisture. Well, you don't have moisture, so we're not losing anything.
Yeah, different paradigm shift, huh?
And I think a big thing I've taken out of this is leaving a legacy. One thing is we can't forget the legacy that our grandparents and parents left us, but at the same time, to continue that legacy, we can't do what they do and expect it to continue.
Right. Well said. Well said. I appreciate that. Very cool. Well, I to honor you guys and the way you participated here. I'd love to send you, I think you guys registered for the 2-day class, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you'll get access to the ebook, but I'd love to send you an autographed copy of my book.
Cool.
Can we, let me get, what name did you register under?
Probably Marble Road Farm.
Marble Rose?
Marble Road.
Road. Okay. And let's see. Can I get a good email or a good, what's better, email or a text message to get your mailing address?
Text message is fine.
Okay. Would you be okay sharing that?
Sure.
Okay. All right, go ahead. I'll send a message off to you here when we get off and get your mailing address to send you a book.
All right. Appreciate that. And thank you for putting this on.
Yeah. Okay. What is your cell phone number? I can text you.
785-614-2271.
Okay. 785-614-2271. Okay. Got it down in my notes. We're going to send you an autographed copy of my book and hope you enjoy it and look forward to seeing you guys on the 2-day class.
We're looking forward to being there.
Yeah, your knowledge and experience, it'll add a lot to this group. We appreciate you.
Galloway bulls for sale. We have Galloway bulls for sale.
Oh, there you go. All right. All right.
Market wherever you can.
That's right. Yeah. Yep. And Jacob says he's in
South and east of
Texas. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, Marble Road Farm. Got it.
All right.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
All right. I would love to hear. Martha has been on. Martha, let's see. You able to unmute? There we go. Ask you to unmute. Martha, are you there? Looks like you've got some beautiful scenery in your background. Can you find the unmute button? Oh, now we muted again. We'll get it. And then
There
we are.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking the sunset over here. I'm being glad to hear the webinar. And I've been in quite a few classes with half of the speakers. I know probably half. But this is something in me, but not in my husband. So this kind of hard.
Okay.
He have cattle in land, but he's not interested in learn anything about this. So it's kind of sad.
Yeah. Where are you guys located, Martha?
I'm in California.
Okay.
But I'm original from Mexico, and I grew up in a ranch. I know how is the life in a ranch.
Yeah. ¿De qué parte de México?
You speak Spanish, I believe.
Yeah. What part of Mexico are you from?
Nayarit.
Nayarit.
Yeah, Central Mexico. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been here in this country for the last 30 years. But
cool.
On the last 15 years, I found this movement through a book that calls The Soil Will Save Us. Are you heard about the book?
Yeah. Yep.
The little book or big book, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Changed my direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
And my hope, I'm so exciting, and it's way to grow food without chemicals.
Yeah. That was a good, I listened to it on Audible years ago. You just reminded me of that, but cool. So, and how many acres do you steward currently?
No, none. I'm living here in city and Pleasant Hill. Yeah. But back in Mexico, my husband has some land in cattle.
Okay.
Yeah, but he don't wanna see or hear nothing about changing the old way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm stuck in here. Yes, yes, listen to you guys, and someday,
Well,
it's better to learn and ignore all the things are doing around the world. Yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate you being part of this summit. It's been wonderful.
I'm fascinated. I am so happy I'm here, just listening and taking my notes, and yeah.
Okay. Would you accept a copy of my book, Martha?
Oh, sure. I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Martha, what is your last name?
Montoya.
Okay, and a good phone number, and I'll text you and get your shipping address.
Okay, 925-944-6384.
6384.
Mm-hmm.
925.
Thank you very much.
925-944-6384.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Keep doing the great job.
Okay.
Someday I want to be part of this group.
Yeah, well, you are already part of it. Thanks for participating in the summits, and be sure and check out the webinars and things. Speaking of that, I'm going to share the link to everything. You guys can copy and paste, including, hopefully you're able to open many of you asked for the copy of the Regenerative Journey. Okay. Look at that. Margot's already ahead of me. Okay. Yep. So there you have the 2-day class, which is the workshop with the bonuses, our YouTube channel, the gift page, the next webinar, which is actually tomorrow night, our Facebook page, the business page, and then the Profitable Steward Journey. And just open that up, make a copy of it, and you have access to that. Kristen and Wayne? Kristen and Wayne. I'd love to hear from you guys. And then Catherine, would you be willing to share what your takeaways are next? Catherine Douglas. And then if anybody else has a quick testimonial, a quick share, just raise your virtual hand and we'll ask you we'll unmute you. Okay, tell us, I've seen you guys on here quite a bit and interacting. Tell us where you're from and what you've gained from the summit, if you would, please.
Well, we're from Mapleton, Utah. And we actually are not doing agricultural yet, but we are in the works of selling our house here and exchanging the equity in our home for land and a cattle herd in Missouri.
All right. Really? That's cool. So is it a done deal, or you like?
Not yet.
It was close, but
we made
not
an
yet.
offer on a place, but the offer fell through. They took someone else's offer.
Oh, okay.
And we got to sell this place first. And yeah, the main goal is to bring this guy home. Right now he works very long hours. In fact, that's probably why you saw him like half falling asleep.
What do you do?
To this while at work. He drives truck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He hauls steel for, from the refineries in Salt Lake to a lot of gas stations around here.
Gotcha.
So it's a dangerous job, and he basically drives around a bomb, and we'd like to not have him do that anymore.
I hear you. Okay. Well, that is a good goal. We've been
following you for a while. We're big followers of Greg Judy in Missouri. And we do have some friends out there that have 47 acres that they've given us the first grazing rights to use their land. So we're trying to find that's really close to them, so we can looking into lease land options and out there. But it was really, I guess, probably one of my biggest takeaways is I've been like, well, we can't do this in Utah because there's just not enough rain, and getting water rights it's just too hard. It's too much of a hassle. You basically have to inherit them. And he's born and bred Utahn, from Oak City, Utah. And, he grew up in this agricultural world. In fact, his brother has a small herd in Oak City. And he got so frustrated with his herd, he just sold half of it. Just kept getting through the fence. And we really want to tell him, like, you really should just rip down that fence and put in high tensile, but not wanting to listen. And I think most of that fence has been up for like over 100 years. Yeah. But yeah, that was probably my biggest takeaway. And that's when I go in to look at the replays, we're going to be looking at a lot of the guys who were talking about their desert climates and how they were doing this in desert climates, to see if maybe that's something we should look into more. But we want to get this done off on the right foot. We don't want to make those costly mistakes you were talking about. We can't really afford it. We're going with like very, very thin margins for error. So we really want to make sure that we start this off on the right foot.
Okay. Well, that's a super good goal, you guys. And it looks like you got some kiddos in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, we homeschool. We have 3 kids at home that we homeschool right now.
Okay.
Our oldest is out of the house. He's 20.
Okay. That's awesome. And then have you guys signed up for the 2-day class?
Not yet. We will tomorrow.
Well, how about if I sign you up right now? Can
That
I
would
gift
be
you,
awesome.
can I gift you a registration?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. So, let me do this, just make note of it. And it is, Margot's hopefully keeping us on track. What name did you register under?
Mine, Kristen Finlinson.
Okay. And can you spell that last name? I know you've got it on the chat, but F-I-L?
F-I-N.
F-I-N?
Yeah.
Say,
F-I-N-L-I-N-S-O-N.
okay. Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing you guys on there. That, based on the vision that you have and wanting to replace your income, Wayne, and to be able to do that, I know that we can help you get the tools to start it off on the right foot. And don't feel like, well, hey, I can't relate. You know, some of these guys have thousands of acres or, you know, hundreds of head of cattle or whatever, and they're already seasoned. Like, we all started somewhere. And so yeah, absolutely, you know, we've had people that have come through the class before that they haven't started with anything but the dream. And so we kind of meet people where they're at on that journey. So thanks for being part of this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Catherine, love to hear what your takeaways are, and anything stand out that's like an epiphany, paradigm breaker.
This is my second webinar that I've been able to attend. I was in and out a lot today, but I did catch a lot of Kenneth Hamilton's presentation about I didn't hear the first part of it, but the bulk of it was about the omega-6s, the omega-3s, and just that little nugget that you were talking about, how that one little nugget can be something that can really stick with you for the future when you're marketing your product. And his comment about how that grain and the omega-6s in the grain can stay in that animal's body for up to 6 years. And I thought, wow, that is a huge nugget to share with future customers. So my son and his fiance have started a small pastured poultry business. And so I'm thinking that's something that they can tell their future customers about, that even though it's on pasture and it's being supplemented with the grain, but this is what's still staying in your food system going forward. So, and then I'm just so encouraged to see all the different age groups on this webinar, the young couple that just spoke and how enthusiastic they are and their dreams. And I'm so hoping the best for them, because they're wanting to start out on the right foot rather than go along the learning curve and make the mistakes first. But then also people that are in my age bracket, and everybody still has an open mind and they're willing to, as you said, shift that paradigm, and that they've been following for a while and take some new directions.
Yeah. So how do you see applying this knowledge that you've gained? I mean, you're going to share it with your family members and be able to use that. Are there other direct applications for you?
Well, I farm almonds here I'm in the Central Valley of California, and I farm
Oh, cool.
almonds. So I've been studying cover crops and the benefits of those for about the last year through the Center for Regenerative Ag and Resilient Systems through CSU Chico. And so one of the things I've applied for a grant to plant cover crops in the alleys of my orchard. And then I didn't hear a lot of the last gentleman's presentation about overseeding in the pasture. So I have about 40 acres that I run a small group of beef cattle on. So I wanted to get probably his book and see if I can glean some more information.
Love it. Yeah, well, we're grateful that you're part of this group. We appreciate.
Thank you for putting these on for free, because the finances are tight right now. So to be able to participate in this and just take those little nuggets and hopefully apply them down the road, that's just huge. It's a huge blessing. So thank you.
Yeah,
it's a lot out of your time.
Yeah, well, it's an investment. It's what we do. I mean, we ranch full time as well, but this is very much within my mission space of what I feel that God called me to do and what I agreed to do, and will be accountable to Him someday for doing. So it's an honor.
Agreed.
It's an honor to have you folks with us. Could I gift you a copy of my book as well? You guys.
I actually already have it from the last webinar. I was
Oh, you
able
do?
to
Okay. All right.
obtain a copy. Yes.
Okay.
But thank you. I
Well, see
appreciate that. And
Okay.
I'm signed up for the workshop coming up.
Are you? Okay.
So
And that'll be great.
Very
Yeah.
much looking forward to that.
If you have family members that you want to include in that, that's, it's a family pass. So.
I wish I could, but they all work full-time off-site, and I'm self-employed, so I have the benefit of being able to direct my own schedule, but they do not. So.
Gotcha. Nope, that makes sense. Well, Catherine, thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights and what you gained from this, and blessing the rest of us as well. Okay, let's do at least two more. I'd love to hear from if Marlene Moore is still there, and then Matt Chappell. I know you've been on quite a bit of the time. Love to hear what your takeaway is, what you feel like your next step is based on what you've learned. And
I'll give you a quick bio on me. I appreciate this, Jared. I've been in agriculture since I was 5 years old, and my dad was before then, and grandpa before then, and great grandpa before then. And I got back into agriculture after I graduated in ag econ and food science. So for about 30 years, I owned a cheese plant, had a herd of 300 or 400 milking cows and about 400 or 500 other animals, and had quite a bit of ground. And the market, how the cheese business went, and is still consolidating. And so I opted to do something else. I sold off part of the grounds, but hung on to some of the acres that we really liked, and kind of tried to lease it, run it, and also do commercial real estate for about 25 years. But now I have children that come back and have an interest to be back on the farm, and we got the farm, and we're in a good position. In my case, I actually have more water than ground. And so we don't have a problem with water. We've got springs on there, flowing wells, and one well that we pump. Got about 400 acres. We run about 250. And right now it's in a cow-calf operation. So one of the things, the reason why this caught my attention is because I was down the middle of the desert on a fellow's farm that was talking to have me sell that farm. And he's totally regenerative type of operation. He started with bare ground that was just flat out clay that normally it couldn't run anything on. And I watched what practices he used, and he follows in line with what you're talking about here. And I've got pictures of his place, and it was incredible what I saw down there. And so when I saw yours on regenerative agriculture, it caught my eye. And also you had some things about transference of stuff from one generation to the other. And I've got a great grandson that's out on the farm with my daughter, with grandma, playing around in the streams and herding the cows right now. So
okay,
we got hopes to send it on down the line. So that transference and improve, because where I'm located, I'm at 7,000 feet elevation.
Where at
Loa,
again?
Loa. I'm just off
Loa,
of
Utah.
Fish Lake, between Fish Lake and Capitol Reef National Park. And that's
Yeah.
a good thing. That's a bad thing. You get in that area, and the price of the land in today's world, I could have never done what I did back then because of the second home market and people wanting to be in that area for recreation.
Mm-hmm.
But we've kind of started a tradition to go back on the farm, and we call it Fun on the Farm. And I try to put in some farm projects to have the kids and grandkids and great grandkids think they're doing a project. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and some of them really show up really good. So we have a couple of those every year, and kind of a reunion time type Fun on the Farm. And I'm just looking for ideas to make that farm continue on, new ideas. I've worked on new ideas my whole life to survive in that little environment, because in that valley, there's not a lot of acres in that valley, really farming acres. There's only about 15,000 in that whole valley. And now they got some interest in the farm, looking for ideas to make that transfer on down to at least have an environment where kids can come back to, roll up their sleeves and work a little bit, and understand that it takes more than going to the store to get a gallon of milk or a piece of cheese.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. So your goal would be that it is transferred to the next generation as a working farm?
You bet. Yeah.
Hey,
there'll be some other things. I'll look at all ideas at this point in time where do commercial real estate. I see a lot of ideas on what families do with farm. Part of them I've seen, unfortunately, sold out and send the resources to something else and find they have a lot of money, but the transference of generation and tradition ceases. And I want to send on some tradition on down the line.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of my goal, is to pass something on that is profitable, but is more, the real value is more than that. Because that's why I went back and farmed, is to be with my dad, because his health was failing him. And so I got to work with my dad his whole life. And that's how come I got in the cheese business, because he was trying to run a cheese plant for somebody else, and his real love was farming.
Okay. Yeah, and that sounds like it kind of runs in your blood. I can understand.
Yes. I've got a son that's still in the cheese business in a big way, and that's another story for another day.
Yeah.
But I do have a daughter and son-in-law that work their day job and then go over and have fun on the farm at nights and the weekend.
I like it. Well, one of the things that we do, we work with people one-on-one in a consulting fashion. But before we do that, we always like to do a strategy call, which is what we call it, where we see how we can provide service to you. And the guarantee from that call is that you will have clarity around what to do next. Could I gift you a strategy call? time that we can just set up on Zoom and go over what your legacy plan is, and if I can help you plug in some pieces.
Yeah, I'd love it. We have been working on this for a year and a half, and there's been some really good things come out of it already, just by starting to address it and see if that's the direction we want to go and bringing other parts of the family into it. So yes, I would love that.
Okay. Well, I will, probably the thing to do. Well, let me get your cell phone number, and I'll text you the link to be able to plug into our calendar for that. And this will be with me directly, this call, not one of our other coaches.
I did sign up for the seminar in a couple of weeks. I've got that signed up for him, but looks like there were some good things out there.
Yeah, this will give us, hopefully we can meet between now and then. My schedule is fairly full, but there should be a day in there. So if you see it on the calendar, just plug yourself into it. But that will help us to be able to set the ground so you can hit the ground running when you go to the 2-day class and have some focus.
So how can I check your calendar?
Let's see, what's a good phone number to text you, Matt?
Text me at 435-669-1931.
Okay. All right. Very good. Very good. Yep, I will do that. So yeah, it's a pretty intuitive deal to be able to just check and just a basic calendar app is what it is. So I'll send that over to you. Look forward to the opportunity to visit with you. Yeah, thanks for registering for the class. Okay, Milka, are you back? I know you've been in and out too. You've been participating, and then I'm not sure if Marlene might not have been here. I saw the Shamrock Ranch here. Marlene, if you're there, I've asked you to unmute. We just wanted to get some thoughts. You're a regular on one of these. So Milka, we'll go to you. Sorry, I was just bringing up the next person. I also had the thought for you.
Yes.
How's your day going? Looks like
good. Busy.
Looks like you're wrangling kids again.
Yes.
Okay, how many little guys do you have?
I have two girls.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about what your next step is. I actually reached out to our friend William DeMille, and he would be willing to do a 1-hour consultation with you also, if
oh, awesome.
like that would be helpful. Just I know you're on a smaller scale, and he can talk to you. Maybe you even want to run up to the ranch and do one of his classes. It is a
Where is he?
kid-friendly class. So we're close to Elko. So it's a drive like 7 hours from Vegas, but so
yeah, for sure.
If I connect you with William, how does that sound for
that sounds
figuring
great.
out your next step?
Yeah, it sounds really great. Appreciate that.
Okay. Let's see. So it's MILKA TOL.
MILKI.
Okay. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
TOLLA.
Yeah.
Okay, and a good phone number, and I'll just text you and William in a group text and introduce you, and that might be the easiest way.
Sure. Okay. 512-698-8427.
Okay. Perfect, Milka. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, I think that'll be a great next step for you, and yeah, being able to.
For sure.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Hey, you're very welcome. Yep, appreciate you jumping on as much as you can here. I know it's tough with the kids, and
yeah.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Kristen. Okay, anybody else have anything they'd like to share before we log off? So last call for the well, actually, yeah, where is it? So well, you've got it. You've got it, I think, just right up there if you just scroll up. So the 2-day class is there with the bonuses that we talked about earlier. Love to see you guys on there. Yeah, this has been fun. We appreciate, we couldn't do it. Like, I'd probably do it if only one person showed up, but it's great to have such a big group. We've had over 700 people register. I'm not sure how many people total have attended, come and gone, but you guys have been able to see, you know, the number of attendees, and it's pretty awesome to see that there's this interest and this diverse of a group. So we're planning on another one in January. Probably the middle of January, we'll do a similar summit. The next summit is going to be focused on profitability because that was, again, the number one concern from you guys that were here today. So addressing that concern, number 2 was soil health, or so on the concern side, well, why don't I just show it to you? You guys have been here. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Okay, I'll pull it up here. Just bear with me just a second. You should be able to see the results in a PDF form, but it's kind of interesting, and it helps us to know what the next step is. So if I'll just share my whole desktop here. Okay. Can you guys see that okay? Not that. Biggest challenge, profitability is by far the biggest. Succession and finding land would be number 2. And then what was the next one? Greatest opportunity, by far improving soil health was the one that you put on there. Diversification would be second, direct marketing third. That helps us to know, okay, improving soil, that's pretty important. And the third one was, I scrolled down, what was this one? What would you like to learn more about? Soil health was the biggest one on that one. So based on that information, based on the comments here from y'all today, that's where we're going to focus. We're going to focus on the profitability side. We will also, let's see, I guess you can see me again now. Okay, we'll also be looking at, obviously, soil health, all the other components that feed into truly being a profitable steward, regenerating the land, creating legacy business. We felt that in 2024, that the legacy piece needed to be the main focus. And so that's why we really focused on that piece in the 4 summits that we've done. So this is the 4th of 2024. And we've been able to influence thousands of people worldwide through these summits and the 2-day classes, combined with the webinars and podcasts that we're able to do. The podcast reach, I really don't know. I know the number of downloads, but it's pretty awesome to see that there is a ripple effect. What we're creating a community of stewards. And those that are on here, yeah, this is being recorded, but why are we doing this? We're preparing the earth for what is to come and who is to come. If that resonates with you, you're plugged into the right place. Stay with us. We're going to learn together. We're going to do our best to be the stewards of the creations and of the people that we've been charged to steward. Those things that we're privileged to be able to steward. And I can't do it alone. You know, we operate on about 24,000 acres. About half of that we own and the other half we lease. That's a small footprint. It might seem huge to Kristen or somebody who's just starting out, but it's a small footprint when we look at the number of acres and rangeland and cropland throughout the United States alone, but we multiply that by the world. So if we're going to reach a tipping point and regenerate lands, we need more people. And that's why this community is being built. That's why we need additional help in doing that. And so even our focus is on helping people that are doing it for a living, like making a business out of it. Even if you are in corporate America and you feel like, hey, this is something that we can support, please stay plugged in and let us know, because it's going to take resources. One of the big needs that we have right now in regenerative agriculture is capital, access to capital. That's something that we're actively working on at Ag Steward, is regenerative capital solutions. That our vision for that is, it's not only based on a credit score, it's definitely not based on a carbon credit score or social credit score. Like, we won't even go there, but interest rates and terms will be based on, obviously, the metrics that most banks use, but also we look at rewarding those who are stewarding the land by measuring some of the key things that Alan Williams talked about, that the Savory Institute is able to measure. We need a team to be able to do that. It's very conceptual. It's just we want to breathe life into this and help it to be born, help it to be created. I don't think, venture capital is great, partnerships are great, banks sometimes can be great, not all the time. We need to have some alternatives out there. So those are our needs, and appreciate those who've shared testimonials, those that are coming in via email. Look forward to seeing those and being able to continue to promote what we do here at Ag Steward. And holy cow, it's almost 5 o'clock. We're officially going to log off, you guys. Thanks for what you do. We love this community. Appreciate you being part of it. So take care, everyone. God bless, and hope to see you on another event soon.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Vale. Good to see you. Thank you.
I got my email and just found out, and Ken emailed me today, but I just got the email this evening and it said I was talking at 1 o'clock, and I was like, no, I missed it. But I just wanted to say hi. And
we're glad you did. Yeah. Ken did a great job. Are you up to speed on what he's doing now with the fermented forages? And
yeah, I've been doing those with him I've been working with him since 2008, and he was one of my mentors, and started fermenting with back in 2015, 16, and selling the ferment. And and then I realized I wasn't going to be selling products. I was farmer, and was trying to just pass on my discount to other farmers and tell them things that worked. So I've been talking about it for all these years. And now, also in this new round of research, I've been fermenting forages on my farm the last 2 years and feeding them and trying to see, what's going on with the animals and different systems. And yeah, so he and I are really good friends. And is there a way to get the replays of this anyway? Or I'm a little bit lagging on trying to read everything and figure out how you're structuring it. And
yep, you're good. So yeah, the overall video should go out right away. And so you just kind of have to scroll through and get to his. Alan Williams was awesome this morning as well. All the speakers were great.
Awesome.
But the way that Alan tied in with Ken Hamilton's, they're both getting their research from Utah State, and the two need to be connected. Like, I don't know if they are. I don't know. I don't think either of them heard each other's speeches, but they're going to, because I'm going to connect them because their messages tie together. So
that would be
bottom
great.
line is, yeah, you'll get the raw recording right away, and then the breakout recordings of each presenter should be out hopefully within 7 to 10 days. Probably won't take that long for them to get them edited, but
thank you for doing the replays, and I've signed up for the event. I'm hoping I can, really dive into that masterclass. And I definitely was curious, like, from your community, maybe querying them what aspects of soil health they feel like they can need the most, or the most opportunities within that, but I definitely, we spoke earlier this year, and I was like, that's something that I feel very comfortable in the animal health, supporting the community and also learning. Like, we learn every day, right? So you're learning, like, I don't know what you know, and just trying to learn who's learning what are we focusing on. And I don't know, have you connected with the Capital Institute and John Fullerton's work and in Rhythm? Or
no, nope, I
'cause
have not.
he's teaching, like, I'm in a year-long program that it's a partnership. It's called With Life Community, but it's a partnership between In Rhythm and who came out of Savory, but is focusing on the human side of the design of regenerative. What happens when we apply regenerative living systems framework to our work and our businesses and human partnerships and organizations, whether it's our family or our business, and then or nonprofits. And then that's a wonderful, wonderful. All of their classes and programs are incredibly insightful and helpful on the human side and the design side of that. And then they've partnered with the Capital Institute with John Fullerton to have regenerative finance, regenerative economics, like people trying to build everything from different towns to different economies. And it's such a opportunity for humans, us as humans right now, to build something different. Yeah. So
yeah, that is cool.
With that, but I recommend that the community or connect with them and have speakers, and
yeah,
to their programs, which are great. I've been studying with them for 2 years and did this cultivator program they call, where people get to work on their businesses with the mentorship with their mentors and in their programs, and take the classes together and work as a community. And it's just a very vibrant community and amazing people with projects, and very inspiring, because if you're trying to do it on your own, as you know, like it's still rewarding work, but we need each other. We need to build that mycorrhizal aspect of sharing energy and resource, like the resource flow. And so
cool. That would be great. So I mean, you're obviously plugged into our network here, and you're on my list of speakers. Actually, is that something you would like to do, is speak at one of these events, Dale?
I would love to. I'm in a better position coming into fall than I was when we spoke last. At that point, I couldn't commit right that second, but definitely. And that's where, something that I like to speak on is called the spiral of soil health. And it's about pegging where you are on your journey and how it's all, like, how these relationships work. And it's foundational principles, but it's kind of a new paradigm for soil health. And I think it helps people orient to the skills that where they, like you said, finding your next step and where you need to focus. And so I feel like once you know whatever piece of soil you're focusing on, whether it's your garden or your even within your pasture, there's different areas, or your farm, your cropland, then you can know where that is on the spiral, and also you as a manager, like, be very strong in getting it from bare and seeding. But just if you're trying to go from bare to level 1, which is getting anything to grow, you might need to know about seed treatments, inoculants, like planting techniques, how cover crop mixtures, soil testing, like all these skill sets, right, that make a regenerative manager. And then if you get something to grow, but the plants are struggling, you're at like level 2. And then it's like, how do I keep those plants alive? Or can I do foliar feeding, or what kind of, is it worth it to me to do it? Do I have the skills? What type of things could I augment in the growing season to help the plants? And then, and then getting to that point where, like, okay, now my weeds are getting bigger. Everything's getting more productive. I still have weeds. I still have nutrient problems. Like, you're at level 3. It's like this, I call it the problem/opportunity phase. Because if you see the weeds as the problem and you start doing things that you don't know harm the soil, then, you can slide back down. Or if you're not aware that your soil cover, I tie in with the stages of soil cover, because it's like not all cover is the same. And you've got to keep thinking about what you're feeding the soil while your crop is growing, like what's happening in the understory. Get really interested in that so that those microbes don't run out of food, because then you can slide back down if you let the soil cover. Or, what foods are you feeding, whether you're trampling down with your cows, or whether you're, taking a cover crop down at certain growth stages, or, basically thinking like, what am I setting up for ecological development in the soil, and what can creating. So that's something that I feel, and there's all sorts of other topics, from weeds to how you do several talks comfortably. So it really, that's why I was about what people, I know a lot of people interested in weeds, like, but I could do the soil health spiral and have a special outbreak session on the weeds, because they're a stage of they're part of the stages of it, but stages of soil cover, and really could be like a 3-part talk. Also just a whole talk on how the biology, chemistry, and physics relate, because when people get confused, are they coming from a biological approach or a chemistry approach? Like, really, it's just health is one, and these relationships exist. So understanding how they correlate and, is something that can be foundational for people to not feel like there's one right way, but they all are talking the same thing from a different language, and they're intersect, anyway, that just talking about the relationships between, like, when you talk about adding calcium to your soil, but fungi have calcium carbonate, or feeding fungi, or, like, it sometimes can seem like different things, but showing people how to integrate the language from a chemistry approach or a biology approach or a physics approach into their strategies, like that can be really helpful.
Cool.
Yeah,
yeah, definitely. So we will put you on the short list now. If the next summit is going to be, we've got tentative dates for the week of the 20th of January. And so it'll be this same structure. You'll be speaking with the likes of, like Alan Williams, Ken Hamilton, Alan Seitz, those type of people are kind of our target audience. We usually have some people from the outside the industry as well to provide balance.
Yeah.
So let's visit about what, and maybe even consult with Ken about what he sees, like where the real need is. Because if you're like me, maybe you don't know enough to ask the right questions. Like, soil health is good, but where do you start? That would be, that would almost be a good one. It's like soil health for dummies. Like, just give me 3.
Kind of is. It's like I realize, like, we have these soil health principles, and we have, like, with animal performance, like, you can grade everything from the cow rumen fill to the manure scores, or like, but we don't, it's not that it's actually a nonlinear thing that I'm presenting with the soil health spiral. But I was like, I think the concept is really useful, because then people can orient themselves as to where they start and understand what's the most useful thing to learn, and see what they know or don't know as it relates to where they are, where their soil is, and where their knowledge is and desire to learn. And if they don't want to learn a certain tool or strategy, there's other ones they can also learn, right, that also function to help take the soil up the spiral. But yeah. Somehow you got muted or something happened.
My battery might have died on my external.
Okay, there
you go. It made it through the summit, though.
And you did too. That was great. Well, I'll let you go. And thanks for, and I'm glad I just got the Zoom link, and I was like, let me just see. I didn't even have the schedule, and you guys were on.
Yeah. Ken knocked it out of the park. It was a great one, and you never know how it's gonna land, because there's some people who don't have livestock, but it seemed like it was one of the more popular ones, just because it was really paradigm shifting. Challenging, I would say. Like, okay, you can actually forage finished cattle in 18 months and have them healthy and compete with feedlot beef as far as the efficiency.
Yes.
Like, that's cool. That's cool.
He's got it, a lot of it. I mean, he's always inventing and researching, and I'm one of his, he and I follow closely. We kind of do different things. We always talking and synergizing, and like, I feel like with Dr. Williams, like, Ken and I were talking about, just how this movement, what's really helpful. And I know that, we need, like you said, the consultants, we need the summits, we need the groups with people doing it together, getting feedback, mentorship, we need internships, we need conferences, we need books, we need all of those tools. So I think that, different companies can function in this ecosystem to help, and the finance piece is a big part of it. But definitely just making sure we're thinking straight about our inputs of time and energy, and that we're not extracting our health or our wealth. We want to regenerate the land, and we want to do that in ways that we don't end up extracted either, as far as, working with the land. Or so I think it's very about when we're going to do something in nature, is it going to be multifunctional and honor those relationships and letting the system letting the design that is already there do the work, because it works. It already works. Like the design of regeneration is coded into nature, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Stop fighting it, work with it. And yeah, it's pretty neat to see. But well, cool. Well, sorry you missed bulk of it, but definitely look for the replay. You'll be getting emails and text messages, and hopefully they're not too annoying, all the text messages, but they calm down after the summit, everybody. It's just a lot of people are like you. They're like, wow, that was today. And so they jump on whenever they see it and can come. But
helpful. Thank you. Well thought out.
Yep. Thanks, Vale. All right, everybody.